ไอ้น้องคนนี้ไม่ได้ดูนะครับ เดี๋ยวดูอีมีนะครับผม มันชนวาโลนะ เอาวาโลเป็นหลักก่อนนะ sorry bro กำลังเซตสตรีมอยู่แป๊บนึง5 นาที ทีนั้นติดโดนเทสองโอ้ยวันนี้ไม่โดน วันนี้ไม่โดน มันตื่นแล้วครับผม ถ้าได้ตามฟอร์มอยู่นั้นมันตื่นละเดี๋ยวมันติดโคตรเดือด ตอนเนี้ยเอมติไม่เอาแล้วครับ ดูรู้เลยแล้วก็ฮิเลติกก็เอาแล้วเหมือนกัน ล่าสุดพี่วูดมาละแต่พี่เหรียญหลุดฟอร์มนิดหน่อยแต่คิดว่าวันนี้พี่วูดน่าจะยังคงฟอร์มอยู่ เหมือนฟอร์มมันสเต็ปอัพละมันเป็นอย่างนี้ตลอดอะดูมานานละพอโค้งสำคัญปุ๊บแม่งเก่ง ช่วงกลางทางแม่งอะไรก็ไม่รู้ อืม เชื่อใจได้เชื่อใจได้ ฟ้าได้หมดนะน้องบาสหมุนอะไรอ่ะพี่หมาล่านี่คือคอสมาล่าหรอสวัสดีครับบีทริปเดี๋ยวไปเติมน้ำแป๊บนึงนะฮะเฮ้ยไหนเล่นเสิร์ฟด้วย
Winnie honey huh.
เฮ้ยขอบคุณน้องดารินด้วยนะครับ30 เดือนนะครับไปอุ่นข้าวมานะครับสวัสดีครับผมเฮ้ยทำไมกลายเป็นเสียง alert ทวิตหายอะงงเดี๋ยวนะงงจัดตอนนี้ alert ทวิตหายไปไหนนี่นี่อ่ะเปิดอยู่นี่
This is a subscription test.
โอ้ alert หา
This
ย
is a subscription test.
น้องณัฐวัฒน์สวัสดีครับทำไงอ่ะไม่อันนี้มันเทสในเว็บมันถึงขึ้นไงแต่ว่ากดจริงมันไม่ขึ้นไงนี่เมมเบอร์ YouTube เนี่ยมันก็ขึ้นขวาล่างแต่เสียงมันขึ้นแต่ในนี้ไงงงจริงจริงครับงงไปหมดเพราะอะไรอ่ะโปรวันนี้ใช่แมนที
This is a subscription test.
ปกติเรามีคนกดซับขวาล่างมันก็ขึ้นอย่างนี้ใช่ไหมเพราะอะไรวะหรือว่าต้องรีเซ็ตวะไหวมันไอ้นี่แหละครับมันคัมแบ็กแล้วครับผมเพราะอะไรวะวันก่อนไปยุ่งกับตรงเนี้ยเลยทำให้เป็นแบบมันเลยรวนเลยทีนี้
This is a subscription test.
เพราะอะไรวะพี่เราไม่เข้าใจจริงๆต้องทำอย่างไรวะ THF นาติดครับวันนี้ไม่มีพริกครับช่างมันแล้วกัน
exclusively played the Astra. in this Astra because they're able to do things that I think that some of the VCT teams struggle with the way that you're dissipating around the map, getting map control. They're playing post plants very well. Their ult theory is very good. Like this Eintracht.
ทุกคนใครที่ดูกันในคอมนั้นอย่าลืมฝาก
Do you think that maybe,
ซูป
like,
อีกแคปด้วย
teams
นะครับ
are
ฝากซูปแคป
just
ข้างหน้า
because
ฮะ
of all the changes that there's
ตัวเลข
been and
ต
like
ก
people
นะครับฝากหน่อย
teams
หน่อย
trying to find
นะครับ
themselves and
พินแม่เรานะ
deal with the double duelist or the lack of it and how to navigate it, they maybe got too comfortable and just lock in the omen.
Frankly, I just think that teams don't understand what's good sometimes and get a bit lazy. And I think that players push back on things, and there's not coaches who will say, "No, you're wrong. Omen
Boo, you
isn't
have
the
to
best
play more
agent."
Astra.
More Astra, please, Boo.
He said yes.
He did look very happy.
It's Boo.
So yeah, I just think that that's the case. Sometimes that you need a very strong coach to be able to say no to players.
I love an Astra. As an Astra main myself, I do love an Astra. I feel like the desk is kind of aligned with this one that we enjoy watching Astra players. But let's
The stars
also.
are aligning. Okay, sorry.
Oh, you had to do it. You had to do it to them. Let's turn our attention to Team Heretics here as well, though, because something the kind of topic for them at the moment has been inconsistency, and that perhaps being one of their problems. And I feel like for Riens, we definitely saw an uncharacteristic performance last time they played.
Yeah, I think that especially that first map in the first half, he only got one kill and it was with a Hunter's Fury. Something incredibly weird to say about a player like Riens, but he also went on an interview on Sheep Esports
ด็อก
and
เตอ
he
ร์เลยครับ
spoke about what we've been talking about for a while now, saying that yeah, their highs are really highs and lows are
วัน
really
นี้
lows.
นะครับ
But we're still
หมดเว
looking
ลา
for a
หมดเวลา
definitive
เทียร์สอง
answer because I feel like we keep hearing it's like a mental thing or like the pressure thing, but it feels like it's not good enough after 3 years.
Yeah, I think that when I hear their comms in particular, it feels very hectic, sometimes quite stressed. And I wonder if like the expectations they have and means that they're kind of forcing things a bit in those moments, and you can feel that they're not coming like an experienced, mature team sometimes. And I think that you should be at this point with that experience doing so. And I do wonder if it's the expectations that they have on themselves that means that they are struggling in those moments.
มันหมุนนะ
Potentially.
I think that that's definitely an interesting conversation because when I had spoken to Benji the other day, he had said that like we have a baseline of an expectation that we have to hit ourselves. We just need to unlock that potential
แมน
because
ไปแบบ
the
ไหน
highs
บ้าง
are
อะ
very high and the
สอง
low
ศู
are
นย์ห
very
รือสอง
low,
หนึ่ง
just as Riens had mentioned in the article with Sheep Esports, and I think that's really important. And when I had asked him, well, how do we reset these expectations for you guys? Like, where should we be setting the bar? And he said, you just have to believe in us in the same way that we believe and trust in ourselves, which I think was really interesting from him.
Not good enough. Not good enough. I don't
yeah,
think that
I
we've
get that.
ever doubted Team Heretics. In fact, we want them to do good because we are still looking for a team to spearhead EMEA back to winning trophies. And they were doing so well. They had such a good 2024. And as I said, like the moment that going to those events with subs, thinking that maybe they were punching ahead, maybe too high for themselves, and them seeing them achieving that even with those struggles makes us think, well, when things are all flat and looking good for you, why can you not achieve a new high?
I genuinely feel like a philosopher trying to find the meaning of life when I'm talking about heretics. Like I don't know what the answers are. I think there's several things we can look at in the inconsistencies. Some of the stuff I said before, maybe expectations. Sometimes it might just be player quality isn't at the standard we had 2024. Like it's very easy to come out of the gates there and have all that momentum and firepower and the kind of the motivation, I guess. They've been talking about it when talking about those challengers teams. Is the challengers teams obviously have an advantage in the sense that how much they want it and how much that it means to them. But I'll be honest, you still need to have that fire if you're a VCT team.
At the end of the day, the challenger teams have been fighting to get here, and the teams that were on that top 4 in tier 1 or in partnership are the ones that have to battle through. So of course the context matters a lot.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like we've kind of maybe touched on more negatives for Team Heretics, but one of the positives coming out of that last series was Voot. I think especially on those first couple of maps, seeing him on the chamber, the sniper usage especially, for me, one of the top players.
Yeah, especially on that second map when he was against Hero and we were just literally glued to the screen looking at those deals. He's looked very good.
I think I saw an interesting stat, and I'm not gonna, don't quote me, but it was where like the instances where Woot tops frags, they have almost an 85% win rate. So like if he is playing well, he is the key to success for this team. And I think historically he's been in a kind of weird position where they've not really known what his role necessarily was. I'm loving seeing the Euro and Chamber. I think they're very good agents in this meta, and it seems like he's been gelling very well with it, especially with the operator. Like Woot, historically not an operator player, but he's been playing very well, and it's good to see him at least there. It's just about Riens and him
Yeah.
going together, and they're in a good
sure.
spot.
Well, let's have a quick look at the predictions and see what we've all gone for. You guys have sided with Team Heretics. Mitch and I are still sticking with the Challengers picks. Does it feel like an easy swing though towards the Team Heretics side?
No,
I'm glad
no,
we're
no.
3-2. Like it feels good that we're 3-2 because Eintracht I think
Mini
we have to give
High
quite a
Heretic
bit of respect here.
ว่าไง
But Heretics, they have the legacy, they have the players. We know what they're capable of. I think the ceiling for them is higher.
Benji asked to believe, so I believe. What can I say? I am incredibly biased towards Team Heretics.
I love that so much from you.
Is it true?
Well, either way, I feel as though we've been able to chat about both teams here and deliver their kind of stories for this one. Of course, for today, one of their journeys will end here in VCT EMEA. Let's welcome Team Heretics up
Top
against
minute
Eintracht
เวลามันพูด
Frankfurt
ว่ะ
to the stage.
แม่งพูดมีหลักการดิมีแพทเทิร์นของมันแบบมันมีแพทเทิร์นของมันพอมาพูดถึงใครแม่งพูดแล้วแบบดูมีหลักการเอ้ยเชื่อเลยน้องพันได้ทายว่า วันนี้พี่ไปเซเว่นใช่ไหมพี่เตรียมของกินเพื่อจะมากินตอนดูวอลโลพี่จัดอะไรมา จัดคิดแคทมา
Need to make a lower bracket run all the way to Barcelona
เดี๋ยว
if they want to
น้อง
have
หยำ
any chance of being there. We know that they've been able to do it before when we think back to that stage
ไม่
one
มี
trophy
EF
list,
ครับ
but the question is, can it all end here today, guys? This map veto is coming in. Bea, I'm coming to you instantly because of that reaction.
Because I'm seeing the SG bunning the summit, and I was like, damn, we do not get to
Wow,
see
like I hit
Monster on the waylay again. But honestly, if I look at this map, I see an SG that has a lot of comfort in that Lotus, and I think that it is the question mark for Team Heretics because we saw two very different faces from them. First of all, super excited, Rian's on the Viper, please let's have this every day. Casey decided to 13-2 them on it, did not look good, but overall I see things pretty evened out for the entirety of the map.
Yeah, I agree. I think that both teams show good faces on both Lotus and Haven. I think that there is a high level
คิด
of
แคท
play.
ป๊อปคอร์น
A breach on Haven maybe, but we'll get to that later.
You'll see.
Because there wasn't too bad things happening, but it was a breach. But yeah, Lotus and Haven, I think that they're maps where both teams I think are coming off a loss here, but I think they're both still strong on those maps. So maybe a bit of a surprise to the opponents they're picking them, but I saw a lot of strength in this map pool for both these teams.
Yeah, for sure. Do you think it
หมายถึง
swings
ไป
in
เล่นแบบ
any
นั้น
way,
ใช่
or
ไหม
do you
ส่วน
think
มาก
it's
เขาเล่น
pretty
แอ
even
กัน
across
อะ
the
ส
board?
มาร์ท
I think it's even now. I think that
แอมเก่งตอนนั้น
for Heretics it's about the bouncing back and that sometimes that they cannot do that. For SG
โอ้ย
is
ยาก
a
เพื่อน
lot
พ
of
งษ์
comfort on that Lotus. We heard it from themselves the other day, being like, oh yeah, Lotus is good for us. It's doing us a favor.
And speaking of comfort, the players are looking comfortable as they're setting up in their Razor chairs, getting ready to get into the server.
Hey.
But I guess we've kind of touched on the stakes for Team Heretics, you know, understanding that they need to have that lower bracket run. But looking at this Lotus as well, do you think that this is a good place for Eintracht Frankfurt to start?
I mean, I think they lost 13-5 last time. But
Sorry,
so
I got it wrong. I got my tier 2 teams mixed, and I'm so sorry. I apologize.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. But they both play extremely strong compositions on the map. Usually playing that Viper and Vice. For the first time, I'm seeing it on both sides at once. I'm in heaven right now. I get to see some potential
gone
good
to heaven.
Lotus. So yeah, Eintracht coming off a loss, but to be honest with you, I think that because they're playing this comp, they know they're good at this map. They know what to do. Heretics
game
historically
thing,
have been also
thing.
quite strong here, and they're coming off a loss to KC, but KC looked like the best Lotus team in our region right now. So I think we're in for just a banger on this map.
Yeah, and I think that we were speaking about Woods and the highs that he reached the other day on the Yoru, on the Chamber. Now he's going head-to-head with one of the youngsters that has been a surprise. Jamalinho on the other side, I think is going to be very explosive on it.
Very explosive indeed. Well, let's get right into this one.
EMEA
Mitchell
นะครับ
and
น้องจิน
Tombiz, take it away.
Thank you very much, Billy. Eintracht Frankfurt coming up against Los Niños, Tom. This is going to be a big challenge for them, and I think getting past players like Rian's, for
เพ
example,
อินนี่แทบ
it's
จะแบบ
hard for even the
ทีม
teams
มา
that
มืด
are
แท
at
บ
the
จะไป
top
แช
of
ม
the
เปี้ยน
line.
ได้เลยโหดทุกทีม
That's kind of where we sit at the
Ma
moment.
ครับเพื่อ
Sometimes, because Heretics might be the weirdest team in EMEA right now. They have 2
มีน้องน็อต
13-0s and then a load of defeats just in the mix of it. I think the most terrifying thing is you mentioned Rian's and versus Na'Vi. He had a bit of a stinker, which is so rare. Like this is the guy that we talk about as like being Mr. Consistent. He's the one guy in Heretics you can rely on. And then you look to the other side of things. I'm thinking, hey, Azuri had an absolute banger of a day. We've seen a lot from Jamalino. Fizzy was talking about having a life game, but honestly, he was fairly consistent throughout the series. And I don't know, like I haven't even mentioned Monster. I think he's probably been their best player overall.
เดี๋ยวพี่วุฒิจัดให้ครับปาหมอสี
Eintracht Frankfurt impressed me.
แล้วพี่วุฒิมงระเบิดตัวเองไปก่อนทีนึง
I ended up swinging for them in the prediction. I feel like Eintracht Frankfurt have a
อุ้ย
good chance to carry that momentum through.
คมมาก
On the uptick, and Heretics have something to prove.
เรียบร้อย
It looks like Rian's is starting well. A snake bite.
เหยียบพิษตายไปด้วยเจมินโย
And it's already down to a 5 versus 2 with
2-0
the
ครับผม
space taken by Woot. Even if the numbers were even,
คม
this one
2-4
hard for Eintracht Frankfurt to pull across the line. A ticking time bomb as to when Woot will come on the scene, and Zuri dead to rights the second he does.
Yeah, a lurking Woot now with the Sheriff in hand, and they should have a
โอ้ดู
rough
ตำแหน่ง
idea of where
อุ้ย
Monster is. Clearly wanting to try and get that final kill, and I can't blame
เฮ้ยอย่าไปปลุก
Koshmaris for that. Last time out, had a very rough
เฮ้ย
performance
คอร์สเป็น
playing
ก้าว
on
ร้าว
that
อ่ะ
omen. In fact,
คอร์ส
I'll be honest, I came into this map today maybe
ทำ
thinking
ตัวอ
they
ย่าง
would
นี้
have changed the
ต้องยิง
entirety
ด้วย
of
นะ
the composition, because he went 2-15 when playing against KC. But clearly they feel like that was more of a blip, or maybe KC playing well. Or just maybe haven't had the time. We'll have to wait and see. Also for Eintracht Frankfurt, this is an interesting pick because you go their run through the tier 2. They had a streak of victories, 6-2 over the last few months, but they got battered by GX, who are sadly now out of the tournament. So clearly, again, both teams feeling like their last performance isn't reflective of how they play this map.
Well, only one will be proven correct.
Or they could both be bad and one of them still wins.
Actually, that's very true. They could both be wrong. Only one of them will be proven correct at a maximum. At least for now. Good start for Heretics. They'll lose Woot, but as long as they keep this mostly clean, it's not too much of a concern. A pistol on the other side, finding a freebie. Rian's is grabbing an extra orb. Happy to leave that Marshall by the wayside. As you said, those 3 rifles are all Heretics really care about keeping over. NG Boo and Kosh won't be taking too many risks, but Rian's already working towards that ultimate.
Spike planted.
Oh, expectations now fairly low for Jamalino. Any damage he can do would be nice. Of course, I think that's also an interesting prospect with the veto in general, is both teams have kind of come in and picked the map that the other has played the most. Obviously, I think for Eintracht Frankfurt, this is also joint, so it kind of makes a little bit more sense. But we have seen Heretics playing a lot of Lotus. Obviously, then Heretics picking Haven is not the craziest thing in the world until you realize that it's 8-0 for Eintracht Frankfurt over the last 3 months. So clearly, they're just looking at that and going, okay, we know how to beat them. Which, hey, when Heretics are good on a Haven, they're very good. They can batter people, maybe even 13-0 people here and there. But that's the question I have most coming into this game, is what version of Heretics are we getting? Because as you were sort of stating, at their best, they can beat anyone. Like, genuinely anyone. At their worst, they can lose to genuinely anyone, except Pacific.
แพ้ได้หมดชนะได้หมดพูดมีเหตุผล
That is a fresh wound and a whole lot of
ถือว่าเห็นภาพ
sectors.
ครับผู้บรร
That
ยาย
was mainly to hurt you more than anybody else. I do feel bad for the players.
There's really no need for that. They could be at home watching right now. They have nothing better to do. 2-0 for Heretics. A strong start now.
2-0
Eintracht Frankfurt
Salt in the wounds.
get themselves
Squeeze
those
a bit of
rifles
lemon.
up.
ปืนพอได้หืออื้ออยู่
Squeeze it on. Lovely stuff. For Heretics, it's going to be a bit of a direct approach, at least to
เฮ้ย หมุนอะไรในวันนี้
start the round, but they're not afraid to leave Rian's to look for space, and he has got a competition on his hands. Already making a little bit of noise, trying to deter them from taking that orb or deal some damage as they do. For Eintracht Frankfurt, you mentioned Monster. Could be one of their best players so far. Definitely been a highlight he's going to be on the Vice
ไอ้
playing
เจ
that
มิน
C
โยนี่
site.
มัน
He's
มัน
got
เตรียมไป
support
KC
for
ป่ะเนี่ย
now. I do
ใช้คลาสสิก
I
KC
almost
ถือ
expect
ที่
them
ห้อย
to be
KC
shifting
เมื่อกี้เห็นปะ
away from this C site. Azuri helping out on B, maybe exploring some aggression, but they've triple stacked up. It looks like they're suspicious of the play ending here, and the read is right from what we can see.
แปลกมาก
I think just more happy to play retake on B, which does have a gamble when you're up against a lot of high. I think a lot of times teams will more quickly head in towards that B site, but they have at least some information they can get on that side of the map. Now pushing into the 3-man stack. Woot taking damage as he makes his way through the thorns. Koshmaris as well has teleported across. A lot of early damage taken, and well, they are losing.
โอ้ยพี่วูดมาดิ
That's the turning
ไล่หลังเสาไปก่อน
Missouri
3-3 ได้ไซด์ได้วางอย่างนี้ได้เล่นนะ
he can hold on to some ground at least and give some space to his teammates rotating in.
Jamalino's hit the door.
ยา
Pressure on the other
เรียบร้อย
side. But Woot is not turning his eye. A triple kill. They ran into a stack. Heretics couldn't possibly have expected that many players to be there. Vice utility on top of it. Vizzy.
Last player standing.
คิดเองครับน้องพัน
out of nowhere last
ช่อง
time,
หลัก
but
ไว
nothing
กว่า
done.
1 วิ
Leaving
ได้ปกติไหม
Jamalino alone. They know where he is. The door and now
ช่อง
the
หลัก
walls
ไว
giving
กว่า
it
1
away.
วิ
And Woot
หมายถึงช่องพี่กับช่องหลักเหรอ
piece. He used
เป็นไป
a
ได้เพราะพี่แคป
showstopper
จาก
and
หลาย
it
ที
didn't really do anything. He'd already gotten the work done. A 3-0 start. Easy beginnings
ของ
for
พี่
Heretics.
เหรอ
We talk about players like Jamalino, a youngster, the future. Many talked about getting an opportunity to play on the stage a little bit earlier. Well, we were waiting for Woot as a youngster. Almost the day he turned 18, he was breaking into this roster, making it to international events.
ไม่น่าถึง
He
นะ
is
ของ
pretty
พี่อะ
much the epitome of what young talent can be. I guess the other is probably Alfia coming up a little bit later on in the day. But I'm excited to see
เราไม่ได้ถามแม่ก่อนหรอกพัน
if we can still see that individual brilliance
ใช่
from
ครับ
Eintracht Frankfurt
วูด
because
มาเท่ากับชนะ
I think there's no doubt they've got the talent, but so does
เฮ้ย
the other side.
ถึงเหรอไม่น่าถึงนะครับผม
Well, for Heretics, I think they're the ones that are showing it off right now. Like last round, they run into a 3-man stack, a trap set by Eintracht Frankfurt. And that trap card never gets flipped. It's
เป็นเพราะ
shredded
ม่วงหรือเปล่า
on the board by Woot. They had a player spamming the smoke, 2 swinging into him, and he just ripped their heads off. A surprise it might have been, but his reaction was there. 7-1 start. And this round, it's weak weapons. Question, oh my goodness, Woot was almost caught off guard. Will be dealt with, but Benji's the one picking up a big play, a necessary big play though. Despite this being what should
แล้วมัน
be
ลากมา
easy
1-1
ground, I
วิน
was
นี้ได้
thinking
ยังไง
about Woot farming.
อ้าวโห
Now Missouri with a chance
ชนะโบนัส
converted,
มาแพ้
and
อี
a
โค
load of thrifty puts them 3-1 in a
เหลือเชื่อ
round that I didn't think was even going to get started. He's able to finish it off. Unbelievable.
But yeah, I was thinking back to some of the sight holds we
What?
saw from him the other day, but
ก็อยากให้
that
มินิ
might
บู
have been
มา
the
เหมือนกัน
best
นะ
of the lot. Insane individual skill. Okay, 1 or 2 of these was a little bit more uncomfortable at the beginning, but this is just a sheriff masterclass as they look to try and walk into this site and even maybe assume that they would rotate away, and maybe they
บา
should
งพัน
have
ก็
done.
ตามแม่ไป
Yeah,
ที่
sorry,
ปาร์ตี้เลย
Fizzy. You were the star yesterday with your 3Ks early on, but Azuri's just giving you a real chance. Kick-started their heart.
มันคือเรื่องปกติที่ไม่ควรเป็นเรื่องปก
For
ตินะ
Eintracht Frankfurt, an off pulled into play already finds an advantage. Pressure onto Heretics. Benji removed means no flank control. Neither him nor his utility stand. And Heretics, they're marooned. They're left in the same main control. They're going to have to pick a spot
เอ
to
อ
fight
ทวิต
from.
มัน
And
ห
for
มุน
now,
จ
they're
ริงๆด้วย
hoping
ว่ะ
Eintracht
ที่มีคน
Frankfurt
บ่น
get
แบบนี้
aggressive.
ใช่ไหม
But they will on the back of utility, and that swing dangerous. Rian's left down to a sliver of health. He shouldn't get anything more from here. It's a worthwhile early fight.
God, Monster even tucking back in. That was the one bit of timing that I thought, okay, maybe there's a chance, but
มันไม่ควรเกิด
now
ขึ้น
they
ครับ
can
พี่หมิง
almost rely on an overextension from
คอร์สเด้ง
somebody
ใหม่ปีหน้า
on this
ครับ
defensive side. They've all
คิดว่า
just
เด้งครับ
tucked in.
วิ่ง
They
ไป
have
พร้อ
the
ม
cross
บู
being
เลย
held. Azuri's position might not be expected. The wall baited, but it's already cleared immediately. It does kind of section off the defense a little bit, and a nice shot from Rieds. He's only on 8
ที่เหรียญ
HP.
แบบเลื่อนเหลื
A
อ8
single
อะ
bullet
ฟาด
would have
หาย
done the
อะ
work, and well, I thought for a moment Fizzy might have both.
Hit?
Instead, They brought it back in the air. 8 HP.
Last player
A right click. There you go. I was going to say, just a classic is
โอ้โห
all do the
ถึง
trick.
กับต้องกดอันติออกมาครับ
Yeah. I'm a
ถ้าไม่ก
little
ดจะได้ลุ้นอยู่
surprised by that pit.
On
วันนี้
8
เอฟนาติกครับ
HP, yeah.
คือถ้า
I
เมื่อวาน
mean, he
ใครได้
just
ดู
found
ฟอร์มเอฟ
another
นาติก
kill.
ตอนเจอ GX จะ
I guess if
ยังไง
they're going to
ก็จะ
win,
ตอบ
they
เป็นเสียง
kinda
เดียวกัน
have to
ว่าวันนี้เอฟนาติกครับผมเฮียทวิตกากมาก
be the pit to make the difference. But that's a big ultimate committed on a gamble. On Heretics being challenged very early on. Woot was 7-1. We thought it doesn't look like anyone's going to catch him at least for a while. But a sheriff in the hands of Missouri. And
Yeah.
off for Jamalino, and things have taken a turn for the better on the defensive side.
They're getting those few early rounds. We saw this in their opening map.
แน่นอนนะครับไบ
They
โอ
had a
เพราะว่ามันไม่มีลีก
3-9
แล้วครับ
defensive side versus GX. Got blasted out of the server initially,
มันจะ
but
เป็นการแบบเหมื
this
อนไม่
time
มี
they've
เซ็ต
broken back a little
Right,
early.
yeah.
And Rians is still going to make things a little bit more interesting. He's definitely turning up more today. And that's why these rounds have been competitive
Form
so
มาแล้วครับ
far.
ผม
Monster
ลองไปดู
finding
สถิ
3
ติดูครับ
keeps
ผ
it
ม
even. But considering what was invested in this round, this is a
แล้ว
pretty
สติล
good
การ์เด้นครับ
start.
ดึงจังหวะเพื่อได้วาง
The
ครับ
ult from Benji to even the odds. That'll probably get them a plant. You don't expect Eintracht Frankfurt to be pushing up against this. A wall blocking off Fizzy. The judge. He's got a smoke
enemy
up. He
remaining.
snuck in, and they know about him, but it's Benji alone. Good pick by Jamalino. But Benji's going to get the jump on him. And with the judge in the other side, it could be tough. But the paranoia, it gave Fizzy the chance. Distance closed. Not just in that fight, but in the score line as well. 3-3 for Eintracht Frankfurt.
I don't even think the distance was close
Jing
that
man
much. That
one,
looked
is it?
quite
Maybe
far
not.
away.
Actually,
it was, yeah.
Like, I'm surprised that was an insta kill
ไม่
because it
ไม่
wasn't really
ไม่ได้แบบ
far
ขนาด
HP
นี้
with
ข
it.
นาดนั้นครับ
I
แต่
don't
ว่า
want
มั
to
น
see
ก็
that last kill again.
ปีแรกๆของ
How
วาโล
far away was he? Maybe I'm delusional.
My ult
It looked
Again.
like the distance of the whatever that's called on site. Yeah, pretty much. Nice. Headshot. It was a headshot kill. So yeah,
Oh, yeah,
that's why, Tom.
Yeah.
A lot of those pellets must have went into his head. Well, 3-3, and really this was looking like a guaranteed 4-0 start. Like no questions asked. Woot 7-1.
วันนี้
And
สอง
all of a
คู่
sudden,
แพ้กลับบ้าน
this man
แพ้ไม่
changed
ได้
the
ครับผม
course of the
เอ
game.
ฟติก
That
กับ
4K
เฮีย
with the
ติกครับ
Sheriff has injected
แพ้กลับบ้านครับ
adrenaline into Eintracht Frankfurt. They are now off to a flyer themselves.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, again, you look at this Eintracht
But part of
Frankfurt
the team
roster, and
were
I think there are a couple of names that
มี
stand
ทั้งว่าง
out.
และไม่ว่างครับ
Jamalino
ผม
was one because
มีทั้งว่างคือ
obviously
หลากหลาย
how
มาก
young he is. I
ปี
think
หน้า
Monster is someone that many have been talking about as
ยังมี
a
ระบบ
person
พาร์ท
who
เนอร์
could
อยู่
rise to the
มี
tier 1. I
ราย
was
การ
looking
ที่
at the
พาร์ท
other
เนอร์
three
ได้
and
เป็น
going,
ทีม
okay,
วาง
I've seen your names
แล้วก็
around
มี
a
รายการ
lot.
ที่พาร์
But
ท
you've
เนอ
been
ร์
in the
ต้อง
scene
ไป
for
ลุ
a
ย
long
เหมือน
time.
ทุกๆทีม
But
เลย
are
ครั
you
บ
going to hit the ground running when you get into the tier 1? And I think maybe in the first map, as
Maybe,
said, I
yeah,
think
FNC.
everybody was a little bit
วันนี้
shaky.
ไม่โดน
But they definitely individual
ทุก
players.
คน
Like
ครับใครที่
Martin
ดูในคอม
probably
นะ
been
ฝาก
one of the
ซู
best
เปอร์แคป
players
ด้วยนะครั
all
บ
year,
ฝากซูเปอร์แคป
especially if
ด้วย
you're
นะ
just
พี่
talking
กินได้
about
แล้วนะครับใน
EMEA.
ม่วงในม่วงในแดงนะ
But players like Azuri,
Fuck,
players like
fuck, wait.
Monster have proven that, yeah, that gap doesn't exist.
And Jamalino in some of those games, the Neon especially. I'd say on a raise.
Jet on ascent as well.
Jet on ascent, yeah, very much. But for Heretics, a 4-0 start. But it's been pruned early on. Let's see how they're getting on in the listen-in.
Listen, can we... Others come back, guys. I want to double hold A. Sorry, I want to double hold B.
Yeah.
For this guy re-aggressing.
Careful, push to the Viper ult.
Yeah.
And me and Nanas will push them back.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm waiting until you come. I'm picking book. Come.
Go,
One, two.
Can you castle it now?
Yeah.
Fade Prowler C.
Yes,
I want a blue smoke.
Wait, why? Dodge Fade Prowler on C.
Smoke.
I will up. Okay.
Yes. Go wall up.
Come back to me now.
I want to Prowler, be ready to...
Stay.
Molly, okay?
Yes.
You can go on top as well.
Bring them down.
Fade Viper on C.
No, I will wall down. Okay. And I will do.
You dogs B.
Prowler.
Okay.
I'm gonna reveal in 8 seconds, in 5 seconds here.
Yep.
Guys, keep waiting for the B report.
Yeah.
He dogged already.
Smoke over. Care. Okay.
Okay.
Still
I just
waiting.
revealed the open.
I'll find you.
Can you wall up again?
They have
Yes.
hit
Can
C,
you
why
leave
would
me?
they be pushed?
Yes.
Can you hit straight B with my...
Will B.
With my...
Yes. Boomerang.
I don't
We
have
will boomerang A. We will go B. Okay,
Make
guys.
I don't have anything for the
Okay.
big angle. We need to pick it. Like, I don't have anything.
wall up. Can you
Wait. I cannot, bro. Zero toxin.
Wall up
Just
whenever
wait.
you can.
Yes.
I'm coming back to you.
I
Well,
wall
let's
up
spend the
now.
walk, okay? We are close.
30 seconds left.
Guys, can we?
Can you
Come now.
Let's pick one.
B.
They smoke B.
Yeah, go and smoke and pop through if there is one.
Yes.
Off on A.
Paranoia.
Ui.
Yes, get Paranoia out. Don't
Okay,
ceiling.
I also molly ceiling.
Yeah, go.
Any, any.
I'm not opening. One ceiling.
Guys, I'm planting.
Oh, yeah.
They're
Wait, guys, take heaven. Take heaven. Come.
Okay, come.
Stop talking and listen to one of you.
Come heaven.
Yes, I'm coming.
Let's peek. Ready?
Yeah,
One, two.
That's a link.
Come, go in the corner. Bait for you. Okay.
Yeah, I have resmoke for ceiling. Guys,
Bait for me.
You just speak on Benji then.
Yes.
carry link.
Yes, I'm holding it.
I'm fade port. One on me.
Cannot take on Benji.
40 on
Just
Vice.
wait,
Oh.
wait for them. Can we pick heaven later?
No, I can't. I'm holding
ผมครับพี่เหรียญ
I'm blind, guys. I'm blind. I
Two
cannot.
ceiling. Two ceiling. One heaven.
โอ้ชิบ
Two
หาย
ceiling. One heaven.
I cannot help you, bro.
Yeah, I'm 70
Oh.
on Viper.
2-1ว่ะไป2-3เอ้ย1-3เฮียโคตรเยอะพี่เหรียญ
Oh, nice try and there's
Oh.
As well.
Listen, guys. Play for your teammates instead.
อีกทีมโหดครับ
Yeah, I think a lot of it
ทรง
is
ดี
that
อยู่
you
เนี่ย
can hear Boo
ไอเจนมิ
as
โย
the
ยังเดือด
leader getting a little bit frustrated because I'll be honest, and this is not anything
ใช่
to
ค
do
รับ
with our production.
บู
I thought
จะ
we
เป็น
might
ใหญ่
have
สุด
played both
ถ้าบูออกความ
competitions.
คิดอะไรมา
We
คือ
were talking
ห้าม
in
เถียง
that
ครับผ
moment. I
ม
was like, have we overlaid these? Like, no. It was just so much communication going on at the same time that I don't think I think everybody was just hearing the sound of their own voice and nothing else.
Yeah, genuinely, you could hear Boo take control of the reins for a second there. Like they had to get back in line. A little bit of chaos from Heretics, and it was Eintracht Frankfurt to come out on top. Another
คน
big
อื่นน่า
round
จะ
for
ไม่เห็น
them.
นะครับผ
4
ม
in a row now.
น้องกล้อง
And for
เห็นของคน
Heretics
อื่น
coming
ไหม
off the back of a pause, that's got to be a tough one to lose, especially when we're listening in,
เราจะ
having the
เรา
chaos
เขินจัด
layered
ทุกรอบ
on
ที่เข้า
top.
ทำไม
You almost feel like they need another little timeout.
Yeah. I want to say as well, like going back to talking about GX when this map didn't go the way of Eintracht Frankfurt, it's because they were 8-1 down. They started
จาก
so slow
0-3
in
ได้
the
โบ
game.
นัสอะโดนไป4 วินรวด
Clearly took a little bit of time to get used to the stage, but that could have happened again. Azuri though
โคตรแย่
got them their first round a lot earlier. Now they have the momentum in their says. Now we're seeing the level of what this team can bring. And Heretics, well, again, they've had their moments. They found their openers. They did damage with the pistols, but the rounds have only been going one way. Oh, wow, this round might be a little bit tougher to do damage with stuff like that happening for Jamalino. I think this is also just a thing that seems to happen to Heretics quite often, just getting caught by collateral shots.
I have this
สวย
mic.
อะ
Wu was supposed to
Wait.
be the first guy getting shot at in this round, and he's the last one alive. He blasts backs up to take his eye, and no one gave it
ดู
down.
จากคอมพิวเตอร์
That's
นี่คือ
crazy.
ยาก
In
มากตอน
zone
นี้
flawless for the 5th round in a row for Eintracht Frankfurt. They're now so much wind in their sails that it feels like
ผู้
they'll
เล่น
be
แต่ละ
carried
ตำแหน่ง
into
ฮิ
the
เล
lead
ติกตอนนี้
any
คอม
time
นี้
now for Heretics.
ไม่ลงตัว
Ulti's
ครับ
coming online at least, but this buy round, I think this could make or break this map for them.
Yeah, it was getting hectic as it is, but I think as well,
Nice, let's go. Where
you
are
look at a
looking?
team
What are
like
we trying to do,
Heretics,
fellas? Come
you look at the
on.
heights they've hit, and you want to say this almost from their point of view. It's like, yeah, we're waiting to see when they break back, but it's almost insulting to Eintracht Frankfurt with the fact they've already toppled a Gentlemates who made an international earlier in the year. They've proven they can battle versus good individual players. There needs to be more.
มารอ
Monster
พี่
though,
วูดเหรอพี่วูดบอกยากหน่อย
it's audacious. If I see an Omen in that position, it's a risk. For him, it seems insane.
พี่
And
วูดบอก
wow,
ยากหน่อย
one thing
แล้วเทคไซด์เลยเรียบ
that
ร้อย
has been good for Heretics so far is Woot. When he's been on, when he's got openers, he has been the deciding factor in their rounds.
Spike planted.
Well, there's plenty of credits there to work with for the defensive side. A save might not be necessary, but
Maybe
might
the
have
op.
to consider it though. With the op on the retake, exactly. And 5 players still alive. You need a reason
Good
to
bait.
go.
Good bait.
That could be the reason.
หายละ
Azuri's going to be the real telltale sign.
โอ้โห
Viper's
ต้องการอันติ
Oh,
เลย
Now this looks like a win. You got the ult out of them. Let's see if we can get some exits.
Oi.
Azuri already mission success.
They got the Nightfall as well.
Oi.
Heretics are really worried about this. You know what? Riot's just gone down.
They don't have time, right? Do they?
Surely they don't have time. Maybe.
They could.
It's going to
Oh.
get interesting. Peeking from Vizzy. They have lost so much of this round,
มันต้อง
Heretics.
เสียหายข
They
นาด
got
นี้
a
จริงๆเหรอวินนี้
5v3 advantage. They had to use a Viper's Pit, a Nightfall, and they survived with less players than the defensive side. A Red Bull clutch, sure, but it's not one that's going to feel clutch at all.
No. They overpaid for
ไม่
that
ครับ
round. And
กระ
not
บูม
just that. Look at the panic from Heretics. Even from our perspective, there was no way that Eintracht Frankfurt were going for this. There was no way they could win.
ค่อนข้างเสีย
And
หาย
then
นะครับ
they
สำหรับ
get a
TH
kill.
นี้
Then the pit, then the nightfall, then the spray onto Rien's through. Like, for Heretics, they were panicking in a round that should have been about minimizing losses on the
ไม่
way
ค่อยดี
out.
เท่าไหร่
Instead, they give everything just to get it across the line.
เชื่อถือได้น้องเบสเพื่อนคนนี้
They
Hold
need to
back.
do a whole lot more with a whole lot less. 3 Guardians,
คีปคอนแทคไว้
couple
ให้
of
แน่น
Phantoms,
เพื่อนคนนี้
no
อย่าทำหาย
ultimates. And their opponents, well, they've still got everything. They've got the Nightfall, they've got the Showstopper, they've got a very, very aggressive position from Jamalino, but I think he's going to realize quite quickly that that is a fight not worth taking. In the meantime, because he's had so much control, and then still kind of has it,
ให้ TH
they have stacked up that little bit more. And Heretics are almost just waiting to see if anybody makes some sort of push, some sort of mistake.
I have the spike. There.
Well, there's no
นั
mistakes
ดล่าสุด
being
มัน
made.
สู้มืออยู่ครับ
Perhaps there's something forced.
คิดว่าไหวฮะ
Heretics will
โอ้
step
โหแล้วไหน
forward.
ฟอร์
Nightfall
ดอกนี้
alert from Musashi instantly
เป็น
confirmed.
เรื่องฮะ
Info confirmed. Many men.
30 วิยังไงก็ต้องออก โดนสโมกปิดอีก
Musashi has got the big gun
Got
in
them back.
hand. Players have HP through that wall, but now they've recovered. The decay gone.
Hey.
Monster steps up close. He's deleted.
นี่อ่ะ
And Woot's rounded onto
15 วิ
Musashi.
วางทัน
Very nicely done by
ชิว
Heretics. They make it
53
out with
ได้วาง
just enough time to get that plant in as well.
ไม่น่ามีเหตุการณ์วิปลาสอย่างแน่นอน
Jamalino's Showstopper
เบนจี้รอตบ
makes it interesting, but they need to
เฮ้ย
clear
โอ้
an
โห
angle.
พิซ
And they
ซี่
have
มันยัง
done.
มาล้วงตัวห้อยอีกเหรอ
Benji's caught. Showstopper up.
สวัสดี
but
นัก
it's
เรียน
not
สารนะผม
clearing that
นี่อ่ะ
close corner. A
นี่อ่ะ
mistake made. I think maybe he threw the paint shells into that
ผม
corner
ฝัน
moments
มา
ago
ว่า
and
วันนี้
just
พี่บอส
didn't
30 คิ
think
ว
anybody would
20
retake the space.
ฝัน
For
เราอาจจะ
Azuri, but
เป็น
this
จริง
time
อยู่
it is more about the credits. Holding on to that additional weaponry. Making sure they have a purchase for the next round. And a better round in general from Heretics. Patient in their play. Clinical in their move to the site. They will level up the scoreline once again.
Yeah, consolation frag for Azuri. Catching caution the way out, but for Heretics, great solution to what seemed to be a big problem. They were ready on that A site. The
เละครับ
information was
กับ
there.
ไลท์
When the blitz came through, they caught Monster up close. Rian's clearing his corners.
พี่
Wrapping
โต
all the
กว่า
way
ครับ
around to put that pressure on from both sides. And obviously, the Jamalino was sent in as a Hail Mary, a way to get back into the round with the Showstopper. But he's caught as well. Big round from Woot, the man who had started very, very strong.
ใคร
but
เข้ามาใน YouTube
slowed down
ฝาก
a
กดไล
little
ค์ด้วย
bit.
นะครับ
It's always going to be difficult to
ดูพี่
consistently
วูดตอน
have
นี้แบบ
these sort of rounds.
ทรง
but he's
งาน
a
อย่าง
man
หนัก
that
อะตอนนั้นพี่วูด
is
อะ
able to do it.
เฮ้ย
Another
วาร์ปมา
ultimate. TP up top. TP up top.
โอ้โห
I'm not sure how Fizzy gets away with that, if I'm honest. It's
มีคนเฮ้ย เยอะแยะไป
I mean, there was a lot of noise. That's the only thing I'll
โอ้
say.
โห คนในวงการที่เป็นน้องเยอะแยะไป
Genuinely, yeah, maybe that on top, I definitely wouldn't have heard it. Someone's got to pump their game volume up. Maybe I do as well. But for Fizzy, that's the pick that puts them back even. Thorns fade, and Fizzy will be challenged yet again. A tough one.
ทำไมวันนี้คนมาถาม
They
ถาม
were to blitz through
รู้
as
จัก
three.
มิ
It looked like that
เย
was
อะ
the
จัง
play just moments ago, but they wanted to wait for the smoke to fade. Fizzy popping another up. And what's the reaction now for Heretics? They are all sat
แต่ว่าเดี๋ยว
in
ต้อง
that
มี
orb.
ไป
You know they're
ทำ
gonna
งาน
come
กับมิก
bursting out any moment, and Fizzy is going to have a challenge, but him and Monster, they stand tall. A
เป็น
I want to say easy round,
Keep
considering
high.
how quickly they dealt with that burst to put Eintracht into the lead.
Well, yeah, it feels hard to believe that it was Heretics who got the
ฝาก
opener.
ด้วย
in
ครับ
that
พี่
round.
สเปซ
The way that it went from then onwards. This, yeah. Hello.
แมงหวานเจี๊ยบเลยอ่ะช็อตเนี้ย
And a great round in general.
It's the fact that Fizzy's the guy to TP on the rubble, and then the guy also waiting for you on the other side of the map when you step in.
Me and you. Come on.
Well, lead will be taken now by Eintracht Frankfurt on that defense.
ยังพอซื้อได้อยู่ 3 กระบอก
He has to be the focal point at the beginning of these rounds. He's definitely been the man to watch so far.
Ui.
And again, I thought for a second that was going to be another collat. That was so close to 2 players going down. Even still,
สวยว่ะ
a stray shot through the smoke of Jamalino.
สวย
Now they're pushing into Musashi, left blinded. He does some damage, and the
Oh.
swing out from Fizzy from behind. The last round was his. This round's looking like his, and he will close out with a 4K. A huge couple of rounds from Fizzy. 15 and 6. He ends the half.
Yeah, we sung his
Oh my
praises
lord.
about yesterday.
Sweet
Thought
that.
maybe there was a new hero, but it
TS
looks
ไป
like
แชมป์
that
ไหวไหม
banner's been passed over. Big round from Fizzy.
ไม่
But
น่าไหว
the
ครับผม
man who gave them a chance that started the alley-oop was Azuri. This guy, with the sheriff in hand, gave them the round that they needed
ไป
to
แชมป์
put
คือ
Heretics
TS ต้อง
down 7-5 at the half. So,
กูต้อง
let's
ฟอร์ม
hear
แบบ
what he had to say before the match
เมื่อ
today.
ไอ้
Turn
นัด
it
ล่า
up.
สุดอะครับ ทุกนัดหลังจากนี้ครับ แล้วก็
Thank you
พี่
so
เหรียญ
much for
อะไร
joining me.
คือ
It's
ฟอร์ม
very
ต้อง
nice to speak with you again.
กลับ
Now,
มาเป็น
you
ผู้
have
เป็น
been
คนแข่งบ่อยไม่พอชอบมาไม่พร้อมกันแม่งปัญหาเลย คือถ้ามันจะมาก็นัดกันมาอะไรเงี้ยไม่มาก็ไม่มาแม่งเลยไม่มาคนเดียวแม่งแพ้เงี้ยญี่ปุ่นสปอนเซอร์เยอะครับ ญี่ปุ่นมันการตลาดคอมมูอะไรมันเวอร์อะเงินเดือนค่าสปอนอะไรโอ้โหโมโหลานนะผมญี่ปุ่นอะ
FQ Eintracht Frankfurt with the lead. Man like
Yeah,
Fizzy,
yeah.
15 and 6. I mean, he had a slow start as well. He was a goose egg on the board for a while, but damn, it did not stay that way for long.
No, for sure. Yeah, the fantastic couple of rounds from him, especially towards the end of the half. He's the reason they're in the lead and
Yeah,
lower
thank
and
you.
lower. But nobody's falling for that on the other side. In fact, they've managed to bypass it. An early rotation from the defense, which, at least for now, they've got another 3-man setup, but it's in the complete wrong place.
No, Heretics have got boots on the ground on time, but that might be a mistake. Benji's eating that
Ui.
nade. Oh, well, coming up with a kill.
Oh,
It's
Benji.
already good enough. He should have been dead to rights. It's a bit of a whiff early on, but the attackers, they've read the presence.
เราวิ่ง
moving
ซะ
back
เสีย
to
ทรง
the B site. And Rien's has a
อ้าว
choice
ส
to
เน็ก
make.
ไบเบรก
Snake
สวย
Bite's
ครับ
going
พี่เห
to
รียญช็อ
slow
ตนี้
them,
ฮะ
buying a little bit of time. Letting them fill in the gaps as well,
Big
with
switch
Kosh
up.
looking towards the
30
stairs.
seconds left.
I don't think there's going to be much of a choice other than retaking the B site in the end.
A bit of utility available to delay. The defense only have themselves a singular haunt, and Rien's is going to be sectioned off. This 3-man stack up still roaming the map together, clearing a backline that, well, they should be clearing, but they don't know that there's nobody there. They're all sat in a crossfire waiting. And well, it's only Woot to get anything from this position. A solid hold from Eintracht Frankfurt will put them further into the lead.
Here is a track.
The team that made it through a play-in, through an LCQ, and even had to get through Gentlemates, are looking pretty good on map number 1.
Oh, they're looking fantastic right now. And the best part about it is, like we said, Fizzy had a slow start that didn't affect rounds on the board. Azuri was the one to pick them up. And himself, Monster, Jamalino, they're all performing. They're all having their rounds and their moments. For Jamalino, it was this one. For Musashi, well, this moment is yet to come. But Eintracht Frankfurt, they have a lot of factors online right now. And for Heretics, well,
ไม่ได้ว่ะ
remains to be seen if they can climb their way back into what should be a 9-5 scoreline. Classics pretty much across the board. Exceptional.
ทีเฮดโลไม่ตรงแม่งคือเละเลยครับ ไม่ได้
Paranoia used
ไม่ได้เลยอะ
basically just to create the space outside A, send the smoke, and then gamble players in the other direction. Of course, the Heretics have to take massive risks in these sort of
อาจ
rounds.
จะต้องแมปใครแมปมันนะทรง
At
นี้
least for now,
แมป
the
นี้จะต้อง
risk
ปล่อยไป
looks
ก่อน
right. The only upgraded pistol, a snake bite as well. But I like what we're seeing from Monster. He doesn't have much to
พี่
lose.
ก็ไม่เข้าใจ
He's
เหมื
going
อน
to
กัน
start
ทำไมไม่ให้
reclaiming
บูมา
because
เล่นไวเปอ
you've
ร์
seen so much
คิดว่า
utility
คง
early.
ให้
Obviously,
บู
you
ไปอยู่
duck
ใน
away from
อ
the
ยู่ใน
A
แก๊ง
side.
ทำ
But
เกม
then
อะ
you start to question,
เพราะมา
was
ร้านมัน
that
คงได้
just
แค่
to
โอเม
try
น
and
อะ
sell us this fake?
Well,
Hey.
there's 2 seen on that A site. No easy solution now.
Still
Now
waiting.
they go back into the stack. Those 2 players have
คน
done
เก่า
great.
นี่หมายถึง
It's all
ลิ
they
บู
needed.
หรือใครฮะ
The numbers still going to struggle with the weaponry, but through a snake bite, well, that'll even the odds. A right click enough for Rien's. And now 3 remain from Eintracht Frankfurt. Woot in with another.
จบที่แมตช์นี้แหละไม่ต้องลองแบบใครแบบมันน่ะ
Eintracht Frankfurt have
2-1
only
10 วิ2-1 10 วิยังไง
seconds left, and he'll just about avoid the fight to start with. The C's keeps him in position just a moment. The reveal gives him away, even with the shot fired and up close. It's not gonna work for Jamelinho. A 3K,
so close.
not enough. And Team Heretics, again,
this
is the second time in this game to shoot on the other foot. This time, that a round seems lost at the very get-go.
Make it fair.
And then it's a very different scenario when the barriers come back down.
Yeah, and a mode of Thrifty that I want to say never should have been, but I think the defense played that round perfectly. The initial aggression to force them towards C, they denied the re-clear coming out from Monster, because even if he gets a kill and there's one guy left, maybe they go back that way, but you see 2 players aggressively, and you think, okay, maybe that's the stronger side, not the weaker one. And instead, they immediately rotate away, have the 3 players still in position. I think Rien's holding his snake bite until the last 20 seconds is what wins the round. Basically, that piece of utility alone. A lot of pieces for Heretics that were fantastically placed, and they get the reward of a massive financial boost, some weaponry found, and their opponents with not too much to play with.
Yeah, that was the round for Eintracht Frankfurt to keep clean, to farm the economy a little bit.
แพ้ครับ
This should
2-0 ครับ
have been the bonus, but
พี่ว่า10โตมันยังไม่ปลดล็อกว่ะแบบว่าเจอเวทีใหญ่วันนี้ครับคือชัดเลยครับผม
close in. They buy themselves some pistols, have that showstopper
เพิ่ง
to
จะ
play with. I
เริ่
mean,
มมา
there's
ตอน
still
แบบใกล้
promise in this round.
ใกล้
If they
จบ
can
เกม
find a
แล้ว
pick
อะค
or
รับ
two,
ช้าไป
moment, an advantage. In
Ui.
fact, they fire it in off rip. They're
ชิบ
feeling
หายละ
confident, and perhaps they should be already. A
เฮ้ย
man
หัวคืน
advantage,
มา
but
ได้
it
1
doesn't last
อุ้ย
very. Never mind, it does last very long. An immediate trade out for Monster. This is
โอ้
huge.
โหยากเลยว่ะดูปืน
Yeah,
ดิ
maybe
รีเทค
he
ไง
was
ครับ
so used
ดู
to playing the Omen, he was thinking he
ดู
could
ปืน
TP
2
back
คน
out
สุด
of that
ท้าย
spot.
จะ
That
รี
was
เท
an
ค
all-in
ยังไง
play.
ก่อน
That was him trying to even things up, but again, going to make it much tougher. Also, the weaker weapon that they had was the Judge. And that's in the hands of one of the remaining players. The rifles have gone back to the other side, jumping through. Done well. In fact, he takes 2. Again, the Judge working at further range than expected. This is all going to come down to 1, and Monster can't quite hold it out. An incredibly close round. Another solid one from Woot to add to the collection. And for Heretics, they've scraped through.
I don't know if they've buffed the Judge, but today it does just seem to be hitting shots it normally does. A little extended barrel on that thing.
พี่วูดแป้งทำเรื่องเลยเชื่อเส
think
ม
this
อ
was crazy aggressive from Eintracht Frankfurt. They lose opening pick. Okay, I think the ult was popped around the same time, so that wasn't
พี่
in
ว่า
the decision making.
วันนี้
But even still, in this
10
low
โตไม่ตื่นมากกว่า
screw it, let's put in the showstopper.
พี่เข็ดไม่ได้โหด
They suspected they'd caught some players up close on site, and
เชื่อแหละครับพี่วูด
very nearly
ขอโทษ
was
ที่หมิน
a 1 round. Woot putting a spanner in the works, and he'll look to do the same here again. An operator bought up, playing towards the Hobbit. But Eintracht Frankfurt, all eyes on B. Have they heard the Vice Wall yet?
It doesn't seem it. It seems they're just waiting
เพิ่ง
for
แพ้
that
V8
contact.
V8 ที่มันยูเครน
Expecting
5
somebody
คน
will
นะ
eventually go looking
แล้ว
for
เพิ่งแพ้
information.
ใน
And they
บ้าน
were
ด้วย
correct, but they don't land the
โอ้
shot.
โหหมด
I
ยุคจ
also
ริง
think
ว่ะ
then we need to have a focus on Kosh Maris as well. He's been having a
สวย
tough
มาก
time,
น้อง
but
พันธุ์
it does just
แล้ว
feel
น้องพัน
like
ธุ์กิน
the
เค้กของแม่หมดหรือยัง
Omen doesn't really suit him. I don't think it's crazy. A guy who's known for his neon not necessarily having the best
พี่
Omen
ว่า
in
ยัง
the
ห่าง
world.
อยู่ครับ
Got to be a little bit
ยังห่าง
careful.
อยู่ครับ
Almost
อ
gave
ย่าง
his
น้อย
life
ต้องพิ
away.
สูจน์ตัวเองมี
Gonna
achievement
take
แบบ
some
พิมมี่
damage
ค
on
รับ
the back of the site. The spam also
ถ้ายังไม่มี
Making
achievement
things awkward
เป็นระดับท็อป
what
ก็
was
ยั
a
ง
bit
ครั
of
บ
a brawl
ยังไง
early
ก็ยั
has
ง
got rid of the majority of his utility. A singular
จะ
smoke
เอาคน
remaining.
ที่พิสูจน์ตัวเองในระดับสูงมาแล้วพูดไม่ได้ครับ
The attack are going back in the other direction. Now 30 seconds left. If Woot can drop the spike here, this could get very awkward, but Boo instead has got down through the screen.
Through the screen and a
สวยละ
smoke. Woot gets caught out. Shot not landing, but Jamelinho's is. And the pressure from Musashi. He got the reveal. There was no chance seen, but Kosh Maris, a slow start. He had 5 kills, a chance to put 2 more on the board. Fizzy low, but it isn't going to happen for Kosh. A close one, but not quite close enough. Eintracht Frankfurt push up to 2 in the lead.
Yeah, it's also just watching Jamalina in those moments. They have a paranoia that they're gonna send through into the Hobbit door. He peeks first, and then they paranoia afterwards. He's just so confident that he will win that fight if anybody's waiting there. And then they use the paranoia to clear deeper, which works for them.
โอ้โหมันลั่นจัดอ่ะ
He is playing a fantastic game. 15 and 12, one behind Woot.
พี่ซี่มันลั่นจัด
A name I'm sure that he is excited to play against, but more importantly, is matching up to at this point of the game.
Well, nightfall there for Eintracht Frankfurt. And a lot of movement towards this C
เฮ้ย
site.
มันก็
Chance to
โอ้
go
โห
back to B as
เกิน
well.
ไป
Ult is very useful there. But if they do go this way, I think a lot of attention has to be given to those pistols.
แบบนี้อาจจะไม่
Clearing
ไหว
out those
ครับ
corners. The C site was a massacre last time around. And I think they've heard this A push. They certainly have when we switch back and see the Prowler from a
พี่ว่าการที่คนเราอ่ะแม่ง
to
จะ
go
แบบ
back and fight it,
ได้
reclaim
เครดิต
that
ว่าแบบ
space. And the man that
เก่ง
would be
อะไรเงี้ย
standing
มั
in
นต้อ
the
ง
way would have a snake bite coming
มัน
his
ต้อง
way for this
มีการ
lineup. We
ยืน
can
ระยะ
see
ว่ะนึกอ
is
อกไหมถ้า
Koshmaris.
ยืนระยะได้ก็จบ
As we said, he's had a tough performance thus far. And it's
แค่ยัง
not
ไม่ได้
going
พิ
to
สูจ
get
น์
any
นี่
easier.
ต้องมีโอกาสพิสูจน์ก็คือจบ
That's such a horrible way to go. See Snake Bite, nice shot from Boo, but it's immediately traded out. Another aggressive position, but it's only the one. And Azuri already on 3 for the round, leaves it down to Riens. A rifle found.
พี่วูดล่างเซี่ยงไฮ้ที่ไม่มีอีกแล้วอะดิ
Has more moments than maybe anyone else for this Team Heretic side. Known for his clutch capability, but this definitely isn't going to be an easy one. Prowler is
นาน
going
ๆ
to
ที
catch him as well. That's all the information they needed. You can see
แต่ตอนนี้ฮีเลติกไม่ปก
the
ติละ
view that's now being taken by Azuri. He can sit in that back corner, has the potential to re-peek if necessary, and his teammate is just baiting with the door, trying to sell the idea. There's no one here, even the horn. It's just so well played. They make sure there is a 0% chance that Riens is winning that round. And another to add to the collection that Azuri is building in the Tier 1.
And look how quickly this goes from a safe space for Koshmaris
สวย
to his grave. Being destroyed by that setup right off rip. It's going to make you think twice about defending Rubble from that aggressive of a spot in the future. And Eintracht Frankfurt making the call to go
ฮีเล
back
ติ
to
ก
A
หลัก
to
ๆจะเป็น
retake
วูด
that
กับ
space.
เหรียญ
Oh,
ครับ
they made
สอง
exactly
คน
the right call. This time, a timeout is called for Team Heretics. This is their second timeout, while the Tier 2 team, and I make quotation marks for that, Eintracht Frankfurt, have yet to use one, sitting 10-7 in the lead.
Yeah, not really had a reason
Shot
to.
cut, shot cut,
Maybe
tie, I'll hate
after
the
they
lot.
lost the pistol, it could have been a problem. But yeah, a man I highlighted. I think that obviously Koshmaris was brought in during the peak of Neon.
This really
Fantastic
Charlie
Neon
Pair
player. I
Pacific.
think still puts up numbers on Neon. But it's clear that Heretics have started to focus more on putting Woot as that primary duelist, even on other maps. In this map, they wanted to swap around and have Boo play the Fade, Riens play the Viper. Everybody else seems to be relatively comfortable. I don't think this worked for Koshmaris. I think it worked maybe in the first game they played with this composition. And from then onwards, it just didn't look good at all. I think also that might have been
มันหนักดีเพราะว่า
I
ขา
think
จั
that
บ
was
จอมัน
versus
ต้องหนักอยู่แล้ว
Eternal
เพราะว่า
Fire when they were in terrible form as well.
มัน
I think
ลอง
they won the next
มัน
map 13-0. So
อันนั้นมันรองรับจอได้หนักมาก
take
อะ
too much
ออก
away
ปะ
from that as a defining factor.
Yeah, well, I mean, looking at a 60-day
คลอส
ACS,
เหมือนอย่าง
it's
ที่บอก
Neon
ครับ คลอส
193,
เป็นผู้เล่น
Phoenix
เฉพาะทางครับ
225,
Not bad.
Alman 106.
106 pretty bad.
That's a pretty
Neon
steep
เท่านั้น
drop off as well, half what he's putting up everywhere else. And I think that does just back up what we see and what we have seen here. Even that
Crypto
like,
วันนี้
double
ฟอร์มต
kill
ก
that he found, he was out
คริปโต
utility.
วันนี้ผมบอกได้
That's
เลย
just
ว่า
Kosh walking into a
ถ้าไม่
second
หลุดฟอร์ม
rifle
วัน
up.
นี้ยังไง
That's
ซี
when he
เคท
does
ก็
his
โดนครับ
best work.
ไม่
That's why
มี
we
ทาง
like his Neon.
ซีเคทไม่มีทางชนะคริปโต
Standing,
ฟอร์มปกติ
watching the angle, but
แน่นอน
Monster steps in and takes him down. Can't blame the Omen for that one.
ถ้า
Clean
ใครได้ติด
fight
ตามดูเทีย
out
ร์
of
2ออนไล
Monster.
น์มา
Nine
หรือ
drag.
ตอนนี้คัดออฟไลน์จะ
Almost
จะ
take
รู้
out move. 9 HP left on the op. And that
พี่อินโดอะ
showstopper.
ถ้าใคร
Almost
ตามมาตลอดจะรู้เลย
unusable
ว่า
with that
วัน
level
นี้
of
แม่ง
HP.
วันนี้ผิดฟอร์ม
It would almost have to be an instant shot somewhere through a smoke.
Even then, they're going to spam. I gave you 50-50 odds.
จังหวะทำจังหวะอะไรก็ไม่
Never tell me the odds.
ไม่ได้เหมือนปกติครับ
Well,
ไม่รู้ว่าเกิดอะไรขึ้นนะปกติเวลาเข้า
A
ทำหรือ
lot
อะไร
of
มั
the
นจะแบ
hard
บ
work is done even if they can't see it.
มันจะ
with
มั่นใจ
Woot
กว่านี้จะกล้า
so
ทำ
desperately low, but
อะไร
hey,
ไว
I
กว่า
think it
นี้
was
ครับ
Rian's
แต่วัน
did it
นี้
with
แบบว่า
8 HP.
Yeah.
ตะกักอ่ะแทนที่มันจะแบบทำก็ปุ๊บพับ
Boot up
ดู
above.
ติดขัดไปหมดวันนี้ไม่รู้เกิดอะไรขึ้น
But do you want to throw that in here?
DFM ชาร์เปอร์พี่
Jamelina,
ว่า
you can see
DFM
how confident
DFM โหด
he's
จริงตอน
feeling.
นี้
Fighting versus Boo, it looked like the veteran had the drop on him. But not the case. And I don't think there's any choice here for Heretics. You got a low HP operator player. You've got no credits to spare. You have to save.
ใช่
You know,
DFM
I'm
นี่มัน
gonna
โหดมาก
cope and say it was
โหดมากจริง
they were baiting the steps. But you know, your guys over here towards C started sprinting away, and meanwhile, Boo just like walks into this angle. So the call was to save on one side. The other side was like, "Oh, see, we can get a little." Oh no, save! I'm dead. But
if it's Boo, then does that mean they ignored his call?
maybe he said, "Run away, so they'll peek me," and then he lost the shot. You know, that's probably what happened. Let's all agree on that.
Or maybe they were saying, "Let's go there."
Well, either way, they've got Fizzy in the end. They've made it a little bit more costly, so that's fantastic. The only problem being that Eintracht Frankfurt have more than enough money to buy. They're 11-7 in the lead. And that if Heretics lose this round, it won't much matter because they'll be in the bin themselves, rooting in the bin
สรุป
for
เรา
any
เจอ
kind of
คน
weapon.
ตดในลิฟต์หรือยังน่ะฮะ
Could be the beginning of the end. And honestly, for Fizzy, considering how slow
ชื่อ
of
เรา
a
จะ
start
ไม่
he
ได้
had,
เรื่องว่ะ
I don't know
พร้อ
where
ม
he finds these
ทีนิติกมา
performances
พร้อม
from,
ดู
but
ลิ
he
ฟต์ตัวเดียว
keeps
ครับ
doing it.
เราไม่มีนีออนเลยออกเป็นแบบนี้ครับ
I'm on for
น้อง
Heretics.
อิสมีเน
They've
ล
pretty
เดี๋ยวผ
much
ม
got everything in this round.
ปัญหาเรื่องไม่ว่าสมมติใช่ก็ได้ครับ
Is
So
that
what's
Steel
taken out?
Garden? But if you got 4 ultimates, 3 very high impact ultimates. Expectation is around the opponents only have the From the Shadows, which also Koshmaris
วิ
has.
เวดีกว่า
This is so aggressive from Wood,
Oi!
though. Okay, that was not how I expected that fight to go. Pushing that far up with an operator. And then winning a kill with the classic. Boo's managed to fight one back on the other side. This is uncomfortable for Monster, there's no doubt about it. And even though things might have been a
ได้เล่น
weird
แบบ
one,
นี้ แต่ว่ามีอัน
Fizzy
ติ
has a
นะ
lot to do. Now he can retrieve that spike from anywhere on the map. So if he clears out that back
ใช่
line,
ครับว่าพี่บูน
he
ขี้
could
เกียจเล่น
get
เลย
an
เหรอ
opportunity to plant on the seat. In fact, he could even clear one of the sites and then steal the spike and plant it.
ไอ้มูล่ามันสั่งแผนนะ
TP
อย่างนี้
past
แหละ
the Vice Wall option as well. And it looks like he's going to go all the way around. 30 seconds. I think it's a
30
worthwhile
seconds left.
ultimate to commit, especially with the game that Fizzy's having. When the cards are landing in your favor, you got to start backing yourself. And for Fizzy, every hand has been played with great success. Now he's going to TP before he clears this C
อันนี้
site.
พี่วูด
Option
ทะลุ
still to
เข้า
go
ไป
back to B, but
ใช้
there
ลู
it
ก
is.
สองนะ
TP
ไม่ใช่
straight
โค
through
ก่อนนะ
and plant found.
10
Now for
seconds
Heretics,
left.
they've just stuck together, and I rate this play. I
Yeah, it's
like
fine.
it. They didn't need to spread the net, give him
ทุกคน
individual tools. The key thing
พี่ไม่อยาก
here,
จะเชื่อเลย
please
ว่า
slow down for Cosmaris. The key
แม่ง
thing
ยังไม่
here
รี
is
โหลดอะมี
everybody
14 นัด
peaks
อะ
together, and you will win
ใน
this
เมื่อ
round.
มันอัน
But
ติ
if
มา
you
วาง
give
ซี
Fizzy a chance with the game he's having,
มันวิ่ง
well,
ไปเข้า
listen,
น้ำ
you'd be
กลับ
better
มา
off
รีโหลด
now.
จังทัน
You might
นะ
as
แต่
well
มัน
buy
เลือก
a
ที่จะ
lot
ไม่
of
รี
tickets
โหล
on
ด
the shots he's hit.
Yeah, no smokes available for him anymore. All focused on the gunplay. Smoke for the other side. Utility being expended. That time is ticking though. And he's going to get a freebie. Koshmaris is completely isolated. The other two at least were pushing around together. Clearly trying to sandwich in on the back of that site. And they will get the job done. I saw the Heretics life flash before my eyes for a second there. But thankfully, they are going to get that one
เดี๋ยว
over
พี่
the
ต้องไปดู
line.
สาย
It is
ว่ะ
a
ปกติ
round
มันจะ
at
ไขว้ครับตัว
least.
ตึงมันจะ
This
ไม่
is
ค่อยเจอ
mental,
ทีม
by
เดิ
the
ม
way. When they have that many ultimates, that's insane.
มันจะไขว้หนึ่งทีเพื่อกันเจอทีมเดิมอะ
Yeah, I thought we were going to have to just load the PCs up in the mystery machine and head on home. They Scooby-Dooed the round,
Nice.
but
Good job.
it worked out. The final two able to bring it across the line for Heretics. As we said, much needed win. Their economy stretched to the limits. Still have that showstopper on Woot. Still have that Viper's Pit to fall back on as well. So there are factors here that can bail them out. Safety nets to land on. They still can't really afford to
what?
let the economy
Yeah.
stretch thin. Great early fight for Woot. Fizzy keeps on going. He's
Oi.
running it down. It's
เหลือ
ambitious.
เชื่อ
It's
รอดได้ยังไง
aggressive. It might be a bit too much.
Yeah, Kosh was definitely panicking a little bit, but
Oh.
he had friends to back him up.
จุงดิอย่างงี้
Well, maybe trying to close this game a little bit too quickly has come back to bite them. fall back, the hold, and still plenty to play with for the Heretics here. Eintracht Frankfurt, the remaining 2 players, don't really have anything to bring back this round. It would only be, again, if somebody on Heretics gets a little bit greedy.
สิบโตก็เล่นแบบพวกฟุตพวกอะไรพวกนี้ที่มันส่องเวลแหละครับ
Position where they can.
คอมได้อะ
11 to 8.
ส่วนเล่นตัวนี้เล่นไม่ค่อยดีครับ
There's a man right below him and Benji. Oh, sorry, Benji's on backside even.
One enemy remaining.
Three ends to pick up the triple. Well, a man that might not have
ให้
needed
ทีเอส
those
ครับ
orbs,
ซีรี
but
ส์
they certainly needed a clean round. And with an in-zone flawless under their belt, the gap's
นึก
down
ว่า
to
สัญ
2.
ลักษณ์น่าชื่อ
Yeah,
เอ้า
no, a couple of better rounds from Riens. He's now moved to the top of the board ahead of Woot, and I think we mentioned it last
เฮ้
week.
ยขอบคุณ
He
เมอ
had
ร์
a
คูรี่
rougher
สำหรับ
time.
ซับ
I
ส
think
ไครต์
even
ด้วยนะครับผม
making
คุณนะผม
a post about it
เอาทำไมทำมัน
after
ไม่
the
ได้นับ
game,
ใหม่ไม่
saying
ใช่เหรอพี่
like, we
ตั้ง
could have
นับ
won
ต่อ
that game
เหร
a
อ
lot more easily
Could
if I
not
was
matter.
able to perform. But it seems like he has been able to get back.
เทียร์สองถ้าจะทะลุไปแชมเปี้ยนก็ลีกอีมีนี่แหละ
A man though that he's
เท่า
still
ที่ดู
got
นะ
to
มีความ
catch
เป็นไปได้อ
has
ยู่
been fizzy. We've talked a lot about
ที่ดูกัน
him
อยู่นะ
through
ตอ
the
นนี้
entirety of this map, be it because of the slower start
วั
or
นนี้เอ็มเมติกไหว
the
นะครับ
fact that
น้อง
he's had
วา
so
ย
many big multi-kill
วาย
rounds.
เอาเวมี
Going into one
ไป
where
ต่อเอ็มเมติ
they
กไป
might
ต่อ
not
แน่นอ
have
น
the full purchase on the board. It seems
ผม
like he has a
เติ
few
ม
extra
เข้า
credits to
wallet to
maybe
wallet
get a
อะ
rifle in hand, so they might rely on him once again. But I do feel like they've got to be careful. We've always spoken about, firstly with them, the fact that they can get
อ่าน
these
ทุก
big
บ้าน
leads
ฮะ
and let
แช
them
ร์วอน
slip. We saw that in the
วิน
first
ตู
series versus GX, although it didn't happen the second time around. And more importantly, the second Heretics start to believe they can win, they're a problem. Like, especially if you've got both Riens and Woot playing well, even if Woot's doing some mad
แต่บางที
stuff.
บางทีดูเกมอยู่ใช่ไหมแล้วหันมาอ่านทีจะอ่าน
You know,
จากล่าง
Fizzy
ขึ้น
was
บนนะไม่ได้ในบนลงล่าง
23-11
นะ
on the second
บางที
map,
หลุด
not
อ่าน
yesterday,
ตก
the day
ใครไป
before
ต้อง
with
ขอ
his
ไป
5 days of Valorant.
เดี๋ยวจะถ่ายรูปให้ดูว่ามันเป็นอย่างนี้เว้ยทุกคน
I remember that being like 3Ks in both pistols, a lot of early performances. Like he's doing the same thing, but with a trash start.
เห็นไหม
Like he's
มันจะ
been
เป็น
doing
แชท
it in the
ถ้าทุก
harder
ที่อะอยู่ใน
rounds,
อันเดียวกัน
in
อ
the
ย่างเงี้ยแล้วมันจะ
rifle
เบียด
rounds,
กันอะ
when
แล้ว
he's
บางทีบอท
against
มัน
the
จะเบียดข้อ
numbers,
ความเห็นปะ
then Heretics are more than capable of
มัน
fighting
จะดู
back.
แบบบางทีมันจะตกหล่นอะไรใครไปก็ซอรี่นะแต่
To
จะอ่าน
see
หมด
this
อยู่แล้วครับ
man reach these heights, and well, the first time you can call it a fluke.
ชาร์เปอร์ก็ถือว่าดูดีเลยมากๆคือชาร์เปอร์ถ้าไหวกับ DFM อะก็คือยาวเลยต้องดูว่าไหวหรือเปล่า
He came.
แต่ DFM ตัวนี้ของ
He
จริงฮะ
saw.
ใช่ครับ
Soon he may conquer. 2 rounds left for Eintracht.
เฮ้ยโอ้ย
Into the Riens trap,
หมด
but he wasn't the danger.
หมด
The utility slowed them down, and then Woot back to winning ways. Clinical as ever.
T1 ตัวนี้ไหว
And a
ครับ
complete
พอกับ
shutdown
T1
of this
ฟอร์มตก
B
ครับ
site setup. They were so ready for that push, by the way. Ready for the players to try and go for contact. Riens in the corner. Well, for Monster, he can
พ
try
อ
and
เข้าไปในแพท
rush around the
มันไม่
map
ขึ้น
and
ข้อความทวิตแต่นั้นมีบั๊ก
catch
กันด้วย
someone
หรอ
with their pants down, but it's going to be a crossfire no matter
ที
where
แรก
he
ใส่เลยมันเป็น
goes.
งี้
Yeah, even dodging the boom bot there. He
Lob
could be on
back,
the
lob
left
back.
side. There's no way Woot and Benji
Fine,
turn
I
their
know
eye
you
for a
remember.
moment. Their backs
30
covered.
seconds left.
That's the job Boo and Kosh are doing.
ใช่แล้วครับน้อง
The
ท็อป
high-low setup. Well, if Monster gets away with this, he definitely is their best player, maybe the best player in the league at the moment. 11 to 10. Heretics hot on the heels of their opposition. They're closing the distance. And the key thing is those big ultis, especially Woot's showstopper, still in the back pocket. Not needed when he's showing up like this. I mean, this is probably around they
ส
went
เปรย์เป็น
okay,
เคาน์เตอร์เลยอ่ะ
on the way out. He does have a rocket launcher.
Let's go. Nice. Good job.
He
Insane.
does it with a mag of the Vandal instead.
3 in a row.
Check your posture.
ผมว่าตอนนี้ชาร์เปอร์
For
เล่นเป็น
Team
ระบบมาก
Heretics.
แผนก็มีเซตอัพก็มี
After round
ก็ต้อง
18, this
ถาม
was
ถ้าสมมติ
looking like a
ไม่ออก
game that
เข้าไปยังไง
would go the way
เอ่อ
of Eintracht Frankfurt.
วันที่เจอ
Haven
DFM
after
น่ะ
their 8-0 would be up
ของจริง
next,
เลย
and
ถ้าผ่าน
maybe
DFM
we
ไป
could
ได้
be looking at a
รันยาว
2-0, even if it is Heretics' pick. Instead, turns out the celebratory horns
แล้ว
might
เจ
have
มี
been
โชว์
sounded
สต็อปเปอร์
a
ไง
little bit too early. As Heretics are building into this half. Ooh.
เฮ้ยเฮียเราเป็นที่จะตาย
A lot of damage. Not just dealt to Benji, but to Kosh as well. The C site is
EP
looking
มี
weak.
สิทธิ์ทะลุครับพูดถูก
Rian's
ต้อง
is
ครับ
close by. Maybe I'll even
แม่ง
swap
โหด
out,
จัด
just put that pit down. You wouldn't really feel comfortable leaving those two to
แล้ว 4
defend.
เพลเยอร์แม่งทราบหมดแล้ว
Showstopper online
แต่
for
ว่าไม่เอาครับ
Eintracht
ไป A ครับ
Frankfurt, re-clearing space late as it may be. It is not really that much of a problem. Hit resistance and hit him with a rocket. The Heretics have boost spotting from afar. The thing is for them, what do you do from here? Even Rian's rotating, it means C is now essentially an easy hit. They'll Showstopper back
30 seconds
early
left.
and get nothing for it. A very early Showstopper, especially with the time left on the clock. Now Eintracht Frankfurt go forward with not as much of a concern for what can be thrown in response, and Jamalino's rooting through the B site. That was close, a little bit
โดนว่ะ
lower than it needed to be, but Woot's gone ahead of the pack. 12 seconds and all those tools Heretics
GG.
had to slow this play, to bleed the clock. They were used too early. And Eintracht Frankfurt, well, it should be a one round. I think Heretics almost have to save. They've got the credits, though, to go for it, so
Yeah.
I guess they will throw themselves at it. But with Benji so low in a 2v4, okay, maybe.
Boo needs to win his fight. It is a 1v1,
Oi.
and he is going
Ow.
to do so. Some isolated fights being given. Timing not the best, but he's taken another. Had
Oi.
to swap guns, given space to Benji. Into that 1v1, both players using their
Oi.
ultimates, and Benji,
Oi.
on just 1 health, will land the shot. There is absolutely no way in hell
2-5 คัดทุกคนเอาดี
but the Benji Boo duo is going to take it home for 11-11.
EAC ไม่มีรัสเซีย
The only reason they went for that was the money. I don't believe for a second those two were sat there like, God, we can still win this. We can still win this. It was more, we have to try. And try they did. Bloody hell, how is Boo alive as long as he is? He's jumping around. He still gets a kill. He could have gotten a second as well, but he was jumping because he didn't believe they wouldn't swing it.
Oi.
I don't believe what I saw either. That is a God-given round from Heretics. Divine
ใช่ครับน้องโรซี่
intervention is the only way they got away with that.
Yes.
And Eintracht Frankfurt, well, they can still buy, yada yada. But that is a
โอ้โห
gut
พรี
punch
เมียม
of
เลย
a
วิน
round
นี้
to lose. Heretics
ต้องถามว่า
played
บู
that
ไม่
so
ตายได้ยังไง
poorly
ครับผม
early round. You close the door on them right
มัน
away.
2 คนไปยัด
and
บู
they
ไม่
broke the
ตาย
thing
อ่ะ
off its hinges.
เหี้ย
I think even when Benji gets that 1 kill, you think he's basically dead. Like
He has to be.
he ends up with 3, one of them on just 1 HP at the end. They had a minuscule chance of winning that round, and they've done it. Here he is again in the corner.
ยังไงดี โอ้ย
It's going to deny
เจ็บ
them the
นิดหน่อย
space.
ครับ เจ็บนิดหน่อย
It's utility gone at least, but nothing much garnered on the other side. Boo also has the information. 1 away from getting his ultimate online. And they also have to be careful if they were to try and run back in the other direction. Rians has a Viper's Pit.
พี่ไม่คิดว่าเมื่อกี้เบนจี้มันจะไอ้
That
นี่ด้วย
clock
นะ
is
ครับ
starting to tick
มัน
down
จะ
once
กดอัน
again.
ตินะครับผม อุ้ย สวยละ
Okay. I mean, he heard a shot a moment ago, but you might be Batman. Echo location used Azuri taking Boo down.
จบกันที่ทำมา
Well, a 4v2. An unlosable situation for Eintracht
ไม่
Frankfurt.
น่ามีเหตุการณ์นี้เกิดขึ้นอีกรอบ
They got the credits again.
Yep, they've got the credits. Now they've got to fight through a Viper's Pit. I mean, at this stage, if Eintracht Frankfurt lose, I think we need to investigate. Not the PC.
ไม่ค่อยเห็น
I
ไอ้
think
นี่นะ
they've
แฟ
been
น
cursed.
ทอมต้นไม้นะ
Okay,
That
well,
pit doesn't reach.
yeah, it's not. The thing is, they should have enough players that they can just spam through.
Ow.
Snake bite as well, and there you go. There's the spam.
แทนที่พี่วูดจะไม่ได้ยินอยู่
Rian's
ที่
in
ส
a
แปม
clutch scenario, but they have to give him something. Otherwise, they can just continue to spam. He goes running into the pit, but the time at this point is surely too far gone. It's the lead reclaimed by Eintracht Frankfurt. They now have a chance to close out their map choice, which maybe they should have done quite a while ago, at least in the last round. They should have got
ดอฟ
themselves
ฟี่
to
ก็น่าครับ ดอฟฟี่พิมมี่คู่ไอ้ดอฟฟี่กับเอ็นดอสอะคู่กันเลยครับผม
I mean, Heretics have been competing even in
หนึ่
the
งในเหตุผล
low
ที่
rounds in that
มาไกลขนาดนี้
2v4 not
สิบโต
long, 2v5, sorry, not long ago, 2 rounds ago.
Nice, let's go, boys.
In
Let's go, take the
overtime.
last one.
Definitely not out of the
โอที
question
เว้ย
for the defense. Viper's Pit available for Rians. Said it for a while. Hasn't had the opportunity to use it just yet, or hasn't decided to commit it. And I am surprised coming into the final round that they don't use it for like locking down just one of the sites early on. They want to use it a bit more reactionary, evidently.
ในฟอร์เบรก
There's
ไปก่อน
going to need to be a reaction very soon. Vu is under so much pressure. The Prowlers hit him, and the wrap through wasn't being watched.
รออยู่แล้วไอ้นี่รออยู่แล้ว
That leads to a big blow. Luckily, it's put to bed early by Banshee.
There's still plenty of
ชิบ
time.
หายยิงพี่วูดลำบาก
They're
ยิ
starting
ง
to
พี่วูดลำบาก
walk
เอาพี่เหรียญ
up
เบรกได้หนึ่ง
Riens
เฮ้ย
again,
ที่อะไรอ่ะ
doing damage.
นี่ไง
Low, but he's quick enough on the trigger. This time
Oi.
he takes Gemelino, but he knew he was being rounded. Decided to try and fight.
โมโตซีบอกปืนกลยิงไม่โดนมาตอนนี้สไนดีกว่า
Plant in. Rian still has a Viper's Pit, but finding a spot to use it, I mean, might be difficult. Could use it to jump out of heaven. Could use it to try and get onto that spike, but it might just allow the opponents to spam. And whoa, Musashi with that operator. Mentioned he's had a quiet game. That's a big shot to hit.
Pit from here, though, is great. It's going to cover the spike, and it's going to make Musashi nullified in this fight. But he's holding the wraparound. Great read by Musashi. It's been a tough game for him, but also for Koshmaris, and now a chance to carry his team across the line to overtime. He's waiting for the peak that he knows should be coming, but
it's
the
perfect.
timing, Azuri
แม่งรอ
brings
perfect
them to
timing อยู่
13. The man who injected that adrenaline, the beating heart of Eintracht Valorant here on Lotus, and they will find the map in the end.
It's an incredibly tight game. You look at the top of the board at ACS, it's both Riens and Wu up there, which in any other circumstance would be enough to win you a match. The fact is though, Azuri, Fizzy, Jamelino, Monster, and even a little Musashi
ทาม
at
มิ่ง
the
นี้เอาไป
end.
10 เต็
That
ม
was a
แย่จัด
fantastic comeback from them. Nonetheless, a man who was fantastic throughout was Fizzy. So let's go down to him now.
Thank you so much for joining me, Fizzy. The last
Romy, what do you
series
have?
that you played, it was incredible moments from you, and it felt like much more of the same throughout this
Hold
map.
on,
What's
hold
going
on,
through your
Lalo.
mind right now?
Just feeling amazing. Glad that my team is showing up. I'm showing up. Some throws, but you know, it's
อา
probably
หารเป็นพีท
Well, you
20 ค
managed
น
to close it out. Let's see if you can do the same
Ah,
on
don't
Haven
have
as
the
well.
camera.
As for you guys at home, we're going to a quick break.
Come on! Luca! Nice! Come
อา
on!
หารฝรั่งเศสทำไมเป็นอันนี้วะเป็นโดนอะไรวะมีข่าวว่า
Nice! Let's go! Nice! Nice! Sit down! Nice! Nice! Let's go! You got me there!
ไม่น่าใช่ข้าวหน้าไก่นะผม แพ้เฉย เขาสงสัยข้าวหน้าไก่เหรอ ใครเขาแอบใส่อะไรมาวะ อยากได้ว่ะ อินโซน E9 ต้มเล้งเหรอพี่หมิง มีพวกมะนาว กดไปแล้วดิอันนี้คริปโตวันนี้เล่นได้ไม่เหมือนที่เราดูกันมาก่อนๆครับ ดูแบบ น่าจะยังไม่ปลดล็อกอะเวทีใหญ่อะเพิ่งจะมาตอนหลังๆอะครับ ยังไม่เหมือนแบบที่เราดูกันมาก่อนหน้านี้นึกออกปะน้องแม็กได้ดูมาก่อนปะล่ะ ถ้าได้ดูมาก่อนจะเข้าใจว่าแบบมันผิดฟอร์มครับไหน ไหนโซเชียลนักแข่งชื่ออะไรพี่เข้าไปดู อยากรู้เลย ตื่นสนามด้วยหลุดด้วยครับ คือบรรยากาศบนเวทีข้างบนมันไม่เหมือนอยู่บ้านมันเหมือนแบบเวทีข้างล่างเวทีเล็กอะไรเงี้ยทีมโซนแปซิฟิกรอดกันหมดที่เหลือแตก1-2ต่อทีมโหพับจีโมบายไทยก็มีใช่ไหมไทยก็ส่งมาแข่งอะแมป2 AG 100%เราความมั่นใจผิดๆอย่างนั้นมาจากไหนครับข้าวมันก็หน้าตาน่ากินอยู่นะเอาดีเอนโดหลังๆเพิ่งจะมาแท็บช่วงที่แบบยิงเยอะๆติดกันอะแต่ว่าเราก็เริ่มใจร้อนอะใช่แล้วครับน้องพี่ไม้เห็นแล้วครับน้องท็อกทูท็อกนั่นแหละโพสแพนนะเพจโพสแพนเจิมทีเฮด21เอมติก21นะอ้าวเฮ้ยแต่วันนี้ซิปโตนี่ต้องบอกว่าแคนาดีไม่นิ่งจริงว่ะแคนาดีวันนี้คือโดดเด่นสุดแล้วของซิปโตดีจัดใช่ครับวันนี้ซิปโตรู้เล่นเก่งครับถูกต้องครับน้องปานินสวัสดีครับทุกคนใครดูในคอมนะครับฝากซูปอีก1แท็บด้วยนะครับผมฝากด้วยนะฮะในทวิตในรูปพี่พินมาให้แล้วนะเฮ้ยขอหวยอีกเหรอพรุ่งนี้แล้วดิ15หรือ1688ครับผมเอางี้พี่มีเลขเด็ดเด็ดมากเลขนี้น้องปานินได้ยินต้องซื้อนะโอเคปะกำลังฮิตเลยออกแน่งวดนี้หวยล็อก67ครับผมมาแน่เฮ้ยแต่วันนั้นพี่ไปดูคลิปของไอโหนกระแสอะไอที่ที่ไอคลิปของยูทูบเบอร์อะที่ FC เด็กๆมาถล่มโหนกระแสอะแล้วพิมพ์สแปม67รัวๆแล้วพี่หนุ่มบอก เขาบอกกันว่าเขาไม่รู้ พิมพ์67อะไรเขาไม่รู้ แต่ถ้าพิมพ์69เขารู้เห็นรั่วเลย ฮาจัดเลยนะพี่หนุ่ม
Still seeing Rians and Woot performing, like what are they supposed to do?
I think that also the worst part about those 2 rounds is that it happened in such an early moment of the game. Like, they win the pistol, they convert the bonus, Benji's already standing up, and it's like, oh my god, they're so back, and like,
กลายเป็นเด็ก
and
เด็ก
whatnot. And then
เด็ก
they get
งง
eco
แทน
back, as in like, SG is
พี่
just
หนุ่ม
not
บอก
going
เล่น
to accept
67กู
defeat
นี่
just because.
กูทำให้งงบ้าง
And somebody that was not willing to accept defeat at all was Fizzy. To me, something that Mitch said during the cast was perfect for it. Fizz is the kind of player that will TP onto you on rubble and will get that first kill. And when you go into execute on C, he also will be the first player that you find on the other side getting the kill. Actually, exactly this round that I'm talking about here, it literally felt like he was everywhere on the map. Catching all of this timings, every single time that somebody went down on SG.
It was multi-kill after multi-kill too, right?
I mean, if the kind of casual audience hasn't
เคย
followed
เล่น
this guy,
พี
he's
เป็น
been
ด้วยเหรอตอน
around
นั้น
for a long
เคย
time.
เล่นเป็นคู่หรือเป็
He
นเดียว
was, you know, I trialed him when we were trying
ไหน
to
ก็
fill the
คุยเรื่อง
spot.
พีบีละระหว่างรอ คือพีบีพี่เลิกเล่นก่อนปืนคู่มาครับ พี่เล่นจนถึงแพทที่มันเริ่มเติม132ที่เดือนเกือบ500พี่ก็เลิกเล่นแล้วครับผมตอนนั้นคือตอนนั้นพี่แข่งแบบ ก็แข่งก็เล่นเยอะในระดับหนึ่งแต่เหมือนทีมแบบว่าทีมพวก มันเป็นทีมแบบรวมกลุ่มเพื่อนในกลุ่มกวนที่เมื่อก่อนเล่นเกมออนไลน์เล่นแล้วพวกเนี้ยแล้วทีมมันก็ไม่ได้ฟูลมาก แล้วพอไปแข่งมันก็แบบบางคนก็ไม่ได้จริงจังอะไรเงี้ยพี่ก็เลยเลิกเล่นไปครับ เล่นแค่ช่วงที่แบบ132แล้วเลิกเล่น เล่นช่วงสั้นๆ แล้วพี่ก็หงุดหงิดจัดปืนแม่งหมวกหลุด ยิงวันแข่งหมวกหลุดทุกช็อตไอ้เหี้ยกูจะแชมป์ยังไงน่ะ
Woods is on 1 today, and if he can translate that from map 1 into map 2, we might see the third one.
Yeah, I do really like Heretics' composition. I think the Vice Chamber here is very strong. I'd have to go into detail another time about it, but like the Vice in particular is
คู่
able
นี้
to
3 แม
like
ปครับผม
weak side the defense
เอามา
quite
จากไหน
well. You're able to put
20
Thorns on A and delay for ages. You don't need to strong side that part of the map. You can be very dynamic about things. Obviously a bit harder to play than the Cypher traditionally. Frankfurt's comp. Okay, it's like I don't like Breach in general, but I think that given they got a Vice and an Astra, I think that they
เกิด
can
ไม่ทัน
get
เฉย
into a
พอย
very
แบงค์มันก็
snowball
ไม่ได้
situation and
ย้อน
tactics.
ไป
Even
ไกล
a
ขนาด
side
นั้น
they're going to be going in deep. They can get these post plants down
ไกล
as
อ
soon
ยู่
as
นะ
you're
พอ
in
ย
a
แบง
post
ค์
plant situation,
ไกลปะวะ
because the breach is going to allow you to get into the sites, right? And then you have the Astra and the Vice utility
ไกลว่ะ
behind it.
ไกล
I think
ไกล
it's okay there. It's when you switch the defense is where I have the worries. Already defense on this map is quite difficult. Having breach
เฮ้ย
with Vice and Astra
นี่พอยแบง
can
ค์
be
มัน
a
เกือบ
bit
20 ปี
difficult
แล้ว
on
เหรอ
this
วะ
map, I'd say. They bunker up quite a lot on this map, and it's not being working so well on defense.
I think another thing to highlight is the last time
เกือบ
Heretics
20
played
แล้ว
this
ครับ
map,
ผม
of course it was against Navi, but it was Voot on the chamber and the hero kind of head-to-head that felt like the main
นี่เราก็
story
เดิ
of
นทาง
that.
มา
So
ไกล
now
แล้วนั่น
SGE having a breach on the other side, they're going to be forcing Voot out of these places so many times with Team Heretics starting on that defense.
Yeah, I think that to me
พี่
also
เสีย
like
ดาย
there
เหมือนกัน
was
ไม่ได้เล่
there
น
were
พอยแบง
worrying
ค์
signs. I
ต่อ
think that yes, Hero had
มีหลายสาเหตุมากแล้วมีสาเหตุหนึ่งก่อน คือตอนนั้นรวมทีมกันบางคนเล่นไม่จริงจัง แล้ว P90 มันต้องเล่นในระยะใกล้นึกออกปะแล้วช่วงนั้นมันยังไม่ใช่เมตา P90 คนเล่น P90 มันเก่งคือมันต้องโหดมาก แล้วตอนนั้นในทีมมีคนเล่น P90 แล้วเขาบอกให้เล่น P90 ไปเล่นแล้วคือหน้าที่เขาดูเอยาวไกลดูเอยาวไกลไอ้ด่านอะไรวะที่มันมีห้องกระจกขึ้นลงเขา P90 ไปดูไกลๆแล้วก็โดนโถมมาแล้วก็ยิงไม่ตาย พี่ก็ยังยืนยันนะยัง P90 อยู่แล้วมันก็มีหลายเหตุการณ์อะไรอินดี้อย่างเงี้ยดาวทาวน์แล้วคือพี่เล่นหนักมากตอนนั้นแบบคืออยากได้แชมป์แล้วพอมันเจอสภาพนี้ก็ไม่เอาละ
Well, our casters are ready to take this one away. Thank you so much for bearing with us. Let's see if Team Heretics are going to be able to push us to a third map.
ในช่วงแข่งออนไลน์เป็นเหมือน
for
ที่เลิก
Untried
ไปแล้ว
Frankfurt, things are certainly
ยุค
heating
แรกๆที่
up.
แข่งยุค
They've
แรก
got a 1-0 lead now and 2 maps where they can take Heretics down. Now the start of this run will be on
Burning
Haven
Hall
Top,
นี่อยู่ทั้งวัน
it's fair
ครับ
to say,
ส
at
มัยนั้น
least
Burning Hall
historic
ด่านรถไฟ
memory of Haven for
อยู่ทั้งวัน
Heretics puts it as a
ทำ
strong
ไม
zone.
ที่
Yeah, I'd say Wu looked fantastic last time
เอา
they
เป็นว่า
played
แบบให้
Brian.
แบบมัน
It's
เบส
basically everybody back on comfort as well. I think that's what works with this map in general, is that everybody is where they want to be. I'm just excited to see if
แต่ว่า
Eintracht
พอ
Frankfurt
ไป
can do this though. A very good map
พอ
for
เป็น
them as
คิส
well.
อะครับ
I think
คิสแม่ง
Azuri actually impressed me with his breach last time out, especially because he was still fragging. I feel like
ที่
a
ว่า
lot of
ทำให้บา
players
ลานซ์เก
fall
มมัน
off
เสียคริส
the wagon when they're playing breach because they're so focused on util. He was still 18 and 16 on that map. But also, if they win this one, they'll have eliminated one of the most popular French teams and one of the most popular Spanish.
Oh yeah, this will be a team with a target on their back. But for Eintracht Frankfurt,
แล้วคอสมาลัด
all they
กลับมา
care
จับตัว
about
เก่ง
is running it down to Barcelona. For Team Heretics, a defensive start, and well, they have something to prove here. 13-11, a very close map in the previous.
ถ้า
but
ที่เฮดได้ไป
superstar
บาร์เซโล
performances
นา
like
นะ
Azuri and Fizzy.
อุ้ย
Oh, delivering. This was a man that was missing. Musashi didn't have much to say in the
อุ้ย
previous.
คอส
Starts
สวย
out
จัด
this one with the opening
2-2
pick,
ครับ
and the
เบน
train
จี้มา
spun
ไว
us
ครับ
down to a 2v2.
ยังไงดี
Benji is all alone on A, and no backup is coming. At least not to help him.
กลับไม่ได้ครับ
Instead, Wood is
Wood
coming
ต้องดั
from
ก
a
กลับไว้
different
ครับ
angle. He's pushed into spawn.
เบน
And
จี้
both
แคมป์รอครับ
players on the defense now tucked in, setting traps and waiting for Eintracht
enemy
Frankfurt to
remaining.
step into the snare. A
Spike
quick
down
pickup
A.
for Benji, but he doesn't know
นิ่งไว้
where
เบนจี้
Fizzy is.
Oh, that's the problem. Going back and
เฮ้ย
forth. Well, ends up probably surprising himself as well as Fizzy with the jump round the angle. It's going to be Heretics taking that first round. Already a better start from Koshmaris as well on the Neon. You can see that he's still got that level of confidence, at least while playing this agent.
อ๋อรู้อยู่
What
ไอ้
an
กระดุมกระแลด
important pistol round you feel for Heretics to just get off the mark strong.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, let's go. Good.
Nice! It's not that I think that Heretics are a team that need that early momentum as much as I
อย่าให้
think
จับ
Eintracht
นีออน
Frankfurt will feed off of it in a way that you just don't want to mess with. The attackers down to classics.
เฮ้ยบูบูบู
And
บู
already a decent bit of damage traded out for the kill. Boo is in danger, but he has backup. A
จะไป
player
กัน
on
ใหญ่
either side. Koshmaris quickly able to rotate into wherever the team needs him. And as we said, Allman really not where you see his best work. If it's your first time seeing him play in the previous, you might think, well, he's got a bit to improve on.
มันจะ
The
ส
Neon
แปม
might impress more, but in this
อะไรขนาด
round,
นั้นวะ
it hasn't. Jamalino, he's not going to keep trying to take that fight, but we're into a 4v4 with Boo low, and Boo taking risks that somehow he hasn't been punished for all too
โอ้
greatly.
พี่วุฒิ
And
He
all
would,
right,
พอแล้ว
he's just going to get out of here, isn't he?
โอ้
No,
ย
he's
ไม่
not.
ถอย
He's going to get
ถอย
caught.
ไม่
Can't
ได้
make it to the TP, but damage done.
Boo is low. Doesn't have anything to lose anymore, but they're too worried it could just get out of control. What's going on?
Oh.
It's just not pretty until Boo. Well, that's a nice couple of shots with the pistol.
เกือบเป็นเรื่อง
Costly, though.
วันนี้สำนักมั่นคงดีครับ
Lose
อ
a
อฟ
Guardian. I think that was the most expensive thing
ทร
they
ง
lost.
ทรง
Guardian of the Marshall, shields on a lot of players. Like, it's utility even burned. It's not the worst round for Heretics, but
Certainly not the
it
best.
very nearly was a whole lot worse. I think that's really the problem. Benji doesn't seem to think it's an issue whatsoever. 2-0 start for the defensive side. As you said, Azuri on that breach is already proven to be a real issue,
วันนี้
even
ทรง
with the
ทรงครับ
classic
ผม
in
ไม่
hand.
สุด
This time, Wood is challenged very early on, sent scurrying to see.
They would have had to have
เฮ้ยทรง
incredible
ตัวทรง
tracking
ตัว
to pull that one
เฮ้ย
off. Okay, that's gone well for
Ow.
Koshmaris. Even a 1-for-1 trade is okay in a round like this. It's not the greatest of purchases, but he had the weakest weapon of the lot. Obviously, Wu has the
โอเคนะ
headhunter, so
สติงเกอร์มาตัดได้หนึ่งไม่แย่
everybody else with something that can do damage when aimed at the face at
พอ
range.
ซ่องนีออนแม่เพื่อนผมกินเหล้าจนเมาเราไปเปิดคอมยิงพับบีแล้วมันก็เอาแต่ด่าให้กูเติมตังค์ซื้อ
Trap covering off
ดี
B.
เสิร์ตทองกูพวก
The Vice Wall
ดีเสิร์ตทอง
covering off
มั
the
นดีขนาด
garage.
นี้หรอ
They got a lot of information early, and even more so now.
Yeah, both
กู
of
ส่อง
those
ให้เอมนาติ
Sentinels
ก
to
ครับ
be
เอมนาติก
challenged.
แบบฟอร์มโคตร
Back
ดี
at
อะ
Seaside,
ล่าสุดอะครับ
but Eintracht Frankfurt are patient. Musashi's not giving them the
ส
angle.
วน
And
ไม่
when
ได้
they
จ
swing
ริง
in the other side, there's going to be more than enough players.
อุ้ย
Well, to weather
Oh!
that storm, you would think great paranoia, though. That's
Oi!
from Boo and Woot.
เดี๋ยวพี่วุฒิ
Shot after shot, a successful hunt from the
Yes.
headhunter, leaving Monster all alone.
เฮียพี่วุฒิ
I But Boo now, he just waits.
Spike planted.
พี่วูดแม่งจริงจังสุด
Still has his utility
Nia.
to play with, but that's not
Nia.
what's important.
ๆอย่า
It's
เพิ่ง
the
ดีใจไป
immediate headshot through
ภาพ
the
เหมือนแบบ
box.
แรก
It's safe to say, though, the hero of the round can only come down to one man. It's Woot with that headhunter. Towards the end, he spammed
ภาพเดียว
all
กับ
of
แม
his
ปแรก
bullets
เด้
bar
แต่วิน
one,
4แพ้
and then uses the final shot to still take another kill at the end. This is why we're constantly talking about this guy and his individual brilliance. And it's the same start as we've already seen. An early bit of flair from Heretics, but just like the last map, we know that anything can immediately flip on its head.
Well, Azuri is having a strong start, and it was him with a Sheriff in the very same round here, 3-0 down.
Yeah.
Found a 4K.
Slightly different role.
Put Eintracht on the map. Indeed, but it was just a retake out of heaven. They got him as double, at least, to close it out. Now for Heretics,
อุ้ย
Cool.
all right, they're not
ค่าบาด
taking
ทาง
any
ครับ
risks early on. It's
เกื
the
อบ
peek
ตาย
out on long. Woot can obviously get that TP back to short if needed.
อุ้ย
So he goes out for a little bit more. The tag, then the kill.
โอ้โห
Jamalino easy to take down. He was the
เชียร์
one
พี่
that
วุฒิ
ate that outlaw
พี่วุ
shot.
ฒิจริงจังจัด
And Woot,
Spike
alongside
down A.
Rian's, cleaning up. Most of the danger dealt with. The spike down under their control for
รอบนี้ไม่
Heretics.
พลาดราว4 ค
Any
รับ
chance of
รอบนี้ไม่
a
พลาดราว4
repeat in round 4? It looks null and void.
It seems like Woot on the chamber on this map. Again, is looking like a force to be reckoned with. That said, last time he played this
Spy
map,
top.
he was 30-16 and he lost. Which is, it's just crazy. He even did the majority of the work on the attack side, where he was 18-9. Might be a bad sign of things to come as he's getting more and more confident by the second.
Ooh.
And it's going to end as an in-zone flawless. Very different from what we saw in round number 4 on the previous map. And maybe that's the start of what could be another dominant performance on Haven.
Oh yeah, definitely. Back in the saddle, that's for sure for Heretics. As you said, it was a very similar
เดี๋ยวนี้
performance
ถ้าเจอ
last
คน
time.
มี
It
ปืน
was
เอารอ
Woot
มัน
that
เบิ้
was
ล 2
leading
นั
the
ดไม่ค่อย
charge
ทัน
there
มัน
as
เจอ
well,
มัน
and he
แม่น
slowed down.
ยิง
But
ได้แค่นัด
on
เดียว
the
ต้องวาร์ป
chamber, good look replicating that performance. Good look shutting him down when he can take early fights with impunity. A timeout.
นักภาคสเปนจะมาคู่2ครับผมที่มาทำเสียง
At
ปืนใช่ไหม
4-0 down, they lost the bonus. The
And
last round
all-
falls flat. Now that they come back to invest all their credits, the ultis are coming online.
ก็
We know
จริง
that it's
ๆถ้าใคร
going to put a round on
เรา
the
ได้ดู
board very,
ไอ้นี่ไหม
very soon.
ก่อนที่เขาจะสลับโร
scary
น
aspect, though, is that tour de
เอนโด
force.
กับดอฟฟี่อ่ะ
Like that coming through in the early round. Like,
เหมือน
sure, you have ultimates to
เหมือน
play
เขาไป
with,
คุ
but
กกันมาให้ดอฟฟี่ไปสไนด์แล้วเอนโดไปยิงแทนอ่ะ ตอนแรกก็ดูไม่ค่อยลงตัวนะ พอผ่านไปสักพักก็ดูดี แต่แบบเดิมตอนแรกก็ดี อืม
I think that he has to be the talking point in this game
แต่ป
so
กติ
far
ดอ
of
ฟฟี่ก็
how
ไม่
we
พลาดข
are
นาดนั้น
going to deal with that. And
น่าจะ
you
เว
say
ที
that
ครับ
obviously he has the get out of jail free card. In that last round, he didn't care
ต้อ
about
ง
it.
ใช้
He
เว
was
ลา
just
ใช้
running
เว
at
ลา
them.
ใจ
He was
เย็น
just almost disrespecting Eintracht
มันต้อง
Frankfurt.
ปรับตัว
And
นิดนึง
again, it's the same case as the last map. Until you shut him down, that's only going to get
Now we
worse.
wait. Launching thorn.
Oh yeah, confidence creates more confidence in the hands of Woot. The tour de force is being used early. Flash dodge, that's why he stays close to the smoke. His TP much further back. So he didn't have the chance to push down, to push through that smoke. And now they've heard the tour de force. You have to question whether they would continue going in this direction. But Eintracht Frankfurt have their eyes on the prize.
ฮะ
Blitz out, neon wall up. And there'll be no room for Woot to get anything done, but they have avoided the Rolling Thunder intentionally.
Yeah, immediate retake. 4 players already here. Boo had pushed up on the other side of the map. Now they look to try and take the weaponry away. Those guns are going to fade in just a matter of time.
ไอ้
Because
เหี้
of
ยหมด
that,
สภาพเลยพี่คอส
Rian's had to fall
Spike
back.
planted.
Flank
Last
coming
player
through, but
standing.
the fact is they've already dealt with everything. Eintracht Frankfurt have done well. Aggressive position, both ults combined, and dealing with an incredibly dangerous site. And we talk about Boo in these clutch scenarios, but out of the smoke, he has to be perfect, and now they've seen him. It really isn't an escape. It doesn't seem like he has any plans of it either, though.
Can we get a replay of Boo
ใช่ครับ
TPing past the
ใคร
wall
เห็น
but
ก็บอก
still
ว่าตื่นสนาม
activating it? I think that's That's a necessity. A little bit of an oopsie, but I think Benji did really well on the retake. Actually, thank you very much, replay team. It was that fight there. Like, you see Koshmaros diving in for the site, looking exclusively to default. He doesn't care about backside. And then he gets swung. He should be dead to rights. But Benji was there to pick up
คอ
a
สปา
double.
รัสมันไม่สน
Fortunately,
ใจตัว
it
ข
was
วา
about
เว้ย
all
มันไม่
that
ก
there
ด
was
กดตรงที่วางบอม
in
ไป
terms
เลย
of
นะเว้ย
positives
ทุก
for
คนเมื่อ
Heretics
กี้
in that round.
Yeah, well, other
Main
than the
top of
read,
it.
like they knew exactly what was going on because of Boo, but yeah, they weren't able to cope with it. Early stun. Does he stick around? Oh, he's definitely got the information. They know that this is coming in that direction. Hunter's Fury, it's hunting down Riens, and even looking to try and take Boo as well. This site should be under their control, but Boo goes back in, and Benji tries to follow.
ไอ้ชี้แม่ง
It
พลาด
seemed
เตือน
like
ของ
maybe
ที่แล้วเลยปะ
crossed
เนี่ย
wires. They wanted to get ahead of everything, and instead, kind of just sacrificed themselves to SGE.
It's weird because it looks like they expected a different pace from a team that pushed all the way up here with a Neon right off rip and popped a Hunter's Fury and found a pick with a Hunter's Fury. Now, if Eintracht Frankfurt at that stage of the round say, let's slow it down, boys. Let's second tempo this hit. I think the coach would come out and start strangling someone Homer and Bart Simpson style. Like, you got to go on that. But a bit of a misread there. Boo and Benji think they've got time to slip back in, to set back up. And well, they end up tripping over themselves a little bit. Still not the end of the world for Heretics, but for Eintracht Frankfurt, they are chipping away at that lead.
Yeah, like a few very effective ultimate rounds. I think the last, having the Rolling Thunder for the site, and then the Steel Garden midway through the contact, removing their weaponry. But this was just, yeah, there's nowhere to
โอ้โห
go.
ท่านมันก็ต้องเป็นเกมที่เล่นอยู่ครับผม
no
น้อง
opportunity
มาเลย เกมที่ไม่เล่นมันก็ยิงไม่คมหรอก
That Hunter's Fury proving deadly. This
มัน
round
ต้อ
they
ง
don't
ยิง
have so much
เกม
to
ที่
play
จะยิง
with.
คมมันต้องยิงทุกวันอะ
Only the overdrive available. But the pace they've been hitting
Tapi
has definitely been
Valorant.
causing Heretics issues.
I think Benji thought that the Thorns would delay that little bit longer. Looking at the replay, I see why they thought, okay, we might have a timing here to get back in, but not quite. Poor Boo he was too far committed. Benji was the man coming to his aid. For Team Heretics, 4-2. It's been 2 rounds in a row now. It's slipped out of their control. Eintracht Frankfurt showing up and not in the way that we've seen before with, like, they didn't have that big 4K to get them into things. They haven't needed that injection
น้องอยู่ในที่อันยองครับผม
of morale, of
อย่า
confidence.
บอกนะว่าวันนี้
adrenaline
เราไป
early
อยู่ที่
on.
งานอะ
Whoa, Fizzy!
It's like, I like that. Fizzy and Azuri have a nice little cute moment, and then
There's no need for that, was there?
Musashi tries to third wheel and just gets wrecked.
เอางานแข่งไง
Jesus,
Oh,
Fizzy.
God.
Fizzy's not letting go of
He
that
He
performance
don't
last
know him
map.
like that. He don't know him like that.
I watched that first half on
คิดว่า
Lotus,
น่าจะมี
don't
ทุก
you?
ที่นะเกษม
Wish you
เทพ
would
สา
play
ลี
jovial with me. All right, well, Fizzy's cold
Don't
down
be
on that
mocked.
stage. It's a little technical pause you can see in the
11-4 เพิ่งโดน
background
อัน
there.
นี้เพิ่งก็โดน 2-0 เลยดิ
This might interrupt the momentum
Ow.
of some teams, but
แล้วงาน
it
แข่ง
looks
อะไร
like
ครับ
it's all smiles down on the stage for Frankfurt.
Yeah, no.
Bar Musashi, but understandably.
Yeah, he's just been wrecked. He's been wrecked.
อ๋อเพิ่งได้แบบแร
Everyone
ก
at home has seen it. And there might not be any coming back from that, but
It's going to be a GIF as well, isn't it?
From there,
I'm going to use that a lot.
from their perspective, 2
เอา
rounds
ละ
in
ครั
a
บ
row. High impact
League
thrown in, but
Official
they've
are
been thrown in for a
investigating.
reason, and they've worked, and that's the thing. Like you utilize that, you manage to negate Woot's early success, and it becomes a much easier game. He was the win factor in a couple
อ๋อ
of those
มาดู
rounds
LML
that
Faker
Heretics were able to
ได้ก
get
ระทบ
over
หลาย
the
เฟกเกอ
line,
ร์หรือเปล่า
and if you could avoid him, the dodge CNED strat, it does seem to go a little bit more swimmingly.
Yeah, but it has been 2 rounds in a row. Not the biggest of gaps, but look at that behind you. I see a timer now. We don't usually have a timer on a technical pause. That's because it's a tactical break being called here. Team Heretics not happy to lose their 2 in a row. They're feeling the momentum slip away.
ขอไล
And
ฟ์ส่ง
knowing
ไล
that
ฟ์
coming
เซ็น
into this round, the economy is going to start to stretch thin. This is their moment to show up early on. This timeout should help the course correct, or at least that's the hope.
Yeah, I think that again, we talk about coaches and their proactivity. I think that Weber is someone that we get to see his reactions often, even some of the things he says, and if he spots things out quite often with this squad that he's not a fan of. And I think that the last couple of rounds, again, it looked a little disjointed about what the plan was in that moment. Like, do we dive in and try and win this round 2v5 while two players are on the other side of the map? Do we go in? Do we wait and try and play it as a retake? Whatever it was, it didn't work, and I think that correcting those things early, like the first 4 rounds were incredibly clean. You win a bonus round, you get yourself into that head start. You want to convert that because we've already seen versus Na'Vi. Some of those rounds slip away from them.
Oh, wasting no time. It's Boo dropping the ball, and Koshmaris paying the price of the spam. The Odin for Musashi puts them back into the lead now in a 4 versus 3. The man advantage, the drone clearing Benji. He will not make it out. The spam from Azuri, deadly. And even with Monster on a sliver of health, a few pixels make up his health bar. It doesn't matter. They've got a 2-man advantage on the attack to play with, and all the time in the world.
Unfortunately, now the dodge woot
1 เลยนะ
doesn't work because you
เลิก
probably
กด
also
ส
want
แป
to
ม
try
แล้ว
and
วิ่ง
dodge
ที
re-ends. But for Heretics,
มันวิ่งหนีไปเลยยังจะชนะมันยังจะรอดเอาชี
not
วิต
of
ดีกว่า
a technical or tactical nature, it's only going to start to put doubts in their mind. You can see Woot starting to look behind him. Rians is starting to look for clues. Now they are in the right place at the right
ตอน
time.
นี้โคตร
They're
ยากอะ
sticking together
พอ
on
โดน
this
คัด
B
น้อย
side
ไม่ต้องระวังทุ
could
กที่
be the
อะ
undoing of their opponents. Woot. It feels like it's only a matter of time before he tries to duck in through this, and instead he's just caught Monster, the one player that was insta-killed to that headhunter. Musashi's well known at this point.
They think he's gone backside. They think he might have slipped away. They're even revealing for him there towards the connector.
Oh, he's missed
They
the
don't have the
trail.
information.
They
The
have to
trail
know.
doubles
They have to
back
know,
on.
yeah.
Now they've
They figured it
suspected
out.
the
They've
barrel
figured it
scene.
out. There you
He's
go.
dead. But it took time ticking away, and with no smokes there, they've got to take this battle. Rien's waiting for the swing out of window, not knowing where Fizzy is. He sits and waits. Nothing given away. Woot worried about his back. And they'll finally, they won't even see it. Look, Fizzy staying tucked behind that wall. He's giving it away now. Now they know they were about stacked up there. The hand shown when the chips are already down. It's 4-3, and there's no need for that. There was no need for that.
It's another boo-boo.
Oh, for God's sake, Tom. For God's sake. Yeah, it's a big whiff from Boo, and that would have changed the course of the round. I don't think we would have seen was it Kosh just running in with the spray?
We had that almost as like we have our own camera in the drone.
แพ้กลับบ้านวัน
like,
นี้
yeah, we're gonna get that. That was
วันนี้ใคร
that
แพ้
was a
กลับ
sick
บ้าน
replay. I like that.
ใครแพ้วันนี้จบแล้วปีนี้รอทีมชาติเลย
Azuri having another lights out round, but this one will be started off by Woot.
SCE
As
ทีม
said,
จาก
his
เทียร์2
operator
ครับ
has been one of the few things that have undone Eintracht Frankfurt, but not for the
ไอ้
last
ท่า
3
แปลงเปิด
rounds.
เคยได้ยินไหม
Spams coming through from
Bundesliga.
Koshmaris. Benji under some serious pressure, stunned up, and the spams the other way have done far more damage. Benji, though, dives back in off
โอ้
that
คือมาได้สวย
distraction. Fizzy's now sneaking up. He's got the timing right, but Benji's landing everything.
ผม
Eventually spammed low, but he still stands.
It's just one of those rounds. I almost feel like he's going to win that as well, but then Jamalino with the double, the collateral, 4 bullets left in the gun he picks up. A few land into Rien's, it makes it a bit easier. But Azuri, with another big performance needed. Okay, the first is given to him. Rien's has found it, but at a hefty cost. Plant coming through.
ยิงได้1มีโรลลิ่ง
One here would be a big mistake. Rolling Thunder online in the post plant. No, they'll group up. They'll take this together, Boo, a little bit ahead of the curve! And it's a mistake that they will pay for. Azuri with a Red Bull clutch puts us 4-4.
He's been so good in this series. The last couple of them, in fact. This was ridiculous to start with. Both players lining up perfectly.
มีครับทีมชาติมีของไทยแน่นอน100%
that the other would be there, but this was perfectly read. The swing out couldn't have been better timed in both occasions.
FNC, you see this?
ทำไมมันถึงมาทักไม่เป็นไรปะ
Azuri looking to make some friends along the way. Again, it's the same. Woo, kicking off a round. Boo, adding another great start to these rounds from Heretics, but conversions have just not been there.
That's the worst way for it to go.
ซื้อตั๋วกลับบ้านใช่
There's at least a pick back for Boo, but even in this 2v5,
Oh,
these are
the
rounds they've let slip. Eintracht Frankfurt facing another big play needed. 4 pistols, the Headhunter being one of them, and a rifle, but that will change very soon as Heretics take that A main control. Another rifle picked up onto Kosh Maris. Rienz is going to do the same.
วางเลยครับ
And then the retake of the B site. Yes, they have a Rolling Thunder. Yes, they have a Cosmic Divide, but finding anything from here, you would need another miracle. And we just saw one of the previous rounds as the same man to deliver it. But these are greater odds.
ต้องเอาสักทางครับ
Well, first man's easy, but now they know where he is, and they're
แต่โอดิน
surrounding him before this can get too dangerous. A round out of absolutely nothing for the side of team.
เรียกว่าลาวโมเมนตัมครับไทเกอร์
That was Woo being able to
แม่เดี๋ยว
combine
ก็แบ็ค
and grant them the Emoda Thrifty to keep the lead. In fact, just as we thought Eintracht Frankfurt were about to win out this half, this happens.
Heretics really need it around like this as well. Like, it's brutal to do all of the hard work early and be undone
แสด
by
งว่าปู่
individual
มันต้องไป
plays.
วิจารณ์
Yes, it's like
อาซู
Boo's a
รี่
little
อะไรสัก
ahead,
อย่าง
Woo,
ไม่เข้า
going
หู
through
แน่เลยวะ
garage and
ลา
so
ซู
on,
รี่
but
แม่งตัดไป 11
At
ตอน
the
เนี้
end
ย
of the day, those shots just shouldn't be hit. Jamalino's Kalat, Azuri spray down 2 rounds ago. That changed the vibe on Heretics, but this is a quick reset for them. The timeout might not have helped, but let's see if the eco did. We're back to rifles on both sides.
โหแม่งจ่ายคอนโทรล A หนักมากครับ
Already put through. It's going to catch Woo, but they can't
วุฒ
follow
ไม่
up
มี
on
วาร์ป
it.
แล้วนะ
Device setup has delayed them. The
โอ้ย
Thor is active from the other side of the map. Benji has stopped the push, and he's given his team a chance. But Musashi, the silent hero, draws a second blade, and blood is spilled. Team Heretics have only Benji left, and
เฮี
I
ย
don't
บีท
think
แม่ง
he's
จ่ายหนั
going
ก
for
มาก
this one.
วินนี้
There's not even that much value in making it costly. He's already got his ultimate online, and
พี่เหรียญวันนี้ก็ทรง
I don't
ไม่
think
ดี
he
ครับผม
wants to feed any more kills over to Azuri. But yeah, again, you look at this round as Heretics seemingly having the right players in the right place at the right time, and Eintracht Frankfurt just completely run over them, dominate possession of the site.
โอ้ยถ้าแพ้ไม่ได้ลุ้นแต้มไม่พอหรอกเม
I
ฆ
do think that's what Heretics called the timeout for. Like, it was 2 pacey rounds from Eintracht Frankfurt. They just got hit and hit hard, and some mistakes were made. The timeout's called, and Eintracht Frankfurt changed as well. I mean, if you keep running the same thing after your opponent calls a timeout, you're probably going to lose the round. They're probably countering that. So they also freeze and they play it slow, continue to find success. But now, after a hiccup, after a bump in the
ไม่
road
จ่าย
in
8
round
บีท
9,
แบบหนักมาก
which
ช็อ
was
ตเนี้ย
also aggressive A main
หลบแล้ว
control.
หลบอีก
Hey, listen, just do it again. Just run at them. Just take the aggressive fight, dump those ultimates. And I think the key thing is how quickly they're getting A long.
Rounds, bro, in 10 half, and it's the exact same as Lotus.
Weber, it doesn't look like it.
I think that's his point.
Maybe he should be in the server.
I think that's his point. Like they have them in the right place. They actually only used the Rolling Thunder as well, so they've still got 4 ults for this round. And well, I was going to say, Woo has been dominating early fights. Maybe that's the key. He needs to die so that the other players are willed into life. Even still, Seaside has been taken. It has been taken by one of the players because the other is now trapped behind a wall. Drone up. It's going to give them vision over the backside, but they saw the player fade away. Riens now has done damage. Jamalino is still
มีอินโฟ2 ครับ
somewhat
ยังไม่วาง
unknown. Maybe it looks like they're going to wait to group up. You also have to bear in mind, though, that Hunter's Fury is available here.
Yeah, Hunter's Fury's there. It makes it hard to play all on long, but no smokes for the defensive
ช้า
side.
ไม่ได้นะครับ
The wall there for Kosh Maris.
ช้าไม่ได้
Long range play is going to be very favorable for Eintracht Frankfurt with that long plant. Damage done, but
โซ
no
ว่ามี
kill.
อินเตอร์ฟูรี่
Rien's
ต้อง
on
ไว
low HP, still a deadly factor to deal with. But the ult from Jamalino. He'll swing out wide. Hunter's Fury put through. Stealing damage.
เฮ้ย
But it won't find more than
ถาม
one.
จริง
Rien's on a sliver will go
โอ้
down
โห
to the laser gun. And Eintracht Frankfurt, they land themselves a sixth.
Yeah,
Ah,
really nice
King.
post-plant setup. While you're trying to dodge a Hunter's Fury, having an overdrive up against you is a literal nightmare. It can just spam laser beams towards you. And the second Benji goes down, you have to feel like it's almost over. The amount of tags that he did clearing out until it's only Rian's left, who was already tagged. 4-0 start for the side of Heretics. Since then, they have won but a singular round.
And they even tried there. They tried to play aggressive, take the fight to Eintracht Frankfurt down mid. It didn't work. And again, the pacey take. Jamalino much further forward than expected, but he won't convert the kill. Kosh dodges the stun. Converts one. Boo's got one with the classic. And what a start to this round for Heretics.
He didn't even need to use the classic yet.
Ui, hộp ở đây
The
rồi.
all hadn't hit him. It was still going. He just did that for fun. Nightfall through.
No way.
Boo.
Okay.
ไม่ไอ้มุมเมื่อกี้มันหลบไม่ได้ มันต้องกู้บอมไง
Decided probably wisely
แม่งไป
against
ติด
it.
กล่อง
They now know
Wait,
where the
it's a
majority
walk
of
thing.
players are. The Nightfall hit one, the other C-Long. Some timing here for Kosh could be problematic, but he takes one before he goes down. Keeps them in an advantageous position. 45 seconds left for Eintracht
อย่า
Frankfurt
ทำให้
to
มัน
play
ยาก
with.
4-2
It's been a great string of rounds for them. Only a singular lost in between, but if it ends as a 6-6 half,
หูดักเอ
it's
ไว้
not too damning for Heretics.
And it should
Okay,
end that way
ito
as
dia.
well. It looked like they were going back towards the operator of
30
Woot.
seconds left.
But even as they change direction, Woot's got them boxed in. Either mid, garage, or C-long at the moment. There's not many more angles Azuri could surprise them from. Look how passive they're playing towards the B side as well. Their base is covered. Even the walk through mid not possible with that trap down, and now they know exactly where Azuri is. The Op will slowly make his way to long,
เลวุฒ
and without any opportunities being offered up.
โอ้โห
He's got a good position though.
Yeah, but he doesn't know. The chances of him stepping back into that angle on long. Okay, he has chosen the right way, and he's in the smoke now. This could get dangerous.
Oh, the spam's in. He's made a space.
Yeah.
I thought for a second he might just be able to thread the needle. A very good read on the scenario for Azuri, but a much better round coming through for Heretics. After a solid start,
รู้แต่ว่า
they will
M80 มันไป
be able to at
บูตแคมป์
least
ที่
come
เกา
up
หลี
level,
มา
but a
3 อา
great
ทิตย์อะ
resurgence
แต่ผลการ
nonetheless.
แข่งขันมัน
A
แย่
man
จัดอะ
we always love to
ไม่รู้
hear
ดราม่า
from.
อะไร
We've got Rians with an interview from before
เฮ้ย
the
ขอ
match.
3 แบบไม่ได้หรอ น้องซัน เดี๋ยวเพิ่งเรียกครับผม
Thank you so much for joining me, Rians.
Ah,
I
league
wanted
baller,
to bring up
man.
a topic that's been going on with yourself mentioning it, I think, with Sheep Esports in an article recently, and also when I spoke to Benji last about inconsistency. Why do you think that that's happening with Team Heretics at the moment?
I don't really have an idea. I think if we knew why, we could solve it, you know. So I think my guess is just mental, I would say. You know, one day we really want to win, we're hungry, and we are there mentally, but another day maybe we're not ready to fight, I would say.
ทำไมอยู่ดีมันเลิกวอตปาร์ตี้วะ
Okay, and something else that Benji had mentioned to me, that a word that I picked up on was trust. And I had saw a video of you guys from the voice comms basically being vulnerable with the boys before that last map in your last series. How important is it for you to be able to have those moments with the rest of your teammates?
I mean, from my side individually, it's really important to have that trust in my teammates to share anything, you know, in game, outside of the game. But especially in game, if I feel in a certain way, I have to share it with them so they can understand me and they can help me, you know. So.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like we definitely did see an uncharacteristic performance from you in the last series. So how are you kind of working to make that better today?
I think I just don't overthink it, you know, and just do whatever I do on match days, my routine and everything, and then I believe it's going to be fine today.
Okay, well, best of luck today, Rians.
Thank you.
Wow, we are neck and neck at the halftime. Team Heretics, a 4-0 start that's decayed into a neutral lead. I don't think they're going to be happy with that, especially considering how dominant it was to start with. And the fact that they're already a map down. Going into Ascent, if it's a close match here, the pressure remains on Heretics. I mean, it will either way, but it mounts. And that's because Heretics, the Spanish organization, they are one that's expected to make it all the way to Barcelona. Of course, the fans will expect to see them there, and maybe you will as well. Scan the QR code to get your tickets if you want to be there. No guarantees you'll see Heretics though. I mean, maybe in the crowd.
Yeah, I was about to say, they've gone from needing 5 wins in a row now to just needing 4, but that includes 2 maps
ใช่
in a
ทา
row
ริก
here.
รีไทายบอมวอต
After
ปาร์ตี้
tasting defeat on Lotus, Ascent is what awaits us if they can take
Impressive.
this
ไม่
over
ได้
the
เล่น
line. And they're
แย่
going
เด
into
มอน
their
วัน
attack
ล่าง
side,
พาม
normally the favoured of the two. Although,
ไม่
can
ใช่
say the
ใครไม่ได้
same
สั่ง
at
ดูดิ
least in challenges for the side of Eintracht Frankfurt. Now there is a gap on this A site that Woot is looking to exploit, but that gap, as he walks up, is being filled in.
ทาริก
Not
คอลง
seeing
แบบไม่
anything,
ไม่มีเวลา
but
เล่นเกม
maybe
มั้ง
in for a nasty surprise. The timing, it doesn't
Oi.
look the best. He's got
Oh.
maybe a bit further than expected.
โอ้ย
Will at least take one. Anything
ยัง
more
เกี่ยวไป
would
หนึ่
be
งครับ
great, but I think he now should have the information for his team.
Monster standing by the
อุ้ย
slide. Caught, but
เอาละ
gosh,
เปิดได้
Morris lands the shot in return. Stays alive. Claims that backside control. They're going to accelerate. They're going to build on this. Musashi's there to cut them down to size. Back to
3-3
3v3. With the paranoia dodged, Heretics,
ไวครับไม่มันติดไวครับ
they've been denied the
Long
option to
F-lit.
scale towards C main.
ไม่ได้มีมา
They
เลยค
don't
รับ
have any real control of their own at the moment.
พี่ว่ามาว่ะพี่ดูพอ
And
เอโน
often
ติ
we
กเมื่อ
don't
วาน
see
แล้วแบบ
teams wanting to just sit
มั่น
on
ใจ
the
มาก
site and wait.
แม่งตื่น
It's
ละ
hard because, again, pressure can be applied from every side, and that's what we see. Fizzy striking, and then immediately there's a trade. Too many angles.
โอ้
Not enough players to cover them, or indeed just enough
แพ้ได้
players to
ไง
cover
วะ
them. But that in itself is
ไอ้
its
เหี้ย
own
วินแบบ
issue.
เนี้ย
Yeah, an important pistol for Eintracht Frankfurt. I think, again, I think Woot does well to get them the initial read, get them the space in towards the other side of the map, but it's maybe some slight overextensions and needing some space to fight from, and once they're able to isolate those battles, again, it's Musashi that is able to bring home another round.
คอร์สแม่งน่าพาเพื่อนไปแล้วให้เพื่อน
He's
เทรด
having
เลยว่ะ
fun. He hasn't let what Fizzy did to him get to him.
Yeah, well,
เลือ
I
ด
mean,
แม่ง
Fizz
แบบ
has got a
ซาก
taste
ชี
of
วิตอะ
karma now. He's having that map on Musashi
เดินไปหาคิว
performance.
เฉยเลย
He's being quieted down. I'm just saying, I would regret behaving the way I did a little bit earlier if I was him.
I don't know, I've met you, and I don't
Maybe
think that's
Musashi
true.
should be waving to him instead.
อย่างน้อยอยู่แม่งเพิ่มปริมาณ
Hello down there. And then Fizzy stands up. That'd be the problem. Well, 7-6. Advantage for the underdog. And it looks like Garage is going to be a big challenge from Heretics. They're going into the judge, and well, it's not going too well. Luckily, Azuri was there to help out her. Well, Fizzy, Musashi, and Jamalino are all on a sliver of health. I'm not saying this round would have been in competition, but it certainly would have been in danger. It might still be in danger, actually.
Yeah.
The spike wasn't down in
I was going to
Garage.
say it in the last round, but Boo, it does seem when
อัน
maybe
นี้
all
ต
the
กลง
noise fades away and
จะบอก
he's
ว่า
able
อัน
to
นี้
just
ตกแล้วกลับ
focus
บ้านเลยครับ
on his own
ไม่มี
play.
ไขว้แล้วนะ
That's where he does some of his best work. Still has a smoke. Another about to be available as well. So he can maybe try and play with the minds of his opponents.
30
Of
seconds
course,
left.
with Vice being dead, that wall no longer plays a part. Now, the one
ต้อง
player
รอ
who
ปี
is
หน้าแล้วที
healthy
อะ
is the one that's watching him, waiting for him to round this corner. The pistol up close would be good, but Azuri has just been better. And better than anyone else in the server, let's be real. He is 16-7, and then 12 assists on top of that as well.
Yeah, you said it at the start, and the fact that he's able to do this in a breach as well, I mean,
no.
it's
ซึ่ง
usually
ตายยาก
something
นะออ
that's
ฟ
going to pull
เดี๋ย
you
วรอ
down
ดูดิ
a little bit,
เล่นใน
weigh
บ้าน
you down, but well, for Azuri, it doesn't seem to have any
Well,
effect.
It's one of two things. It's either you can frag and
ล่า
you're not
สุรี
playing
ยิง
breach
ให้
properly,
FNC
or
ดู
you're
วันนี้
playing it properly and you can't frag.
ทั้ง
Like I
จ่าย
think, like,
ทั้ง
for
ยิง
example,
ดูดิ
back in the day,
16
Kesney
7
played
12
in
นะ
breach. He was great at fragging.
ทั้งส่งทั้งยิงบ้าไปแล้ว
Teammates love the breach as well.
They
But no,
loved him carrying,
I mean,
that's
he's
for
what?
sure.
Azuri's got 16 kills, 12 assists.
Yeah, exactly.
Fair to say he's doing his job at this point.
มาตรงเมฆ
In
หมดเลย
both ways, he's doing his job and then some.
His cast is going to be off the charts.
It's all right, mate. Calm down. Eintracht Frankfurt, 8 on the board, 2-round lead. Decent buy coming into this one. 2 Bulldogs, some pistols, and a Judge. There is potential. The Judge playing towards A short. Of course, they're going to expect it. In and around Garage, with the damage it did a few rounds ago. Or last round. Not a few. just one. But although it looked like Heretics
Days,
were going
rounds.
to late play into that, it looks like they're changing direction, at least wanting to feign some
พี่
control.
บูธไปแทนพี่โบ๊ท
But with 4
Oh.
players here, I think maybe they're taking it. The B side is wide open if they decide to go that way.
ไม่น่าใช่นะ
Only
ผม
the
นี่
wall.
พี่เฮ็ดไม่น่าปล่อยไม่เหลืออะไรเลย
Well, Coach Maris
Gotta slow them.
didn't give a damn. He's the one that's tripped. He's taken the
หายละ
space.
พี่เหรียญ
The rest look to try and wrap
Oi.
around behind. I say the rest. It's only Jamalino. They've still got that trap as well to hold for Fizzy. And even getting into that site whatsoever is going to be incredibly difficult. Again, a lot of damage being done to these players. They do have to be a little bit careful. The spams eventually get the job done, but it's in a trade for a lot of damage. Arian seems well aware of the player trying to sneak through from behind. It is all about damage at this point, and well, Fizzy clearly thought he was a little bit more under the radar than he was.
He waited so long with the judge out, took his ghost out. I was like, oh, he thinks maybe they're deep window. Yeah,
ไม่
the
น่า
judge
พอ
won't be
ครับ
so good, but the
That's-
ghost pop. I
that's
think he
แบ
just
บ
runs out with his
ไม่น่า
knife.
พอครับแต้มเดียด
I don't know what happened there. But all right, fair enough. A rifle carried forward by Monster, but that's about it. And for Eintracht Frankfurt, it's just a gamble round that doesn't pay off. Like, they play the extremities, they put the judge down on A short, and you hope that, and often I guess it's true, like Garage and B are decent risks. It's not as many long lane ways for you to
ถ้า
take.
วิทย์กับฟุต
There's
ไม่เข้า
reload
ชิงอะ
corridors for the pistols to hide in, and with the flood
วิทย์กับฟุตต้อง
potential
เข้า
of the
ชิง
pistol
อะ
buy on the B side, it's quite hard to not hold on to after. You can play back in main, but to get in there in the first place and get enough space to get the plant down can be
ที่
dangerous.
บอก
So
ว่าไม่พอ
they're just
คือ
hoping
พวก
that
ที่
space
5
is
6 8อะไรพวก
respected.
เนี้ยแต้มมันไม่ได้ฉีกกันนะปะมันแซงได้
Find themselves some free ground, and obviously in a round like that, it should be easy to hold on to
วันนี้
once
ก็
it's claimed.
ดีขึ้นครับ น้องบาบาบี เกือบเอาตัวไม่รอดทรงเริ่มมา
Heretics
ถื
looking
อ
to
ว่า
try and
เป็นใน
level.
ทางที่ดี ใช่
Ultimates
ตอนนี้พวก
yet
เป็นออ
to
ฟได้
come
เปรียบ
online
กับ
for either side,
ทำ
but
แผนพักเต็มที่ถูกต้อง
Musashi is incredibly close. But the early feel of the map is there is no competition. Evidently, Eintracht Frankfurt thought this was going to be more of an A play, but it's also just look at the delay. They have so much Vice utility covering towards that C side of the map. They also then have the global utility on the other side. And Kosh Maris, again, he's trying to sell
ได้
a
เปรีย
bit
บ
of
แน่
a
นอน
ruse, but this is
ได้
the
ซ้อม ได้
delay
พัก
that you
โคตรเฟร
can't
ช
go
อะ
anywhere near those thorns.
ได้
You
ทำกันบ้าน
definitely
อีก
can't
โอ้
be
โหโคตรดีครับ
vulnerable while
Pay
you're
off.
stood in them. And just look at the amount of time that alone has bought. There's now a second player in the site, a third not far away. And Musashi has that ult to play with to disrupt if he needs to.
รู้หมดหลังไซส์สอง
Spotted Fizzy towards the back. They're going to be ready.
Oh.
They swing that
Oi.
backside, but not ready for Fizzy.
แล้วเหลือบูคนเดียว
With Boo alone,
20 วิจีจี
his position moments ago known, and now the steps heard. Okay,
Okay.
he does extremely well
Oi.
to take down Monster, but the TP will be his undoing. Musashi is waiting here with the Odin in hand. And a ninth locked in now for Eintracht Frankfurt. Musashi on his feet again.
He made me nervous because he was 10 HP. I was like, there was a small chance that Boo was able to
แล้ว
react.
คิดดู
But this is
ที่
just,
มู
I
ซาชิ
love
สมอง
watching
โต
the way
จัด
that they're using this Vice Astra
ไม่คิด
combo.
ไปรอตั้งแต่ก่อนบูจะวาร์ปอะ
I was calling out at the beginning of the round, like you have an opportunity to grab well, to smoke on 3 different chokes on the map. The second the ruse is figured out, as Kosh Maris just running in alone on the A site, they make that contact, he immediately just pops the util, calls for rotations, and can hold that side of the map so much longer than anybody else. That's just a great setup from Eintracht Frankfurt.
Revealing area.
Well, it's starting to fade from possibility and morph into reality. Eintracht Frankfurt winning against
ที่ว่า
Heretics
Emmetic
today.
ได้คนหนึ่
Honestly,
งโหดแต่
looking
ตอน
at
นั้น
this game, I predicted Frankfurt, but I really looked at
ได้
it as
ข
a
จัก
coin
ข
flip.
จัก
I
ได้
think
เพื่อน
either
ได้
of
เพื่อ
these
นเพิ่ม
teams
ด้วย
could dominate, either of these teams could get smashed, and we could very well have a very close game.
เอเมติกต้องได้เว
But
ส
for
ไซ
Team
เว้ย
Heretics losing 2-0,
Portmore.
that wasn't really in my mind. Like getting smashed on the map, sure, but you're telling me Woot can have a lights out performance like he did in the start of both maps?
Comeback
You're telling me
out,
Rienz isn't going to enter God mode? Kosh Maris on the Neon isn't going to deliver? Like, it feels impossible for them to not have that one, but Eintracht Frankfurt.
I will say the third of the the three things you said is more likely than the other two.
ไม่ได้เปิดเกมสาขา2มันดู
One of these is not like
คือ
the
ตอนนี้
other.
เหมือนโค้ชมันอะ
I was
อยากให้
with you,
คราว
I was
กลับ
with
มา
you,
จับ
and then
ที
you
ม
lost
นี้
me.
แล้วดัน
Went a little bridge
เขาปรับ
too
แค
far.
ชชี่ไป
Perhaps
เซ็น
they did
อะ
there
แค
on
ชชี่
that
เซ็น
contact play. Kosh deleted.
เปลี่ยนดีก
Benji
ว่า
will fall as
เอา
well now.
เวสไซด์มายิง
Musashi
ดีกว่า
doesn't even move. He is steadfast in his hold of long, but can Rien's root him from position? Reveal. No, okay, he'll get there in the end, but 12 seconds with the spike. He is not getting this planted, although he's got a couple of kills.
Yeah.
The result's the same.
Oh, it's a race for who
ต่อ
can
อะไร
kill
โพ
Riens. And it's going to be Jamalino. The second time he's killed him with the classic. Well, Eintracht Frankfurt make it to double digits.
สามารถมานานแล้ว
They came into this tournament as they went through a play-in. I think it was of 36 teams. They went through an LCQ to be one of the remaining
Nice,
team
come on.
that makes it to this tournament.
อ๋อ
They lose their opening match to GX, which I'll be honest with you, for me was a
นักแข่ง
death
สัมภาษณ์
sentence.
ใช่ไหมครับ
The second they lost that game, I was like, they're not making that run. And if you disagree with me, GX already out. So I think that tells you everything you need to know.
Unlucky, man. Yeah, bad gamble.
But going up against mates into Heretics, I was like, okay. I didn't expect them to get through the mates. I didn't expect them to get through Heretics. But they are 3 rounds away from doing both. And not just doing both, but doing it both in 2-0 fashions as well. They are building further and further into this tournament. I'd also like a stat that I don't know is necessarily possible to get, but it's Musashi's KD before being flipped off and after being flipped off.
It's going to be a very positive stat for him.
I think it is.
Motivation.
All I'm going to say is, maybe that needs to happen more often. We don't necessarily need to show it on camera every time, but...
And also, Fizzy stats before flipping Musashi off.
He was giving his power. You know, that's how he
transferred it. Yeah, that's a very small game. I can't quite tell.
Also, that was a guy from
That's a GX coach.
Was that the other game?
That was League of Legends, yeah. Just I couldn't determine that. GX are not in the tournament. You just said that as well. And then we showed GX.
Someone was like,
the smallest I've ever seen our game. I was worried about my eyesight for a moment, and then my sanity. But we're back. We're so back. 10 rounds on the board for Eintracht Frankfurt.
Back on the Rift.
But no. Is that what it's called?
I don't know. I don't play League. I've
เคา
never
น์เตอร์
played
ถ้า
a
ดู
round
บ่อย
of
ๆมัน
the
เดา
game. I
มัน
don't
เดา
know if they
ง่าย
have
นะ
rounds.
You're a lucky man.
เคาน์เตอร์
Either way.
No, they don't.
Low buy for Heretics.
อุ้ย
And Fizzy has just spammed out Riens, dropped the spike, which
แต่
he
ว่า
will
พี่
get back.
น้อย
Yeah, Rien's just
พี่
used
ล
Nightfall
ง
as
ทุน
well.
น้อย แต่พี่มีวิ
There's
ธีเล่น
Rien's going, let's go in, guys. Then just getting shot in the face, the body multiple times through the smoke. So,
ใช้แบ
not
บหลั
a
กชนิด
great
เนาะ
start to the low buy. Wood at least as a backup weapon to switch to. Boo's now got Musashi. Was this all a ruse? All part of the... Where's he going? He thought the TP
เมา
was
หนัก
coming
เลย
in.
อะน้องหยำ
This is looking way more competitive than it should be for Heretics. They popped an ult, got immediately stopped, and now we're in a 3v3. But Fizzy, well, he's flipping them off. Oh my goodness, it's a 4K from Fizzy. He's been quiet all map. But he's came through in a statement round right as they approach the finish line.
พี่จะเล่นแบบว่า
It almost felt like an
เรือ
eco
ยาวหรือสั้น
warrior
อย่าง
for a
เดียว
second, but
ไม่
you know,
ค่อย
it's
ไม่ค่อย
a
ดู
round that
เป็น
they
ทีม
needed. Like that got really shaky in the middle.
ดูเป็นทีมแม่ง
Early spam works.
ยาก
But then it's again just this aftershock causing issues and just everybody
ใช้รู้เห
swarming
ตุ
at once.
จีโปทูซี
Playing
ค
as
รับ
a team.
Was my ace.
จีโปทูซี
That's why. That's why.
Yeah, Musashi was there telling him, steal it, take the kill. Everybody, we need the round. Don't let that guy back on the board. Well, now it's a very tight pack for Eintracht Frankfurt. Everybody delivering. Fizzy was the one person who was
อีมี
missing.
พอยท์
Was
ที่
quiet,
อยู่ที่
unneeded at times.
3 แต่ว่า
And now even
สุ่ม
he has
เสี่ยง
shown
ครับ
up, and for Heretics
สุ่มเสี่ยง
now,
มาก
it's their moment to do the same. We
พอยท์
are
แบบสุ่มเสี่ยง
approaching
มาก
the end of the line for Los Niños. The run to Barcelona looking like it's going to be denied, falling at the hands of a team supposed to be a tier below.
ลาดแชนอะ
Right
วิ
now,
จา
it doesn't
ของ
look
ที
like
อะ
it.
It's worth mentioning as
ถ้าโดน
well.
ก็โดนเลย
The first event they made it
วิน
to
หน้า
the
เล่นยากละ
miracle run was Madrid.
เจออันเตียตาปิดอีก
They had the chance to make it back to Spain.
แล้วหลังมาแล้วครับ
the
Boo.
chance to
แท็บ
fight
อะไร
for the
ปุ๊บบู
EMEA
นี่เลย
title in a
เดิน
different
ไปตบ
place other than Berlin.
โอ้แล้วกลับมา
And
เพื่อนไม่รู้
Monster
ว่า
has
กลาง
found
โบ
himself
ไง
in
เฮ้ย
a very interesting spot.
เจ๋ง
Not
ว่ะ
just because of where he
เพื่อน
is,
ไม่รู้
but
ว่ากลาง
also
โบ
because of where Boo is. This
ดู
is
ดิ
a massive gap that has been exploited. He's now surrounded, probably
เฮ้ย
confused by that,
เจ๋ง
and he's
เจ๋ง
walked
เลยเจ๋ง
away
ละ
at the
เจ๋งละ
perfect moment.
Boo also shot at him. So Monster knows now there was a flank coming through. He flees
เฮ้ย
immediately.
ได้
But
คืน
then
มาอยู่
Fizzy
ซี
goes
ซี
pushing. He wanted his
25
ace
วิ
this time around. There was already a kill
It could
taken,
also
but
be a
just
roost.
like
จะ
last
จบ
time.
เอว่ะ
Players here
มัน
still.
จะจบเอเหรอ
They're going to run back into the numbers. Jamalino stunned out. Oh, popped and Boo didn't stand a chance. Kashmara stuns himself.
มา
And,
ละ
well, it is a stunning performance coming out of the defensive side. 12-7. Eintracht
Mac.
Frankfurt on the verge of dethroning Los Niños, sending them out in a disgraceful way. For this banner, making it to Barcelona was a necessity. But going out this far from reaching that goal, it wasn't even thought of.
Expectations on this roster have always been high after their first year. And for Eintracht Frankfurt, we spoke about at the beginning, a new start. And Jamalino, 16 years of age, but some players who've been around the block have been waiting for their opportunity.
มันเป็นไปได้ยังไงวะทีครับ
Have been fighting back in some cases as well. Look to
Ui.
take them down. And while for
Oh,
Azuri,
after
there's
shock.
that breach utility. Send that one to Mini.
After
He's gonna
shock.
love that. The breach showing impact once again. And for Boo,
เก็บสอง
another last-ditch effort, clutch
เป็นไป
scenario.
ได้อย่างไร
Will get him the spike.
ถามจริง
But does he want to make a move first? Oh. Izot will not give him the spike. Yeah, you can even see Jamalino's just like, okay, well, the spike's still here. He's gone for the element of
เกม
surprise
ทำให้เกมเล่นยากขนาด
rather
นั้น
than
ทำ
having
ไม
the
วะ
spike, which means he now still has to go back to the spike.
ไม่
So
เอาอัน
they
ตีรีโพ
are
ซิ
watching
ชัน
the
ทุก
spike.
คนไอ้
There
เหี้
is
ย
a gap, though.
มัน
Actually,
เอาอัน
there's a
ตีรี
pretty
โพ
big
ซิ
gap.
ชันน่ะ
It has to be because there's so many angles to clear, but they've got to. Oh, Jamalino's not checking it. He's going to be executed. Somehow Cruz.
โอ้โห มันเอาอันตีรีโพซิ
But
ชัน
Eintracht Frankfurt, they won't fall
ไอ้บู
for this one. 13-7, 2-0 once again. The VCT Tier 1 is challenged by those who are below.
Yeah, this is the fact of the matter. I said it, they lost to GX early, went into that lower bracket, and I looked at Eintracht Frankfurt, seeing the run they had to make, and I said, good luck. But they are the team on the table that made that run to get here.
Oi.
Playing to LC.
บ้านกี่หลังวุฒิพงศ์พี่พูดตลอดว่ายังไงก็ต้องเปลี่ยนบูกับคอสมาลาดออกคอสมาลาดแม่งเฮียเขาเรียกว่าอยู่กันแบบครอบครัวชาติเดียวกันนะนึกออกปะบูแม่งไปขุดมาจากไหนก็ไม่รู้
Some new ones as second 2-0 against the VCT mainstays. Eintracht Frankfurt not just making waves but washing away the competition. They're looking to make a run to Barcelona. And honestly, after this game, after the last, you have to ask, who can stop them?
Yeah, I think the most impressive thing is that they are taking names that have been to big tournaments. This isn't just a squad that's
ต้องไปลุ้
going
นคะแน
through
น
some of the lower levels.
เดี๋ยวให้
Nonetheless,
ดู
a
คะแนน
man
ครับ
really making a name for himself now.
ตอนนี้
We're
คะแนน
down
ที่เฮด
to Jamalino.
อยู่ที่3อ่ะ
For
คือ
joining
คะแนน
me again, nice to speak with you,
ข้าง
and
ล่างอะ
finally
มั
getting
น
a couple of wins
มัน
under
มี
your
สิทธิ์
belt
แซง
as
หม
well.
ดเลย
What
ค
are
รับ
the
ผม
initial feelings right now?
I'm really happy because like it's like the second win.
12
I think.
ใช่ไหมครับ
We won against
อ่า
so
เอเมติก
Heretics.
ได้ที่ 5 ได้ 4
And,
แต้มแซง
I don't remember
12
the
อีเทอร์นอล
second
เฟีย
win.
Gentlemen.
แซง 12 แซงหมดเลยครับผม
And yeah, so I'm really proud of the
คือ
team.
ตอนเนี้ย
I'm really
เฮเล
happy.
ติกต้องเชียร์
Yeah,
ไว
it's
เทนิตี้
great
กับ
to
ฟุตให้
see
เข้า
you
ชิง
having such a great individual performance as well, Jamalino. But I guess I had asked Musashi this earlier
Can I
today. What were your expectations coming into this event, considering that
Oi.
you came in through that last chance qualifier? And do you feel like you've met those expectations?
My expectation was like, I mean, we were pretty good in LCQ and also like in practice. So I mean, I'm sure we can go to Barcelona, honestly.
Oh, really? You want to go all the way to Barcelona? Thinking ahead of Barcelona, then, if you
ที่
guys
สี่
do
สี่
make it
แต้ม
to those playoffs, is there a team that
เอ้า
you've got
ไม่
your
ได้
eye
ไป
on
แล้
that
ว
you
เว้ย
want to go up against?
เพราะว่า
Probably EP because
สมมติ
as,
ถ้า
like,
เอเม
the
ติก
best tier 2
อินโนเฟีย
right
ได้
now.
ที่4ใช่ป่ะ
So yeah, I think EP.
แต้ม
I find that
แต้มเท่า
interesting that you
ทีเด
choose
ติก
another
12 แต่
challengers
รอบ
team. Why do you not
รอบ
choose any of
เพ
the
ย์ออฟ
tier 1 teams?
อันดับดีกว่า
I
ที
mean,
เดติกไม่ได้
EP
ไป
is like
ไม่
hard
ได้
to
ไปแล้ว
beat
ผม
and we never played them, you know, like in
ใช่ไหม
VCT or
พี่
like
รู้สึกไหม
EMEA. So
เพราะว่า
I
เขา
want
ใช้
to
กฎ
like
ถ้า
try
แต้
it
มเท่า
because
ร
I
วม
don't
แบบ
understand
ใน
why
รอบ
like
เพย์
that's so
เพ
good,
ย์
you know.
เพย์ออฟ
Yeah, okay, that's great
Hay
to
sủng
hear.
quả
Well,
của nó
hopefully
để
you
phải.
do get to do that. We'll get to see if
Chụp
both
lậu.
of you make to playoffs, because of course we've not seen if they get to
Anh ấy
do
chụp
it yet.
lậu.
But we're going to hand it over to your teammates who
Mới
are
phải lậu.
waiting on the desk.
Hello, Mini here, and I'm joined once again by Bea and Coach Tony
เอเม
and
ติกตกรอบ
Musashi of
ก็มีอิน
Frankfurt.
เทอร์นอลไฟอีกหนึ่งทีม
You won against a legendary Heretics team. How does it feel?
อ๋อ มี
And
ก
it
รณี
feels
หนึง
great. Like we really respect these players.
เทีย
Like
ร์สอง ชิง
like
เทียร์
respect
สอง
them.
กับ
They're
BBL
actually one of the best teams
เข้า
to
ที่
play
สาม
in
ที่สี่
Breakaway. And
พุท
now
กับ
beating
ไว
them
เท
on
เน
the
ตี้
stage,
เข้าชิง
it's
เออ
just amazing.
Did it feel any different? Like
เอา
the
ง่ายคือ
preparation?
ลิ
Does
ควิด
it feel
อิ
any
นเทอร์นอล
different
ไฟ
in the
เอ
server
เมติก
playing
ต้องตก
against?
รอบแล้วเทียร์ส
You
อง
recognize these players. They've got a lot of
เข้า
esteem.
ท็อปโฟร์หนึ่งทีม ซึ่ง
I
แม่งเป็น
think
ไป
in
ได้
the
ยาก
server it
มาก
felt
ตอนนี้
pretty
กรรมการ
normal.
แม่ง
Like
ลืมไป
because
ก่อน
we also like we were used to what they're doing, but we also just played our game. Like these two maps are like really
พ่อ
comfortable
แม่
for
แม่งเย
us.
อะจัด
We know what
ไม่
we
ได้
should
ไม่ได้
do. So it felt kind of normal.
คือ
Like they
ตก
didn't
ร
do
อบแล้ว
anything special.
So what were the keys, right? Like because both of the maps that we saw were good for them, good for you. What do you think were the differences, both from what you saw from them, Tony, and also from playing with them?
เขาแม่ง
I
แม่ง
mean,
เยอะ
for
เกิน
us,
ไป
the
ครับ
biggest
ต
thing
กรอ
is
บ
to
แล้ว
play what we're comfortable on, right? So
Enterprise
we see
กับ
that
ไฟ
we
ฟัก
play
อาจจะได้
not
ไป
a standard
ด้วย
meta
ซ้ำตอนนี้
composition.
ใช่ครับ
We like to play Haven. I think people can see that already. So yeah, like giving us comfort is very nice for us. I think it pans out really well. In the first day, we needed to adjust a little bit to the stage, but now we're familiar with it. I mean, sky's the limit, right? We see it every day, day by day, play by play, round by round, and yeah, today feels very comfortable. Not gonna lie.
What you said, the sky's the limit. What are the expectations you had coming into this play-ins?
Well, the expectations are like we have our goals, right? We want to represent a region very well. We want to do obviously very well because we know that we're capable of. We have a high potential. I think Enterprise mentioned it already earlier in the desk. Our scrims are
ใช่
looking
ต้อง
very,
เทีย
very
ร์สองต้องได้
strong.
สามหรือ
And I
สี่
think
คือ
one
ข้อ
of the
แม่แม่ง
biggest
เยอะจัด
question is how do you transfer the performance that you have in scrims towards the officials, right?
What have you been doing to translate it? Because it's looking very good.
You really want to know?
Yeah, I think everybody wants to know.
I
You
think-
beat Gentlemates 2-0 and now Heretics 2-0. I think everybody wants to know.
What did we do? I think we just did what we liked the most. We like the game. We have a genuine passion for this game. Players are grinding almost 24/7. And we got our head in the game. We didn't let something distract us. And the most of all is outside of the server, we are very good friends. You know, we have a very good synergy. We have been living now together for a long time, and there are no problems whatsoever. We feel very good, yeah. And I think that's the key point.
โอ้โห
How does the
แม่ง
coach
โคตรดีอะ
IGL relationship? Like I know that relationship means a lot in a
โอ้
team.
แม่งดี
Like
ทุกอย่า
how
ง
do you guys work? Like, are you coming up with strategies together? Like how? Just give us some
Musashi,
insight.
how does that go?
I mean, as the relationship is definitely
แฟรงก์
good.
เฟิร์ตเหรอ
Like,
น้อง
we
บัส
agree with pretty much everything. I mean, unless Tony's
ไส้กรอก
telling me
ข้าว
to
ซอย
play
น้องบัส
ISO on some maps.
น่ากินจัด
But like
Might
we,
have done
I would
that
agree with that one.
yeah, we
กับ
agree
ไส้
with
กรอก
pretty
บู
much
เชอร์ที่
everything.
เป็น
Tony does definitely much
couple
more. Like he's always sitting on the like after we're done with practice, sitting on the Discord and waiting for someone to come. And then when I see him there, I come also. But he's always doing a lot of stuff. Also with David,
จะบอก
doing
ว่าตอนแรก
the anti-strat on these teams.
โดน
which is
อันนี้
good
โด
to
น
do.
มองโบกสุดก็ได้ใน
But,
สี่อะ
I
เขาไม่
think
แปลก
we agree with what we want to do, how we want to play the game.
Completely agree. Yeah.
Everything is really good.
Talking about ISO, I remember you obviously back in the day as a star duelist back in
35 บาท
2021. You are now in
You're still in
IGL.
Rebels.
Yeah, to me, you're still in Rebels. You're now in IGL playing a lot more like the server and stuff. How has that transition been going from a duelist to IGL?
I mean, the thing is, like, I've always, like,
Tap not
also
there.
with duelist, I was really vocal always. Like, I'm someone who just can't stop yapping in-game, outside of the game. So it's just, like, really easy for me. Also, I like, I can stay kind of focused when I'm talking.
ที่
I mean,
สาม
it's
ที่
always
สี่
hard to
ครับ
see
ที่
the
สาม
full-
ห้า
get the full balance.
ที่สี่
When
สี่
I'm on
แต้ม
duelist, I don't, when I was on chamber especially, I didn't look at the minimap to tell my teammates what to do, right? But now I have to find the balance to
ฟุตดิน้องจ๋า
get both done. Like, tell them where to go, micro them, and also look at my crosshair. I think on the Lotus it was kind of terrible. I couldn't hit a shot the whole game, but on the Haven I figured it out.
You did clutch with the operator
yeah, but on
last round though.
On the off, bro, that's my prime weapon. No,
And also on the Haven, when you catch Boo with the TP and you were already waiting there, like you've had your moments.
Yeah, on Haven I think I was in the balance again, just doing my normal game like always, and also micromanaging them. So it's like, for me it was a kind of good transition, I think.
Cool. We've got giant. No,
ไม่โดน Fnatic ไม่โดน
No, we don't.
They're-
We do not anymore.
It's fine,
I'm sorry. We
it's
did
fine.
show the LEC for a second right there.
Fnatic Joblife coming up. Could you give us our predictions before we go ahead with that?
I can go first with this one, and I'm going to be a bit controversial, but I'm going to say Joblife.
Why? Now you have to back it.
Obviously, because we're in the same facility as they are. They are our friends. They're really nice, very nice people to have around you. I think they deserve it. Although I like how Fnatic has been playing the last match, though, I need to choose for Joblife in this case.
I think like if Fnatic plays like with Kayak Alpha, I'm full
มีครับ
confidence.
น้องออฟ
I mean, like who's stopping
Yeah,
them, to
yes,
be honest.
มีถุงนอนอยู่
But I think if they are not, Joblife is winning.
Okay. Well, congratulations today. A very convincing win. We're going to be joining. It's not Gen X. It's
It's not Gen
Fnatic.
X, it's Fnatic and Joblife.
Right after the break.
FNS, 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 you see this? Nice! Good job! Nice!
ไม่แล้ว 16 คือมันดรอปเรียนเลยเหรอวะ
Nice! Guys, you need to win those! Nice! Let's go! Oh, this is over, no
แฟรงก์เฟิร์ตบูทแคมป์ต้องอยู่เยอรมัน เกมคนฝรั่งเศสไอ้เหี้ย
Good job!
KC มามืด
VCT EMEA goes on its first
ก็
ever
เลยเครื่องตก
roadshow,
คือถ้าเปิดได้แรงคือได้สีแดงเหรอ
and it's coming to Barcelona. Our biggest crowd, our biggest stage, and a trophy lift under Spanish skies. We will be there. Will you?
ใช่ คือเลยชอบตอนที่ปูเซนเล่นคอม KC ไง คือถ้าแทมเบอร์ได้แบบนเรศนี่จบละ แม่งโหดสัตว์ เหลี่ยมรอบจัด แดง 4.7% เหรอ เข้าห้องน้ำก่อน เฮ้ยส่วน EF ของจ๋าเอเมติก2-1พูดครับน้องกล้อง
here on the desk, and let's jump right into this and have a look at our bracket, because of course we've now had to say goodbye to Team Heretics, who let's not forget, they're not completely out of champs contention just yet, but of course that fate is no longer in their hands, and unfortunately we will not be seeing the Los Niños in Barcelona this time around. But yeah, we'll figure out what that actually means for them in the rest of the year when we get to that playoffs to see if they can still be able to make it to champs. But I think it's just, again, challengers teams continuing to have prowess throughout this bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. All the names still here. Joblife could also do the funniest thing, because as you're saying, for Team Heretics, they still have the chance of going. They're looking good on points thanks to winning that stage 1. But for Fnatic this year round, last year they made it on points. This one is not looking that easy if they are to fall. Well, it's impossible if they fall.
There's a decent chance for Heretics, but at the same time, like, that might have been the last time we saw that roster together. Like, it does feel like a moment, and I think it's worth addressing that, like, that might have been it. That's crazy to me.
Yeah.
And like that.
Just like that.
And like that. Bro, that Haven.
we just having a little funeral for...
Yeah,
dressed in black for a reason.
Oh my god, no, but it very much has been the kind of tone of these play-ins of, like, each day feels like, I said it at the start of the show, like, elimination, it's rough.
Yeah, completely. But I also think that for the side of, like, things looking good for Heretics, the better that the challengers teams do now, and the most that they eliminate on the way, is when we get to Barcelona that things get serious, you know?
Well, let's get into this matchup that we have ahead of us, though. Minnie, I wanted to start things off with you about things that we like about Joblife and what they've shown here in the play-ins.
Yeah, I had a little Telestrator segment ready because I liked a round I saw yesterday from Joblife. It was a round on split on the attack side. And I think it's just about how mature this Joblife team are. They play just so mature. Right? So again, attack, a kind of round. Immediately we see them taking the ramp control. Just a standard kind of idea. But here is where they make a good decision. They realize at the top here that they make a good read that the A site's going to be completely free, so they concede all this space on Heaven. So decision number 1, pretty good decision, getting a free site. But now, because they've left open all of that space on Heaven, their post plan is going to look a bit crap, right? They don't really have any space anywhere. But look here, we already see Pays running up into spawn to maybe do something else. Again, another mature decision. They haven't even got the spike down yet, and he's already thinking ahead about this post plan.
I mean, if they're not on side, that doesn't mean that they're not ready to float, right? I think that that's also important for them.
Sure, but they then join up with him, and then here, another mature decision. Instead of just holding that space, let's actually be proactive about it. And immediately we see here, fighting out together, nice little trading there. It's just very easy. They're just ahead of Pacific here completely. And that's all I wanted to show really, was just how, like, even though it's a challengers team, even though we expect maybe slightly less sometimes from these teams, I think they're making a lot of quick decisions. And I think you hear it in the comms sometimes, the calmness that they're able to, like, bring and the kind of reactions they seem to have, it all just is kind of combining into what is, I think, a very mature Joblife.
Well, they are, of course, going up a very experienced team when we consider EMEA. But one of the nice surprising factors, I think, that came out from Fnatic yesterday was Alfea on that Waylay in particular. I know that you were...
The way that he's matured on the Waylay.
Excited.
The way that the Alpha has matured on the Waylay. We absolutely love it. I think that we were a bit skeptical, right? Just going into this, being like, oh, Alpha, just give him something that where he can shine with the operator that has never been an issue. We were expecting a chamber. We were granted something much better, something that gives Fnatic an identity that they could follow through and that could take them to champs, which is basically what they need. They need to win those 6 games in a row. And one of the players that has to be in 100% fashion is Alpha here. Same goes for Kayak. I think that this new adaptations within the project Hail Mary, I was going to say fail, are making them shine so much. Like the games that he was taking, that is the kind of Alpha that makes me scared to go.
Yeah, I think my criticism was that if I had Alpha, it would just be raised chamber, and I think I would still stick by that. They've got to play like 6 games in a win 6 games in a row, and I would hedge my bets there. But what we saw yesterday was an Alpha looking very strong on both the Neon on Split and the Waylay. Waylay in particular, he seemed to have an intuition for it that was surprising. Like, it was a bit surprising.
Especially when he was like going in incredibly deep. Like, he was better than I expected he was going to be mechanically. That's what I say.
Well, of course, we need to have a look at the skirmish as well, because let's not forget there's no seeding in this matchup, so we've had to have a skirmish because of that. And we have a 1v1 of Alfea versus Skaz, who's the assistant coach on Joblife. I think it's kind of interesting that they've been sending Alpha into these recently.
It's the final boss. He needs to warm up before the game, and he's doing it on skirmishes. Now,
even picking that Waylay once again, look at him. Try harding.
He's embodying the Waylay coming into this series mini.
I think for me, it's just like, I think today they're playing Joblife. I think to me, once they hit a landmine type team, I think to me, this whole narrative around him on this Waylay, I want to see it when they're playing against a team that they truly aren't just the favorites in. Like, they are the favorites today. And I think that it doesn't really matter what they're going to play as much. Like, as long as they're kind of in form, I think that is going to be the key for them.
I mean, if they win, they go up against either Fireflux or Enterprise again? Or am I in the wrong here?
I don't want to give a definite answer when I'm not 100% right now. But yeah, here we go. Predictions are there. I have once again stuck with the challenger team. That's my defense for this one. But I had asked you in the previous series, you know, how big of a swing is it with the predictions? I'm going to ask you the same thing here again. How big of a swing is it?
The exact same answer. It's like Fnatic are slightly favored here. I think Joblife are a bit underrated, but you know, Fnatic have the players, they have the experience, they even have the form right now coming off of the last win.
We just need to think of what Boaster was saying yesterday in post-plan. They know that they have champs caliber players, a team. They have every single ingredient that could be in the mix to go to that champs. I know that the rest of the year has not been the best, but that doesn't matter if this is the Fnatic that we're getting and if they're going to peak when they get to China.
And last kind of thoughts from you, Minnie. What do Fnatic need to do to be able to...
He needs to stop hip thrusting me, because he keeps throwing me off at every single segment.
That's funny though. I think it's great. Well, either way, I feel like we've set up the magic great here. And it's a familiar matchup in the terms of you've got old friends on one side and old friends on the other side. And now one of them will need to stop the journey of the other here. Let's send Fnatic and Joblife out onto the stage. Doma was a player that, of course, subbed in for Fnatic at Champs last year. Now, right here, right now, he could be that same player that actually eliminates them from being able to make it this year. It would be a first time, of course, that Fnatic miss out on Champs after not making any global events at all this year, guys. As we take a look at the map, Viperdemon, your interest has peaked already.
Yes, Breeze. Man, I miss Breeze. Have we had a lot of Breeze here in the play-in? I feel like if we've seen it, it's been like one. Here, or my memory is failing me. But you know, yeah, it's been a while. Do you know who's been a while?
เฮ้ยทอมครูซโหทอมครูซครับ ทอมครูซชนะซิมเปิลมาจะมาแพ้ลุงเจมส์ก็ไม่ใช่เรื่อง
I'm in love with it. You love an alpha chamber.
Yeah, I think Joblife, I've picked this because they feel comfortable on it, but at the same time, I thought Fnatic looked phenomenal on the Lotus last time we saw it. Alpha on that chamber was just walking out of rubble every single round, just frying. I think this might be a little bit of a
ทีเอสถ้า
sketchy
ปี
veto
หน้า
for
ยัง
Joblife here.
ไลน์อัพนี้
I
ก็
think
ไป
they
ต่อ
probably
ไม่
would
ได้
have
แล้ว
got that
น้อง
Lotus
ไปวัด
third anyway, so they need to kind of show us why
ไม่ไหว
they
แล้ว
picked this Lotus.
What are some things that you want to see from them in terms of like, what do you want them to show you?
They can't die to Alpha every single round. They can't let him just be walking around the map
Isn't
doing
that the
his
challenge
thing.
for the
I think it's
entire day?
specifically different here because he
Yeah.
has the Viper wall, he has that chamber. They need to find a way to shut down him just taking that map space.
Something that we didn't get a chance to touch on for Joblife was the double duelist that they've been playing as well. Runner and Pays kind of being the ones that I think they need to lean on in this series.
Yeah, I think something that I was saying was they have a very mature style, right? But the problem is Fnatic likes to play against that mature kind of not hyper-aggressive style, and I think it's going to be down to Joblife to let these duelists off the leash a bit. If they're able to get into Fnatic's face, whilst both are trying to do his microing, whilst they're trying to do that mid-rounding, I think that is a big win condition against this Fnatic team.
Yeah, thinking about Lotus as we're shortly going to jump into that agent select for the duelist, I think that Pace, when he's shining, he's incredible. And I think that the duels that Unfake is able to, well, the trios more so, because when you have Runner and Pace running at you, with the utility that Unfake has been using, especially on this Lotus, has been incredibly on point. I would say the same for Boo earlier today, but, you know, sad day for that. But, of course, the stakes are completely different. The pressure is going to hit different. I think that for me is to see if Fnatic is going to go back into that state.
Yeah, Pays to me as well. Like he seems to get going in a lot of confidence in that last time they played Lotus. Like he got momentum early and then was converting that into a lot of proactive plays. And I think they're going to need to keep that proactive style up. And again, once again, just give Fnatic something to worry about. Don't let Boaster sit back and play a chess match. Start punching them in the face while they're trying to move around the pieces.
Yeah, I agree, and like that's kind of like why I wanted to have that double duelist conversation, right? And I think something that Pays, I had a chance to speak with him earlier, and I was mentioning, you know, it feels like you've finally been able to warm up to the stage. Obviously, those first two series, maybe not having the best individual performance, or at least what he would expect from himself. But that game against Pacific,
I was gonna say
he really stepped up.
Even on Lotus, like all that the Pacific players could see at the beginning of the round was just Face going at them and being like, no, please, and no. So yeah, they're coming in great form. Again, pressure's still on them. We still have the challengers teams all alive. And here that we did see, here's the agent select. We did see Doma moving on from Vice onto the Cypher. He did have a lot of control over the shenanigans that Hubert and other people wanted to do. So I understand the vision.
So once again, Fnatic on this attack side with the Vice Chamber composition. What we saw from them last time is what I love with this composition. We're playing it well, unlike what Pacific did before, is Crash is going to be using that fight towards A. Alpha's just going to be using it to take jewels. It'll be coming down and he gets the advantage on that jewel every time. And last time they played this map, he was just destroying every single time. I want to see what Joblife have up their sleeves to stop Alpha from taking that rubber space.
And Kayak as well. Yesterday he had a brilliant game. He had been having a lot of ups and downs. I want to see how he then is by himself on that duelist, not relying so much on just being that supportive player that Boaster was talking about, but also just being more like himself, him taking the initiative, him actually going onto those executes.
Yeah, for sure. And from Joblife's side, they obviously don't have the Viper in here mini that you would usually prefer, but I feel like we're seeing Doma flex around a lot of different agents, especially when we consider the shuffling that they've had to do because Chiba couldn't make it here.
Yeah, I think that the no Viper here is obviously, I prefer the Viper, but the fact that I said that a win condition against Fnatic is to get into their face, I think that playing the double duelist here isn't the worst idea, especially if you're an underdog, which I think Joblife are. It's just going to be about Pays and Runner, essentially running at them and trying to make their life a bit more miserable. Don't let them set up, don't let Boaster do his thing, and I think that is the big win condition. Doma, he's going to be the kind of guy who, whilst they're running at them, hopefully just kind of containing things, like just living his best life, just relaxing a little bit.
I want wholesome banter today. Do you think that would be possible?
I can see Doma getting into it. Kamik's usually quite, you know, because Kamik and Doma obviously have history of Fnatic here. I think Kamik's usually more likely to, but I think some cheeky Doma flame would be quite nice.
what kind of I'm sorry, I completely spaced out there. What kind of flame would you be expecting from Domini?
ขอพเยอะล่างแบบล่างแชมเบอร์2025
Everyone okay?
We are okay. Sorry, we had a slight delay. Everybody.
Never mind. Apparently our casters are
แมป
ready. So
วิน
Hazard and
60
Cairo,
ครับ
take it away.
แมปพลิก20ไปคอมพลิก
Thank you very
20
much, guys. Yeah, looking forward to diving into this one, of course. For both of these teams, their year would end on a loss, but with vastly differing expectations when you consider the journeys that they've been on.
Yeah, I think the big talking point is the fact that Joblife had to go through all of that lower bracket, and EMEA 3 and Fnatic will have to do the exact same thing should they want to go to champs. It's a long journey, and yes, we are on the backup HUD. The full HUD will be back.
มีคาร์บอนใหม่ครับ
Yeah,
ชอบครับ
You've got things
ใช้
for
อยู่
this little HUD, so brought that
ห่วงมันดิ
along with you.
Love a
But
HUD.
absolutely, as you say, we've already cut loose one of the
เติมไม่
historic
ยากถ้าเติม
heavy hitters from
อย่า
the
ลืมนะครับ
competition.
ถ้าเติมสกินมาโลอย่าลืมเติม
Heretics
ผ่าน
have the
เพจ
luxury
ทูวิน
of
ทับ
points,
นะ
Fnatic don't, and
โค้ด
so
วีพีอาร์1
this
นะ
could very well be the last time we see them take to the server. And against some familiar faces on the other side as well, of course. 7 wins,
พี่ชอบคาร์บ
that's
อย
the
แฟน
headline.
ทอมมันเก่าอ่ะเลย
And with their first in the lower
จัดหมด
bracket
เลย
already
เนี่ย
under their belt, you can see on the attack side of Lotus here, Joblife's pick to remind you all at home. Taking some of that early A control.
ฝั่ง A3 ครับ
Many
จ็อบ
was
ไลท์
talking
มี
about
ค่ายกล
how
อยู่
Joblife haven't been punished playing against the Viper. Pacific struggling to do so. But this time Fnatic doing well as they try to scale out on A. Joblife though giving absolutely nothing away, and well, you're allowing Fnatic to have
farm
free
up.
roam of the map.
ยังไง
Well, something that came up in the coach confession the other week was how Unfake likes to adjust his calling style depending on who he's up against.
เงียบ
And
หน้า
already
เปิด
this
หา
is
ข่าวเลย
looking very different from Joblife in terms of how
เอ
passive
เคลีย
they
ร์ปุ๊บ
are
สมม
on
ติปิด
A.
ซี
Fnatic with that constant threat of the chamber, allowed to walk out, and now this
ไหวก็รับ
regroup set up for a C site which is completely open. And with that knowledge in mind, just looking like Joblife are preparing for a retake here.
Yeah, well, let's need Paranoia and Prowler use. Doma, the one to collect information. Keep an eye on Althea through B main should he get his opportunity.
เอียงเพราะเยอะมันเลิก
Fnatic have sight into post, but what utility is really left?
Delayed plant
จัก
for just a second. It's into
โอ้โห
Doma's domain.
ยังดี แคชชี่
Crashes
เทีย
the
ได้
one leading that charge, and now a reroute of the Fnatic players. Late position of Althea coming into effect very
ชิ
soon.
ปหายแล้วเยอะต้องไวกว่านี้
Kamek gets himself involved and finds another. Fnatic trying to just
Crashes.
dispel this a little longer,
หมด
and they do so successfully. Crashes and Bosa combining on
เฮ้ย
site, and C
โอ้โห
looking under wraps unless Kamek can
ชิป
find
หาย
another
แล้ว
catch
ความ
for
หวัง
us
วัน
here.
นี้เอ้ย
It's been good for them so far in the play-ins. In fact, better than anyone else. But on this pistol, it's all Crashies.
Yeah, Fnatic managing to hold on towards that C site, and the HUD's back for round number 2.
อาตินมาอยู่วันนี้
Yeah, I think it all comes through the Viper's position and the fact that Crashes is able to keep
เอาพเยอร์
himself
วิปโชว์ไปที
alive for as long as he does, and Joblife need to be careful of things like that.
แล้วทีเฮดอะเป็นยังไงบ้าง
อะไรนะ
ทีเฮด
โอ้โห
Yeah, we don't have to address
Look,
this. do we?
อย่าไปพูดถึงเลย
Just saying. I
Line
know
up
who
ถ้ายังไม่
Ome
เปลี่ยน
was
ก็
rooting
นั่นแหละ
for at champs, and it was not Fnatic
เอาใครอ
in
อก
that
ก่อนคน
final.
แรก
That's
เอาไป
all I'm
สอง
gonna
เลยเอา
say,
บู
but
กับไอ้คอร์สออกก่อนเลย
it is a long
Oh,
road
yeah.
for them back.
สองนะ
Yes.
As of right now, it's looking like One Fnatic in Shanghai.
Owner
Meaning
Gameplay in a
without in German, of
Yes,
course.
of course.
เสียง F ครับผม
Today, a great day to learn German, as is any other. And unfortunately,
ปุ๊บอีกที
while
มี
you
ทุกวัน
said that the HUD was back before we even got a chance
ดู
to look
ดู
at
ทุ
it,
กวันเลย
of
ดูช่อง
course,
พี่นั่นแหละ
it seems
กด
we're
ไลค์
going
ด้ว
to
ย
be held for just a moment before this one
สวยมาก
resumes.
Yeah, I think it is just the
Like, okay.
headset issue, so we're just very quickly getting back in.
เมื่อไหร่นีออนจะออกจากเมตาสักที
To go
จริง
once again.
เฮ้ย
Yeah,
รี
I
พอร์ต
mean,
ไม่ต้อง
for Fnatic, I think that's the big thing, and it's a good talking point to come into this one, that they have to find any way to keep the mood up, to keep them believing in this run, because it's a perilous one, let's be honest. 6 matches in a row now, they've already been able to do 1 out of 7 against a out of form GX, it's fair to
Absolutely.
say. But Joblife is a different beast entirely.
Yeah, I think, look, GX, you quite easily find them in the bottom 2 of the league this stage, alongside Pacific, which Joblife just come off the back of a win against. And with that in mind, into the second round, it's a very pacey play out of C. Fnatic showing some respect in the end after Kayak the sole casualty right now.
Yeah, but it was just a Marshall loss realistically, not the worst of buys to lose. But
วันนี้ขออย่างเดียวเลยนะมือขวามือซ้ายโบสตันทุกอย่างจบ
And Fnatic playing this macro game as they always do, faking out towards A. You'll see that the door is rotating on the map, and Joblife starting to buy into this a little bit, where the spike has not really moved from B, but exploration towards C.
ปั่นป่วนคนเดียว
Just out of these first
โยกกันมาหมดเลยแต่ถ้าช้าเนี่ยจะซวย
slow-paced
เนี่ยพอเล่น
chess
อะไร
match
แบบ
between
เนี้ย
these two.
มันดูถนัดมากเลยนะ
A lot of this year for Fnatic has been figuring out how to exist in a meta which doesn't suit double initiator.
ปั่นป่วนไปหมด
Alfia on the chamber here, of course, not part of that double duelist which we've seen a couple of times, and as Fnatic contact their way towards an A site which has already started to be cleared by crashes. You can see Joblife gathering in blue room and making themselves known in the process. Pays picking up yet another, and as the spike dropped out in the courtyard, Boaster trying to help reclaim this one. Some of the weaponry has been recovered. Alfia with the Marshall, but as you say, time is in the red zone now. Jesus managed to bag himself yet another, and Doma's right there. It's a 3v1 for Crashies, and he can't reach the task. All of a sudden, we're back on even terms.
Just as the vibes start well, Fnatic getting the pistol round, Joblife doing an absolute hit-and-run job. Pays his positioning on stairs as the rest of the team actually distracted the main body of the push. This is the kill that basically wins the round, and from there on in, it's easy for Joblife to protect that spike. It's rounds like this that are going to cost Fnatic.
เจอโดมามาสอนเชิญ Fnatic
They certainly know. And I got to agree with you, man. I feel like this Joblife team, they've been good for an eco here and there. We saw it in the Pacific match as well. They've got so many explosive players. Pays one of them.
Yeah,
they can just change around in a moment. It is also in that same micro, though, where I think their biggest weaknesses currently sit on a fundamental level.
หลอกทีเดียวก็พอแล้วเมื่อกี้
I mean, it's a team that's, what, a week or two long?
It's a new team.
Yeah, that's
self-described.
I mean, obviously, there'll be systems in place that have been there long-standing since this roster has been in place. But for Joblife, they feel as if they've been building from the ground up in Kayak, looking to destroy some of those early foundations. Nice headshot.
Sound to a good path here, Fnatic, and it's only Runner to try and ward away the C push, which is starting to regroup up. Alfia is the one with the rifle in this situation. And so respect shown by the defense, and a rotation called. Pays now arriving.
มีพาวเลอร์มีฮัน
5 bodies strong, and Alfia does have a rifle as they try to get in, trying to overwhelm the numbers on site, but not being successful. Both doing well here as the lesser buy of Fnatic start to fall. Alfia's rifle out making them pick. He has to find 2 more targets. It should be an easy task for Alfia of all people.
Yeah, Unfake doesn't want to give his life up here, though. Shouldn't. Time.
Steps forward. Alfia doesn't consider that Unfake would disrespect him. And Joblife up to 2.
Yeah, that's the lead now for Joblife in this situation. And Fnatic still posing a threat in that round. It is one ultimately for the defense, though, by being able to stall out this C hit. Some great utility as a counter just popped into the choke. It was a nade from Runner initially to just cut off Kayak from the rest.
Let's go, guys.
And a reactive stun right behind it.
Just pick it, trust me.
Another big talking point, of course, is the confidence that this team has built up, and referenced there by Pays coming into the gun round. You can see Fnatic are back to some of this early A control. Again, the TP from Alfia just commanding that from them, but he is forced to take it early.
So that A space lost for the moment. Alfia just noting that, and it's a very quick pivot towards C. Joblife should know this, especially with the Cypher of Doma playing the weak side, and, well, Joblife having no contact on that stack on A.
Doma yet to receive that pressure. He has repositioned here onto the off angle. So Fnatic, if they look to try and clear him, could be in for trouble. He's on the Phantom.
Phantom zoom.
Can't deal the damage on
Joblife,
and with that, Fnatic have their opener.
That's a few rounds I've seen Doma do that, but Alpha looking to contend with this push on flank.
Oh, TP is into the box just behind him. Not too much safety about this for Alpha. Let's get out of dodge for just a moment.
ไม่มีคนช่วยเยอะด้วยโอ้โหเรียบร้อยครับ
Spam with the positioning, back to a 4-on-4.
Yeah, both still low as
ยังไง
well,
ดี
just
ที
to
นี้
know. But not a whole load of utility on Fnatic. In fact, the C's already used.
Good util just to buy a little bit more time breathing
Oh.
from here for Fnatic as
God.
Bosa's looking to
Bot.
hold it
Oh,
down,
ไม่ไหว
rifle in hand. Only gets one.
3-3
Even
VCT
standing
ยิง
yet
นะ
again, but as time continues to creep, Joblife have that
Unfake.
pressure applied to
นั่นไง
them. Unfake wrapping back around from Waterfall has alleviated a lot of it though. A pressure valve point released. And with that, it's only Cloud remaining. He's looking to line them up one at a time. He only gets past the first, and there's just enough left for this
เทพ
defuse
โล
to
ตัส
come
มันหาย
in.
ไปไหนวะพี่
บ้านเก่า
Joblife, big retake. And I have to say,
Phải-
good
phải
coach
phóng
from
người đi
Unfake.
lên.
Starting to
Đảm bảo.
have a different approach on these retakes, having a big pack. I mean, we saw it on the Thrifty when Paze was able to come through steals. This time, Unfake plays his time into perfection through Waterfall. Here is the kill that allows them back in, and then the second one onto the player on pillar. Yeah, beautiful stuff.
อันเนี้ยมันมีสเน็กไบต์อ่ะแม่งวางเปิดอ่ะแม่งน่าปล่อยมาเล่น CT หมดเลยนะ
Fnatic are going to have to start expecting from Joblife though, because when they have been proactive on the extremities, they've looked to try and leverage that. It's the A control
แม่งเอา
which
ไป
they
เล่น
were
วัน
able
ไป
to
วัน
take
เฉย
possession of in the previous.
แต่
Alfia
โดนที่ที
taken
ละ
out
คน
of
สอ
play
ง
by
คน
the horn. He won't be this time.
อุ๊ย
Still hunting that opening jewel and just can't find the shots. Cloud is low though. He was fighting his own spam battle on the back lines.
ออกไม่ได้ครับ ยึด A ไม่
Joblife
ได้
continue
เอมติก
to
มีชัวร์สต็อป
win
เปอร์
the A fight. This chamber becomes
เปิดเลยไหม
invaluable.
แต่
That's
จ็อบ
the
ไล
whole
ท์มา
point
ฝั่
of
ง
the
3 แล้ว
composition. Sure, we can, if you're Fnatic, come back out on towards it. So once again, a slow scale this time
Yeah.
from Fnatic, and
โอ้โห
they're trying to find the trip of the Cypher.
Actually see that Unfake's been recalled towards A because of this constant cycling of the wall from crashes. Maybe looking to invest a prowler or something to retake some of that space, but it's so deep that Fnatic are right
ใช่
now. Buying precious
chamber
time in
ต้อง
the
เยอะ
back for them, this maneuver.
Oh, that's not good.
Joblife have done all of the detective work that they
เอาละ
needed
ครับ
to. I
เข้า
think
แก๊ป
they're
ตอน
not
นี้
still sold that this is
เข้า
going
แก๊ป
to
เอ
be
โน
a
ติ
C
กอยู่
finish.
หลอกให้งง
Both
วาร์ปหลอก
Bosa
อีกที
trying to
ตอน
fake
นี้
that, it's not done
งงไหม
anything.
จ็อบไลท์บอกไม่งง
Joblife know that Fnatic like to play
ไม่
the
เชื่อ
map
สักอย่างตอนนี้
and do not want to move from position.
จ็อบไลท์กำลังงงบอกไอ้เหี้ยมันหลอกอะไรกูอยู่วะเนี่ย กูไม่เห็นงงเลย แล้วก็เข้าตอน 19 วิเปิดได้ เหลือโดม่า 10 วิกลมอ้าว4 วิอ้าวกูว่าแล้วภาพอย่างนี้ เกิดขึ้นบ่อยๆครับ
Fnatic, the small details betraying them.
I mean, that's just
ข
a
องโปรด
ridiculous
เลย
conclusion
19
to
วิ
a
เข้า
round which
ซ้ายอร่อย
otherwise
หอก
felt well executed enough by Fnatic in the final moments. Joblife were considering the gamble towards C. Didn't look like they fully committed to it, but had the right idea about what Fnatic were trying to do on the map. That applied
ทุก
A
คนสังเก
pressure
ต
not
นะ
fallen for.
เวลาทีมยุโรป
And it's
แข่ง
just
กันอะ
a
เวลาโด
single
นหลอก
nade
มัน
in
จะ
the
ไม่
end
ค่อยโยก
that wins it for them. Great spray from Runner.
อันนี้พี่สังเกต
In the
มานานละ
meantime,
แต่เอ็มติกกับแม่งชอบหลอก หลอกเสร็จเขาก็อยู่เฉยๆอะนึกออกปะ
yeah, no points for
สังเกต
guessing
เมื่อ
what
กี้
he
คือ
was saying.
ทุกอย่างที่เอ็ม
I
ติก
think it was
ทำอะ
that Fox song we're talking
โพ
about
ซิชัน
last
ของ
time.
จ็อบไลท์แม่ง
What did the Fox say?
ไม่ได้แบบ
Oh.
สร้างความปั่นป่วน
I'm not
จ็อบ
sure.
ไลท์เลย
Okay.
จ็อบไลท์คือก็
Fair enough.
กูก็ทำหน้าที่อยู่
Probably.
ของกูอยู่ปกติ
There
เอ็
you
ม
go.
ติกมันก็
Wait,
ไอ้เหี้ยทำอะไรไม่รู้
bring
มั่ว
that
ไป
up.
หมด
I know
Please.
you don't like it.
Yeah, but
สรุป
But
ไม่
here
รู้ใคร
are
งงตอน
the
นี้
results from both of these teams in their play-ins campaign so far. Joblife getting off to a strong start with that win.
พวกนี้ถ้าอินโฟ
But
ไม่
then
คร
the
บมันไม่
Eternal
โยก
Fire
เว้ย
game, I think, for me, raising more questions than it ended up answering for us.
Yeah, and I feel as if though we think that Eternal Fire game for Joblife went to overtime on map number 2. Was it maybe a little bit more front-loaded in that best of 3? Is there a conversation to be had there? I think overall, Joblife though haven't had the toughest of challenges.
For sure.
And I think this is where this Fnatic game really gets to see where the cut of the mustard is.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a barometer of strength for both, with Fnatic coming out the back of they're only finding their first win in the lower bracket. And so, as play resumes, it's only a couple rifles to get you excited here on the attack
เวลา
side.
มันน้อยเล่นยาก
From
ครับ
their perspective,
เวลา
again,
มัน
they
น้อยมัน
control
ไม่มี
taken,
โอกาส
but
พลาด
look
ครับ
what he's brought to the brawl this time around. Kamek looking to try and shut them down at the first port of call, though, with Pays in support. He's a trusty ally in
ไม่
this
ไหว
endeavor. The fight is
เพ
taken
บอก
all
ไม่
the
ไหว
way to the doorstep of A Lobby in the
กด
end,
แม่ง
and
เลยละกัน
Alfia does find one back, but still, Fnatic trail, and look at Doma.
Yeah, right on the
แต่โด
flank.
มาเก่าจัดครับ
Joblife
จังหวะ
have
นี้
used two ultimates,
เดินกินไปที่
the
หมดละ
showstopper and
ได้
the
ยินทุกอย่าง
overdrive to get
I
this.
mean, they're putting the squeeze on them, and
หมด
every single
ไปตก
front, Doma
แวะซ้ำอีกหน่อย
finds the 2 kills on the
เหลือ
C
เยอะ
push
คน
in
เดี
the
ยว
end. Unfake continuing to
โอ้
constrict through B main. And with that,
Oh.
it's a 4-round cushion now for Joblife. Fnatic
Oh.
beaten to the walls in
เยอะ
that
คนเมื่อ
round.
วานไปไหน
They are, but it's an equal round at Sheriffs. It's not the biggest of rounds. I'm very surprised that Joblife got so over-eager here. And fair enough, they win the round and they make it look easy, but I'm not quite convinced by that. And I think that could be
why you are not killing me in this angle, eh?
He's getting better, you know. He's getting better with the trash
ครับ
talk.
น้องจ๋า
Step by step, man. Like, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't teach it how to drink.
หมายถึง
Let's
ชื่อจริงๆเหรอ
see what it is, though, that's being said in the comms on the Fnatic side.
1, go. He's
อุ้ย ดูมันยิงดิ
keep facing. Don't give them respect.
ดูมันยิง
Alpha is not outside.
I think he's gonna block Hobbit. Hold Hobbit. Sure, I'm holding back.
But I can't hold Hobbit right now. Okay, I have someone on me.
Okay, so we know that Cypher's probably left the C with his camera, boys. We should go back to C and rush C.
That's fine.
You come back.
Yeah.
I hold your.
You want me to open?
We have wall up.
Wall?
Yeah.
Wall up.
That's the kill.
I'm
Good
gonna
job.
fix. Stay there.
They should push A now.
Oh, one more on B.
โอ้โห หมด
He's
ส
still
ภาพ
there. They found my trap. Raise on A, only raise on A.
หมดส
There's
ภาพ
magnets together. I think C will be empty, boys. But you can go on to A if you want.
JL คือดิ
He'll probably go to Hobbit.
เชียร์
He
วัน
might
ถ้า
be
ส่วนใหญ่
holding the
ใช่ครับ
crossbow, but if he is, it's
ลันเนอร์ไวเทเลตี้โดมาแพติกอันเฟกไวเทเลตี้คามิกทีมลิควิด
I could guess about a player holding Hobbit. Alpha, yeah, the one to challenge it. Runner just edging
Ui.
away from it, but still Alpha winning that. 2v1
Alpha sake.
for Fnatic, and this is their best chance so far.
Yeah, Alfia can get active on any of these lines.
Vegas
She's
ป่วยแล้ว
playing
ไปยาว
deep,
เลย
no intent to play the ult here.
เป็นดิกไม่ไหวน้องจ๋า
So Kamek reprises his role. A smoke to enter the
เห็นหรือ
site.
เปล่า
Has diced this up. Alpha doesn't even know. Kamek now 1 versus 1. Crashes. Having to win it. But Kamek thinks this is tree.
เอาไปเยอะ
Tries
ไม่
to clear
ไม่
out
แค่อยู่ใน
Gauss,
ทีอะเมื่อกี้
it is main. Top of the spike. Trying to get a peek in his favour. Doesn't get it, but finally knows exactly where the Viper is. Still tapping away, looking for a half. Finally gets it. Waits for the last peek, but Crashes has done so well. Time now working against the Omen. But Kamek might have just got on time. He
กาจี้ปล่อยกูครึ่งได้ยังไงเพื่อน
And as always, Kamek is right on time for Joblife. The most clutch player in play-ins right now.
แล้วทำไมอัลฟาเยอร์ไม่ซูมสไนอยู่ในทีอ่ะ
in this run for Joblife. Started off with Pays.
มีเหตุผลอะไรต้องซูมลึกขนาดนั้นน่ะ
Lacking the information on a few of these players, and that's the same way that Kamek wins the clutch. A gap opens up, left uncovered by Crashies. And the former sub from 2023 lets him know.
Since this run began, Joblife have lost this map.
แล้วเมื่อกี้แคทที่พีคไปเห็นเขาไม่กู้สไปร์หลบได้ เลือกที่จะเปิดเผยตัวตน
Every variable, every composition, they know exactly what they're up
โห
against.
แม่ง
in
เฮียเยอะ
Fnatic.
แยะไปหมดเลยวะอะไรวะเนี่ย
The
งง
toughest
ว่ะ
opponent on a map like Lotus, considering all they've done on it.
Yeah, I mean, so far in the gun round, it's just Boaster trying to create some pressure on C, but the change-up from Kamek is a walk down sand. Paranoia prepared, but just thrown in to throw Fnatic off more than anything else. You can see Joblife still showing so much intent to fight in these early stages.
โอ้โห
Unfake left out
มา
on a whim in B main, though, that's the first to hit the dag.
Big loss, considering the impact that we've seen Unfake have. And this looks like a straight up B exec, a double stack to try and decipher.
ได้ยิน
and,
สองครับ
well,
สู้หรือเปล่า
somewhat good
แล้วเพจ
pace
สู้เลย
trying to
เก่าจัด
capitalize from
แต่ว่าวิป
and cannot. Runner as well. This is just one-on-ones. Nobody quite capitalizing other than Fnatic.
Oh, time running out though, and Fnatic could be
ยังไม่
leading
เสีย
lambs
สัก
to
คน
the
ครับแต่ว่า
slaughter
เจ็บ
here.
หมด
It's
แล้วครับ
Crashies at the front, but they're
Fnatic
into the A setup with the traps. A B pivot would be a welcome change here.
จะมา A
It looks like that's where they're going to
คา
end
มิกไม่เอา
up.
ปัก A เลี้ยวไป B ดีกว่าเพื่อนได้หน้า B
Is,
อย่างนี้ได้เล่น
brings them closer to that B
ทำไม
site
มัน
at
ช
the
อบ
very
เล่นแบบ
least. And
10
Kayak
20
the
วิ
one
สุดท้าย
นั่น
to
เด็ก
grab it.
มันจะนวดไปไหน
เสียง
ล่ะ
ทุกราวเลย
Money not the greatest in this position, and damage at least from
แมปมันไม่ได้
Joblife
บุกขนาด
put
นั้น
them
อะ
into a
เอ้ย
more
ไม่ได้ไกล
winnable
ข
one
นาด
on
นั้
the
น
next. 12 HP for Boston, still wins out his duel. An end zone flawless for Fnatic to bounce back.
Yeah, and that's great in the gun round as well for the finances here to try and salvage something at what becomes the back end of the first half. To build on the point that you were teeing up at the start here, Cairo, yeah, historically, Lotus has been a fantastic map for Fnatic. It's this change-up in comp, though, the Hail Mary, if you will, which we're still seeing take progress, take shape.
Go, boys, come on, let's go.
Was certainly impressed with the Enterprise result, how dominant that one ended up looking, 13-3. However, first map nerves maybe for the Challengers team, hard to assess. We need to see consistency, and well, Pays has been very consistent in the first blood department.
ตัวเลยเดินเปิด
All-time
ไปละหนึ่ง
since this
ใครจะ
map
มา
has
กดดัน
been
A แทนแบบนี้
reintroduced, Fnatic basically at a 70% win rate. That's a pretty good going.
โอ้โหมา
For
ดิ
all
มาดิ
of the change, what can you rely
สู้
upon?
นะถ้าจับมี
Crowd
ตัว
into
ซอ
the
ปเปอร์
team
นะ
and offering
อุ๊ย
some relief here in
ยังไง
picking up Kamek. Still numbers left behind for Joblife on C. Do they want to fight this? It looks like it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Gunfight's
ไม่
getting
รอด
out of that one. It's pretty easy. Slam
เรี
dunk.
ยบร้อย
Why not being allowed the same mistakes
เฮ้ย
as
เหมือน
last
จะ
time
ส
to
โนว์บอลหรือ
punish.
เปล่าแบบนี้
Pays close by as
โอ้ย
Alpha takes the peak. So good at finding value. And I don't even think... Oh, he's just swung out through his run. His wall. How has he managed that? He's still on 1
Yeah.
HP and still confident.
Watch him get a kill here as well.
Yeah, well, Dome has
แล้ว
been
โดมาเล่นเลยครับ
Fnatic not considering it to spam the
โอ้
Pays dealing with an ace in the air.
เหลือหนึ่งแม่งลากไปสอง
With
เกือบเป็นเรื่อง
three.
I said watch him get one, not two. Oh, that's a crazy transfer from Pays.
Yeah, he's a very important player for this team. For those who don't know, who may have just tuned in and are Fnatic fans, Pays has rejoined this roster as Chiwa was unfortunately not able to join us in Berlin.
Nice, boys, come on!
A substitute.
On!
And there was actually an interview recently with Unfake where he was like talking about the difference of Joblife from that last chance qualifier run into just now. And he says like the difference is now we have a Neon player. And the other aspect to that is like he's also a very positive person, someone who's geeing everybody up. And the fact that like during the match he's telling everybody to stay in shape, stay together. And I think that's a very important part to have in Joblife.
Absolutely, and then you have to flip that to the opposite side and Kayak, what he brings to the table for Fnatic, the ultimately replacement for Durka, someone with as much caliber as him on the international stage, comes with big boots to fill. He did that and then some in the previous year, player of the year amongst other accolades, but when you look at how he's shaped up so far, at least at the start of this stage, we needed to see an improvement, and we have done. It's both of those players at the top of the score sheets right now. And heading into what would be the follow-up gun round, if not for a broken bye on the Joblife side.
Yeah, but maybe
they've got a couple of ults to try and play around here, and yeah, it's Pays' overdrive that gets you most interested.
Maybe it's the lesser buys that add value to Joblife. Basically, the reason why they have 6, it all started from the anti-eco round where they were the eco. This time, a lot of respect shown by Fnatic.
I think they just call that an eco.
Cheers. It was an anti-eco round from Fnatic. What's the point? Thanks, Hazard.
No problem. And so, in what is a half buy here, when you look at the weapons, a couple of rogue rifles in the mix for Joblife. You're just wondering how they can cause problems for Fnatic. It's been a slow roll on the attack side in terms of how they've looked to try and play it. And when the defense can overload you late, that's when those issues start to crop up. Doma's trap already revealing one Prowler. does get broken, but I don't think he's realized how far Kayak has encroached from Bend, and with that, it's a slight lapse, and no, the bandit catches. Kill right between the eyes. Once more and gets it. Doma still going. And with a little bit of reprieve, the rotation comes in, the spikes on the ground. Yes, Boaster can pick it back up with the ult. But Joblife are steps ahead of this.
Yeah, they are
เขามาหมดแล้วดิเขารู้ที่โยก
on it. Boaster still wanting to commit towards E, but Fnatic are left scrambling.
I mean, Joblife have pairs of players towards both limits of the map, so they decide, you know what?
เข้าวินิชิปเข้า B เข้า C ถือว่าคอสวยครับ
But I mean, even with Boaster picking up the spike here, yeah, he's got a full stick actually to have enough security.
ทำดีครับวินนี้
He's the one playing bodyguard.
ถือว่าหลอกได้ผลครับ
The targets making their way back up straight with waterfall, but Doma's still going, and with the Vandal still in his hands, this is the biggest threat in front of them right now.
Yeah, Brashies to combine once again, and the pet being down with a molly already used. Joblife are here.
Boaster's over the top of his own smoke though, and with that, they're nearly back on terms. Fnatic trailing by just a player, and Crashies is healthy inside of this pit right now.
สำคัญจัดแบบ
Hey,
นี้
he's trying to shine the
เก็
light
บ
back through, lead the way for the rest of Joblife into the retake. He's going to catch Boaster, but Crashies left behind.
โบสไม่รีโหลด
Finds the first of the targets and gets out of dodge. Drops down to the lower level, the spike still not worked on. Time playing into his hands all the while as Crashies is still going. Unfake pulled out into the open and buried in the ground.
I mean, as it was the first round, it's a Red Bull clutch from Crashies, a 4K to bring Fnatic up to 4. Remember, last round was a Joblife timeout. That was where they looked to recollect, and once again, prove an issue. Through heroics, through ultimates.
Yeah.
That's how Joblife brought it close.
ผมมีคำถามครับจาน
Still in the clear so far for
ทำไม
Fnatic.
พี่โบ๊ท
Can't keep letting
ไม่
go.
รีโหลดฮะ
No, that was against
ถึ
the
งเอา
half
พก
by.
ไป
It's important to reiterate
อยู่ใน
there.
สโมก
Joblife still in control
อาจารย์ตอบผมได้ไหม
in my eyes. But this, the final opportunity to really hammer home that advantage into the second half.
พี่โบ๊ทบอกเดอะเกมมันง่ายเกิน
4 players early presence on A to stop Fnatic from getting out into that space.
Oh.
อ๋อกระสุนเหลือ0โอเค ขอบคุณครับจาน
tended to roam. This one being a late reclear, which we have not seen in a while.
No, we have not. As Peas tries to slide out and Alpha
พี่โบ๊ทมันไปยิงตอนไหนหมดแม็กเลยเหรอ
identified through the prowler.
Sends a boombot back in the opposite direction. Joblife just signposting their authority here. Fnatic crossed the minute mark, and they've not got too much map material, but B is still looking fairly exposed with only Unfake.
Kame, though, identified and runner, managing to get a kill off the back of the prowler
ตอนนี้เรา
used.
มองตามความเป็นไปได้ก่อน
Left for dust, and look at this speed play.
Yeah, you've seen the reposition here from Unfake. He's gone to blue room now and has support. A double
ได้
stack
พ
which
กภาพมา
Fnatic are walking straight into.
Yeah, I mean, it's won these kills. Kame once again holding on to this side,
ยัง
but
คมไม่เปลี่ยนครับ
Doma
คามิดครับ
unsuccessful. Cypher
เราได้
utility
ไซด์ฮะ
offlane, and Boaster's the one who's gone hunting. A low Kamic would be an
สวย
easy
เลยครับ
kill
คา
for
มิ
the IGL and is. So it's up to runner.
แล้วเปิดประตูอย่างนี้รู้ว่าหลังมาดักคัฟเวอร์ปิด
The rocket, the one that you're probably putting your hope in if it comes online, especially up against 2. But that spike, not in the best positions for a swing back round.
Yeah, and I mean, the insurance policy is there for Fnatic. Seize and Paranoia on first tap.
Buys you a bit of time. Runner now knowing that he has made his way on towards Spike Fnatic. Bring it within 1.
Yeah, they just play the simple game, go for the double swing there on the elevation, and there's just absolutely nothing that could be done in that situation. First time that we really see Alfia make the most of this chamber.
สกินแชมเปี้ยนมาแล้วหรอ
Shutting down Pays and then making himself untradeable in the process. Fnatic have been pegged back.
I feel it. I feel it.
เห็นสกินแชมเปี้ยนยัง
In several of these rounds.
พี่เห็นแต่ตัวละครใหม่
to retaliate, and with that being 4 on the trot,
แชมเปี้ยนมาแล้วหรอ
this is Joblife's last opportunity to keep themselves in front outside the opening 12.
Well, because it's the showstopper into the next one, and Joblife now starting to control that mound space.
I mean, look at the layers to this C-hold now. 2 sets of traps, bodies brought early in case of a fast pop. Now you start to see those players get
พอมาแล้วโบ๊ทอะ
reallocated.
โบ๊ทวันก่อนก็ลั่นนะ
He's cut down on rotation time, of course, with the high gear, and that's most important because
วันก่อนลั่น
the A
จัด
site is the one which looks under immediate
ช่วงนี้
threat.
ตึงอยู่
7 to 5 half
พี่
would
โบ๊ท
be
จาก
so important
ไป
for
กินหม่าล่า
Joblife. Pays looking to Jiggle peek this one, and Boaster, should he
ยัง
walk
ไม่มา
out,
ครับหลอกพี่
would
เฉ
be
ย
an easy kill, but Fnatic
สวยครับ
want to go up. Well, even invest the nightfall of their own. Still taking their time pace once again.
ได้
looking
ทีหลัง
to
พี่จะได้บอกว่า
disrespect
เห็นแล้วไว้
He
ก่อน
has been dealt damage and finally killed by
เดี๋ยว
the
ตกเทรน
molly.
From Alphia's position in B main, they can very easily pivot to this other site. Still thinking about that rocket in the retake though, and the fuse is lit.
There it is, but no kill just yet. Finally, Alpha
Oh,
seen.
yeah, but lost
He still
it,
has
yeah.
his TP towards
But
me.
lost it,
Finally
yeah.
uses it, and Runner unfortunately runs out of time. Now has Kayak identified onto his position, and Joblife need to get a move on in this retake.
CT players so slow on this one.
Yeah, they need to get a move on.
เป็นเรื่อง
Finally get the
โอ้
kills.
เป็นเรื่องจริง
Joblife out of nowhere. A 7-5 half was said to be important, and they
ถื
will
อว่า
get
ถือ
it.
ว่าตามเป้า
An
อยู่
advantage
7-5
of 2 rounds onto Fnatic's defense.
Great adjustment there in the retake. A little bit more time bought by
ใช่
Runner, and Unfake calls the rest
ถ้า
of his team
6-6 นี่
in
มา
through
เลย
Waterfall to secure that 2-round cushion. Much needed one in the end for them. As we're gonna see how the second half goes, but not before heading over to an interview from before the game. We had the chance to talk with Pace.
ไม่ว่าจะรีเทคหรือว่าจะกันไซส์ปกติ
Thank you so much for joining me, Pace. I feel like you had an incredible series against Pacific. So, in your opinion, what happened in the first 2 games that you played, and do you feel like you've warmed up to the stage now?
I would say I have some excuses.
Okay,
but of
let's hear
course,
them.
No, I'm not gonna say them because they're stupid excuses. But definitely, I
เอามาเซอร์ลุ้น
wasn't comfortable playing on the stage
โอ้โห
because I said in a very specific way. On
ติด
the
พื้น
stage,
เลย
there was
จัง
no
หวะ
like,
นี้
room for me to play. So I had to adapt at home. And against Eternal Fire, I was very sick. Like, I could barely even play, like barely even scream. So we
Well,
were, like,
Matter
losing
na
the energy that we had. So coming into Pacific, I was done with the excuses. I was like, no way. I'm gonna play my game. I'm gonna put it on my terms. And doing pretty well, I would say myself.
So close.
I think so. And speaking of like, you know, having to play in the kind of uncomfortable environments and things that are new, you're also new to this roster for this stage at least. So how has it been kind of merging with the guys and getting that synergy on point coming into play-ins?
I had a similar question about it, and I would say the same. I really think that
คิด
the
ว่า
synergy
มีสิท
between
ธิ์กัน
me
อยู่
and
นะ
Runner
มันบ้านเก่า
specifically
อยู่นะติดครับ
was really good because like we're like the double duelist,
Yeah.
so it's very important. And I could always feel like the first trial I had with them, I already agreed that like the synergy we had was really good because I'm like the aggressive duelist. And he's like the little slow one, so he always just follows me. So if I go first, he just follows me.
Okay.
So the synergy is very good, and it was very quick to like. I wouldn't say I adapted to them. I would say we adapted to each other because they were like new to playing this comp compared to like me in Focus. We were like always playing these comps and had a lot of like experience. So I would say we adapted to each other really well.
Okay, well, I'm really glad that you already covered the double duelist because I feel like that is very much the story of this series today. Best of luck, Pace.
Thank you so much.
Plenty of moving parts, of course, bringing in a new player and trying to integrate them
Yep,
to
Ben,
the
ma.
team. Plenty of moving parts with an event like Stage 2 Finals in Barcelona. And so if you want to take part of
ทุกวันนี้
that,
ช่วงนี้ขึ้นไม่หยุดแต่10 วิก็ขึ้น
hopefully we'll see you there. But to just build on what we were hearing there in the interview, yeah, absolutely. I think if this is a compromise maybe between the two, looks like they've created something new in the process. And right now, it's a roster which is leading Fnatic
ช่วงนี้เป็น
onto
โค
the
ตรบ่อย
attack side
ขึ้
where
นทั้งวันเลย
Joblife have come under
เข้าไป
some
ดูแบบ
scrutiny in
โค
the
ตรสั้น
past. I think we've seen the improvements so far in the play-in stage.
ต้องมานั่งกด
It's a question of if they can now deliver that in what is the most important game so far.
อุ้ย มี
Fnatic
แท็บ
will
ห
know
น้า
the
บี
job
ว่ะ
that they have to do.
เก่ามาก คอมโบนี้
So it's a simple one in essence, but not in practice.
อ๋อเลดก็เฟด
Joblife once again just scale slowly.
แต่ว่าอยู่นานไม่ได้
Alpha are an important part of the A side of the map, and Kamek knowing that, not wanting to give much away, and knowing to just signpost the space that he's watching.
เยอะขอหนึ่งครับ
Joblife
คม
arriving to this, but Alpha still
Headhunter
holding on to the root angle in a position where he can't be peaked from the Rubble player as of right
โป๊ะ
now. Kamek yet to
โอ้ย
touch the
โอ้
corner. Alpha
ย
walks away with a skull in his pocket
เกือบได้สอง
and some damage to boot on Pace.
Same time though, this was always going to be a B pivot with Doma and B main, so the space in which to try and fill out here, and Fnatic have posted on the case.
Joblife need the extra space though.
โบสถอยมารอเพื่อนก่อนมีบายครับ
and
รี
it's
เทค
Pays again, the instigator.
Yeah, they need
เล่น
that
เยอะ
kill
กว่า
as well.
ชิว
Playing from Platt, but nothing found as of right now. You can see Fnatic just steadying the troops, getting ready for this retake. 2 and 2 from Waterfall and top side.
เน็ตลงแหล่ง
Whereas
เล
it's
ย
Crashy's
จาก
attached in this late flank, trying to buy a little bit of space and time, but Joblife have already done enough to dissuade at least this initial wave. Some utility coming out.
เฮ้ยรออะไรจังหวะนี้แหละ
to the feet of Unfake. He can't get any extra room there for himself, but the rest of Joblife are running behind him. He simply holds the torch, and everyone follows along. Pistol in the bag, and the advantage concrete.
Okay.
A brilliant pistol run from Joblife, playing from a disadvantage. Pays managing to get the information without being punished. And then it was a decent bit of damage in the meantime, but it's how Joblife swing off of each other. Know the importance of taking your timings. And unfortunately, Crashies misses out.
Guys!
Had Alfia monitoring A, but still a very passive position from him with the rendezvous to return to the B site instead. So joined up with Kayak this time.
เอาเป็นบาวนี่สุดธรรมดาครับไม่ต้องเอาบาวนี่สุดจะระบายนะ
Otherwise, Joblife taking those 3 rifles and being very direct about their approach.
Okay. And Pays every time when he goes for these slides. He's seen the omen, and Will has got the kill. Easy enough in the end for Joblife getting this post plant.
Pays just breezing past these Fnatic players, sweeping them into the shadows, and if this kind of form can continue into the following rounds and or map, then who knows where we head. Still pistol in the hands of Alfia here.
Yeah, pistol in the hand of Runner and a rifle on Pays' hands overall.
วาโลแม่งไม่ได้ยากเลย
done by Joblife. A gap
เจออีโคก็เนี่ย
and that's when
ไดเข้าไปไดเข้าไป
Fnatic put in a really awkward situation here, of
ไม่
course,
มีอะไรเลยนะ
from the Enterprise game. Starting out on the attack side, I believe, so little housekeeping left to do to wrap that one up. Whereas here, of course, building from the ground up in this situation. Defender side historically the weaker of the two on this map, and I mean against Pays and Runner, they've been lights out so far.
Especially Pays, but let's see how they use these duelists as we have a look into the Joblife comms right now.
ไม่งั้นมันจะตัวเลขมันจะดูดีไม่เยอะ
Yeah, only me as well. And me, okay. I'm gonna open door. They're playing outside.
เมื่อไหร่เขาจะเอาสไลด์นีออนออกเป็นคำถามที่ดีมาก
Guys, I think we can finish B split now. Max, can you smoke in front of us? I'm gonna prowler you blind of it and we finish C split.
Yes.
He can, he's close. One HP.
Yeah.
There is a trap on us, Max. Yeah, it's fine. That.
Fight side.
Can we still do it? Can we still
smoke
do it?
me low.
Satchel Hobbit.
You ready? I'll paranoia Hobbit for you.
Go.
Engage when we go. Come, Max. Yeah. He's heaven. Dead. Dead.
อุ้ย
Door. One door.
It was safe.
โอ้โหดุจัดอ่ะทุกคน
It was safe, yes.
Very good, no?
ตายอ่ะในนั้นอ่ะ
I have heaven. Hold me.
อยู่ไม่ไหว
Toma.
High dive.
Yeah. Connect heaven after. I'm holding on main smoke. Prowler. I'm flanking. Can you ult him to buy time?
เฮียนิติกโอ้โห
Joblife putting
ส
himself
มการ
into
เฮีย
a
นิติก
post
แม่ง
plant
แทบ
here,
จะ
but
ลืมไม่ได้เลย
Fnatic
มี
still with rifles to
มี
bring
ส
to
ม
the
การได้ไป
table.
อยู่แต่ว่า
Runner
ถ้าพี่เป็น
showstopper
ผู้เล่นเฮียนิติก
already
คือ
active,
ตอนนี้
but
แบบ
Kamek is the one
เอา
that
เวลา
finds
ไป
the
รอ
next
ทำอย่าง
kill.
อื่นดีกว่า
And that all but seals it. Alfia has so much work left to be done here.
สมการแม่งยากมาก
Not in range of his TP just yet, but that escape route being watched by Doma, as you can see, waiting in the wings. And from cover to cover, an impressive round from Joblife here.
ไหวดิ
That it is.
แบบใครแบบมันน้องจ๋า
Joblife knowing what routes they can take. Joblife knowing how to punish on a bonus round. Double digits found after the first 3 in the second half. Fnatic not looking as good as they normally do.
Yeah, I suppose that's probably the best way to describe their stage so far. Their year,
ที
even
ม
as
สองอเมริกา
the
ต้องดู
absence
พวก
from international
อเมริกาใต้ค
continues
รั
to
บ
creep. It could very well end with their first ever champions, where we don't see them hit
นี่
that
ของเก๋
stage
เล
in
ย
Shanghai. But yeah,
ไป
to
เก็
come
บ
back
ตัว
to the
ที่
comms
เกา
again
หลี
and this
3 อาทิตย์
continued point of
โดนเอ็นวีตบเป็นลูกเลย
is looking like on the Joblife side, I think where we really saw them struggle was against Eternal Fire, where that initial chaos was being created, where they struggled to open rounds. Here, they've not had too much issue. Fnatic looking to pose a double-pronged threat on A here with Alpha, but it's only Kamek to arrive, and he has TPs to get to safety.
Should he need it? Need onto his position?
Just tanks it.
Yeah.
Comfortable.
And that's the thing, is Fnatic now have a red herring. I mean, Alpha the one to watch, really. He has the TP away, but Kamek now calling for support. And this could very easily overwhelm just the chamber, and that A site is so open.
Yeah, Fnatic, a complete misread of the situation, just assuming that this was continued fake pressure.
ขอสักหนึ่งก่อนโค้งนี้
The numbers have congregated behind the smoke as it plumed and now fades, leaving only Alpha Yet behind. TP to play from, wanting to go wide as he waits.
Needs at least one. If he can get out with one kill and put themselves in an advantage for the next retake on that A site, it would be huge, but it's not the case.
ไม่ได้เลย
So
นะ
now it's a foot race towards that site, but Alpha's there first. In fact, denied the space, he's taken damage, and he knows that he can't let up. So, plays further back, and now we're into post.
I mean, yeah, Pei is just so proactive here, but still showing signs of discipline. He's forced that defensive line all the way back, and you can see Kamek as that second layer, continuing to just tow them. As Runner finds the one detached, mostly a couple of pistols back in here, but still some results delivered on that
ได้เล่น
front.
ครับแบบนี้ Ematic
4-on-4 situation, and Fnatic starting to drop into Joblife's site now. As you can see, they're ready to duel this a little bit more front-footed. 1 versus 1 out in the green as Unfake is able to pick up one, but Alfia comes crashing back through, and it's all on Doma all of a sudden. Fnatic able to restore order, and with just enough time to get the defuse in.
Yeah,
there it is. I mean, the fact that Alpha doesn't die in the end, the fact that you see Fnatic allowed space to try and work back from. I mean, had Pei's got the kill onto the chamber, it would have been unbelievable, but at the same time, feels as if Joblife a little panicked in that post plant, could you say?
Yeah.
Boys, let's go! Show some energy! Let's go!
Feels like they're trying to set the tone in a lot of these rounds, but it's a sword
ดู
that they
จ็อบไล
either
ท์มัน
live
ยิง
or
เนี่ยน้อง
die
จ๋า
by.
มันสไลด์มาให้หัวนะ
early on, but Fnatic now starting to catch on to things, and Cloud there trying to be a catalyst for this comeback.
Trying to G up the troops. The thing about Joblife is they have natural pace in the roster, and Doma just decapitates Kayak, not even allowed the chance to peek out.
หรือมือขวา
Can't pull it off.
วันนี้เป้าไม่จับตัวมือ
All
ขวา
the options at the table. Joblife wanting this fast hit though.
โดนบายเข้าไปโดน2แต่ไม่
At least
เข้าครับ
feigning for it. It's some
จะ
utility
โยกไป B
bailed in and baited out. On the Fnatic side, the orb from Crashies goes up. No Molly now behind it.
ดูการหลอกของ JL กับ
Solo
Ematic
Cloud
ไป
here in heaven.
Yeah,
คนละคลาส
he's
ไป
playing disciplined enough right now.
ทุกคนเนี่ย
Quick
แค่หลอกแล้วก็เข้าเลย
but doesn't want to give it away.
ไม่มีอะไรเยอะ
Fnatic trying to work this round, trying to find angles in which to approach this post plant, different avenues, like the trying to contact into these players in main through the door. Doesn't quite come through yet. Joblife allowing Fnatic this space at this moment in time as they start to encroach on the site, encroach on the spike. A good kill from Alpha, make it 2. Fnatic are back into this one, and still the defuse goes on, but Unfake do it again. It's down to a 1 versus 1 against Pace. Unbelievable! And once again, we'll deny Alpha his ace. Joblife find 11.
Alpha again, the
เฮ้ยขอบคุณโพลด้วยนะครับเริ่มมันไม่ขึ้นนะ
The
พี่เพิ่งเห็น
4 kills will
68 เดือน
still fall short. Pace outdoing him in that endeavor.
ทำไมเลิศเป็นเสียง
As it
ไม่
was
มี
a
อยู่ใน
clinical
ทำ
opening, and you were just worried about the possibility of Fnatic getting overwhelmed towards CT side there. It's a crossfire setup from Blue Room and Main though, which was navigated really well
วันนี้แก้แล้วแก้อีก
by those retaking players, but then all of a sudden kind of falls apart, just like Runner's headphones there, or his in-ears under his headphones.
I think this is an important timeout for Fnatic in the state of this map. You can hear Cloud in the round previous when they had lost that round, or sorry, when they won the only round of this half, asking for players to get energy to be brought back. And it feels as if I think that's a big component of this Fnatic roster, the energy around it.
I mean, Fnatic have always had a fairy tale-ish quantity about them, and I think shouldn't really require much motivation to get yourself up for the possibility of what would be a ridiculous run if they were to pull it off. At the same time, I think it could also be incredibly easy to check out from this position. That's where you want to see them keep on going in the lower bracket. As outlandish as it feels, Onapixel added to that list of motivations.
Yeah, and we can come back to him later on because Fnatic need his support. Perhaps heading into that second map, should we get there. Full, or nearly full flush of ultimates for Joblife, but also Fnatic have the same qualities in that Nightfall and the Tour de Force. And Alpha, not buying up, shows you that at least the Chamber ulti will be used.
Yeah, for a second there, Boaster on and off of his own. Saw Fnatic find value from the scoped weapons on this one before, mainly the Outlaw on Crashies. But here you can see how quickly Alpha is spotted by the cam of the attack side, and very quickly Joblife setting up off of that.
Kamek to encroach, Kayak, a big duel to win out, and well, straight away into the pack of players, and Fnatic chasing shadows.
Yeah, right back to spawn with the rest of his team. Joblife playing the numbers game here, and Crashies, while he does have a molly and maybe some toxins left over, it's not going to do too much to stop them here. Full respect shown, and still not going to be enough. Hayes just cutting through them as if they weren't there. Zona on the other side, melted before his very eyes. Fnatic fading away at the end of Lotus, and while the buy wasn't anything to get too excited about, it was their final opportunity to stop that point.
Yeah, I mean, forced into this one, tried to get themselves a semblance of resistance, and it did not come through. This just seems to be the stage to upset, to prepare us for 2027. As once again, Joblife look to do damage to another big name.
Really impressed with how these attack-sided rounds have been set up. The desk of the previous series, of course, the post-match with Musashi talking about there with Tony, how important that bond is between your IGL and your coaching staff. Well, we can't forget, again, that Unfake begun this journey with Larson and Skaz on Zorons many years ago. And you're kind of seeing it here as well. Just the fast pace of the round, setting up Kamek to try and take a fight out on A. And then this surgical setup for a C fight where Hayes continues to show this confidence. Unrivaled. And it feels casual at the same time.
Settled into the stage, settled into Berlin.
Joblife
feel at home, like they should have always been here. And considering their luck in Tier 2, yeah, you could say that this one was overdue, has it? It's now Fnatic try with the last buy to give us something. And Kayak Alpha though caught out. Doma versus him. Kayak looking to step forward once again. Big information played through. Still the trade game, keeping things even.
Yeah, Fnatic getting caught up in these brawls. Doma, when the wall drops, it's awkward. And Crashies has managed to find himself a rifle. Have a man advantage now that they can look to work with Fnatic into the latter stages of this round. Just wondering what Boaster's up to on C. Starting to ask some questions with the jump spot here. Give them a bit of an outlet to work from.
That smoke has got the attention of the A anchors, and well, Boaster at the same time has just seen both players moving towards C, and he needs to get out of dodge, not to get caught out and keep the advantage in favour of Fnatic. The steps forward, the steps of the players swinging round and catches out one of the players. Now Kamek has to get the spike back and get it down.
No tools.
ขอบคุณมากครับ เงินนี้มาจากการสวนพี่ครับ
This is 2 1-on-1. Should he get it? Cloud can't get anything away. The pressure of the round on the individuals now.
On
Boaster.
Yeah.
He's let go of the spike. Step back. This is a big position in which to work, but Kamek has a smoke to play around. Attack. Boaster interested. And Kamek now with a chance, but Cloud there swings out and denies the round.
Sweeps him under the rug in the end, but it got painstakingly close. The best closer that Joblife have at their disposal. Just inches away from sealing it there. 13-6. The Fnatic stay alive, and as I was setting up, lots of situations where this round could very easily have come apart for them. Joblife really want
โป
them
ส
to
เตอร์
just
ไม่
keep
ค่อยงงเมื่อวานหัน
speeding
ไป
all
ทาง
the
ซ้าย
time.
ก็ลั่นหันไปทางขวาก็ลั่นวันนี้หันไปทางซ้าย
Interesting to see again that
ไม่ได้ยิง
that second caller is the one
โดนไล่เป้าไล่ที่หมดหันไปทางขวาหัวขาด
Trying to kickstart this run, the second step of the run.
They've only just got started.
Yeah. And
แล้วผมส่วน
they
ตัว
could
คู่
be finished.
คุณ
That's
ทั้ง
how
หยำ
good
ด้วยครับผม
Joblife have been on this first map. Is well, everything's thrown into the mixer, and Fnatic have capitalized.
Boaster reconfirming player presence on Rubble as well. Wall about to drop, but Alpha still fighting in the open air here. Walks away with another, leaves only Doma behind. Good memories for him, of course, in a Fnatic jersey, but it's an in-zone flawless for the other side right now, and just a 4-round gap that separate the teams.
Yeah, and I think at this
Back
point in time, maybe in timeout territory for Joblife. They don't want to let this slip. Don't want to let Fnatic with the confidence. We've seen what happens when they're allowed back into maps.
อันนี้น่าจะสกกระตุก
Mind goes back to Paris, of course.
Yeah, I mean, as it does many other events, but the question is, looking at some of the ults coming up here as well, are they going to have enough to get it over the line? Especially looking for the Joblife perspective. Runner with this showstopper available, and heading into Alfia's neck of the woods, he has to be clean for first engagement, Phantom in hand.
นอกจากเพจสไลด์มาเพราะเยอะหัวขาด
Take a target instantly always, but with the support of Crashies, doesn't seem to be too much of an issue. B-push still just trickling its way in, but Fnatic all over this one. So it's looking like that gap will go down by yet another round.
Yeah.
And Joblife are back to the drawing board.
Not
ส่ง
much
ยาว
of
จริง
not much of a round, to be honest, from Joblife. And I think that's the thing, though, right?
เราเรือดำใหญ่เลยเหรอ
That was the round of Valorant. I mean, the fact that Alpha pulls down as he gets, I mean, you know what I mean? It's actually the spray that works out. Anyway, point I want to get to, right?
B push into a Viper wall and a chamber.
Yeah.
Can't get much worse than that.
Yeah, but this is the point here, Hazza, is the fact that Joblife have time
ต้องบอกว่าเชื่อสนิทใจครับผมเมื่อวานโดนหลอก วันนี้เลยเชื่อสนิทใจเลย
This check-in with the coaches is
เดี๋ยวโอ้โหโอทีเลยเหรอโอทีน่าจะยากอยู่ทรงนี้ของเมื่อวานเราสรุปเมื่อวานเราออกไปใช่ไหมโปรเซนต์ทีวันพี่ว่า50-50ว่ะทีวันทรงก็มีปัญหาเหมือนกันทรงมีปัญหาเหมือนกันสู้ได้
Then you flip back to the other side. What utility do they have to clear him off some of these angles? How is Onfake actually investing prowlers, for example? Because otherwise, it's just pace sliding in. A lot of that time, it's not always been enough just for him to win that solo engagement. As many times as he does win it. So as the barriers are about to go up, Fnatic still with a gap of 3 rounds to try and close. Opportunities for Joblife to win their map pick. Again, Alpha, first point of contact, checked out by the cam.
KRX ตอนนี้เลิกเมาแล้วครับ
Joblife have done a pretty good job at finding him early with this utility at low cost.
Point is, though, is Boaster's here to support, so should Alpha have to TP away, he could play in Boaster, who's not been too bad, but Alpha misses out. There's thoughts about this as they spam the box, and Boaster caught out as well. There's even a showstopper, and Kayak manages to capitalise on a little bit of mistakes. Crashies can't quite get the kill he's looking for, so it's still an advantage for Joblife.
I mean, Crashies simply had to stay alive there. He's got the pit into a potential retake, and more than anything else, they need to get the numbers back on side. Joblife with a deep plant, so they're not looking to try and play from main. It's all bodies on the line to defend this last stand for 13.
Cloud has just got the Haunt back online, which could be a very important piece of utility to get back, and Kayak steps in front. Very aggressive, a satchel to try and set himself up, but I mean the players are playing keep away. Disconnected once again, but Kayak and crashes out of nowhere. It's a 2-on-2, and Fnatic within a winning position. Doma knows that though, and has to win the next duel cleanly. Both players keeping away, and now Crashes just trying to defuse, has half, and Doma swings out, but Crashes has got it. Within seconds, point 11. And we're within 2.
Crashes coming up huge on the C site again, and Doma just can't buy those precious milliseconds to scrape the round result in their favor. Brilliant retake. This nade from Kayak and then Crashes to capitalize. Flush in the corner, and it's so close.
Oh my goodness!
Moments like that, though, which are always going to get you reinvested. They know it's not done just yet.
It's certainly not. This Project Hail Mary keeps going for Fnatic. Still ticking away. Round by round, and Pace looks to put a stop to it.
เพจบอกเปิดให้แล้วเปิดอีก
Back down to earth. Joblife
ไม่รู้จะเปิดยังไง
options here, but still so set on the A execute.
So quick as well. Good utility cloud fall out, and no man's land. And Fnatic once again have to play from a disadvantage. Spike and Doma on the other side of the world. So it's a 3-on-4, and Alpha strikes first.
Big kill. It's bought a little bit of time. I don't know if it's going to be
ช้า
enough
อย่าง
for
นี้โดน
Doma
โดม่า
here.
เก็บหมด
He's actually got it spot on.
Oh, this is perfect. Alpha doesn't even
เรียบร้อย
consider it. So the kill back in Joblife's favour. And Lotus looks to go the French side, but a big kill from Poster once again. We did get the neural theft off, so the information on players' position could be massive. Unfake, looking to play off runner, but not considered. Poster with a big kill. The players need to get the defuse, tap, the spam. Unfake trying to deny, but can't. Fnatic are going to be within 1. Oh my God! An unbelievable round from Fnatic. Down, but not out.
They should be dead in this one already, but Fnatic still showing signs of life. And Crashes combines again with another one of his teammates. They've brought it within 1. Final round of regulation.
แม่งโคตรแบบ
Boaster.
unbelievable อ่ะ
Shots on
เหี้
players
ย
you can't even see. And it's a stick with seconds to
unbelievable อ่ะ
spare this time, which has
จริง
stopped Joblife from the all-important round.
Yes, 2v4!
I don't know if Cloud even himself believed in this one when he started trying to get something going. But it's not over. Still one more to play. And Joblife again on another direct hit. Blind commitment.
Blind commitment into Crashes of all players. And Poster. Kayak there. And Pace still continuing to be this relief for Joblife. To be the one to try and win the map, and does so again. Puts himself in a brilliant spot. Slide back up. Only 3 bullets on Crashes. The Joblife try and infest the site and do so successfully. Pace still not found. Still looking to be an issue. And it's back to a 1-on-1. Overtime on map.
เอาเพเยอร์แม่งออกตัวโคตรไวอ่ะ
And it's Kamek up against the player he stood in for the last time he was on a VCT stage in a Fnatic jersey. Plant goes in and a reposition towards Tree.
เอาเพเยอร์ออกตัวไวจัด
It's Kamek to step forward and fight Alpha here. This is just map 1. And the drama continues. Kamek might have just got the jump on Alpha here. Finally peeks it and will win it. Joblife finally get the job done and will win their map pick.
Fnatic slow to start there on the opposite side, but eventually giving us reason to believe that this wasn't going to be a whitewash today. Joblife get the map over the line though, and there's been anything but guarantees in terms of performance from the black and orange so far this stage. Certainly a series which has started to deliver. As much as they were banging their heads against the wall, there is a breakthrough for Joblife in the end here. A victory which they had to graft for in the end. But Lotus is theirs.
Yeah, it feels like this series is going to go the distance. We do have a sideline with runner prepared.
โหดแบบ
Finally able to close that one out.
มันอยู่อะไรตรงเนี้ย
ทำไมไม่มีใคร in the kind of final rounds of
ไม่มี
that
ใคร
map.
พลิก
How are
มั
you
น
going
เข้า
to fix
ทีม
that
เลย
going
วะ
into the second one?
Just play with confidence, basically. So like,
We were just giving them too much space, and they were taking it. Also, we were unlucky in a lot of situations. But yeah, like just play as a team, play confident, don't let them have the space, just pick them, basically.
Love to hear that. Hopefully we get to see it on the next map. As for you guys at home, don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this quick break.
Nice! What is there? Hey, come on!
Nice! Let's go, guys. Joanna, don't be scared, bro. I'm saying you to pick, just pick it. Trust me.
Guys, you need to watch waterfall.
บีเอ
Hello.
มติกเลยครับทรงนี้ตื่นแล้วเข้าน้ำก่อนเพจทรงนี้นะครับน้องวัชรากรนีออนซิ่งๆแบบนี้พี่คิดว่าพี่นิติกำลังขาดอยู่พอดีเลยว่ะลงล็อกเลยพี่ว่าอยู่เทียนหนึ่งมันสบายเกินไปว่ะน้องกล้องกำลังคิดอยู่ว่าแบบมันยังไงอ่ะมันไม่ได้ฝึกเพิ่มหรือเปล่าวะอยู่พวกที่อยู่ในลีกข้างบนอ่ะแบบฝึกอินดิวิวดนึกออกปะจริงๆมันควรจะเดือดกันกว่านี้นะ อัตรา
You destroyed
ก็
Enterprise on
ก็
Lotus
เกี่ยว
when they picked it against you. What went wrong
เล่นโดนน้อย
here?
กว่า
I think we got into a lot of decent winnable spots like post plants and stuff where we just didn't convert. Like we lost
โอ้
anti-eco,
มัน
we lost
มันแข่งขันกันดูเดือดจัดเลยครับ
like first buy round, and
ข้างล่าง
kind
ค
of
รับ
just snowballed a bit from there. So we didn't get quite
มา
as
ดู
many
ทีม
attack
ดิ
rounds as we would have wanted. And I think on defense we just messed up a little bit. Some rounds we had some like crazy unwinnable rounds. Honestly, the game shouldn't even have been this close. But you win some, you lose some, and we just have to do better for the next one.
An important win on Lotus. What makes you feel confident to pick this map against Fnatic? I mean, we are way better. I knew it. Like it's one of our best maps since the beginning of the year. We have an insane win rate on it. We are feeling confident. Like no matter what the comp that we are playing, we can adapt. We show like during the EMEA 3 that we can switch to double duelies, we can switch to Vice, to Cypher. We can do many things, and we are still good. So this is why we were like we know how to play this map. Why should we be afraid to face Fnatic on this map? That's why.
A map that ended up feeling very close towards the end. Guys, I don't know about you, but when we heard Cloud saying, you have to believe, I really did start to believe when those rounds started to mount up. But of course, as it just got to that 12-11, Joblife finally being able to close it out. But I think the standout performer initially, Pace, having an incredible attack half.
Especially on that second half, I was so impressed that he's been able to keep this up. Things got very close, especially rounds 22 and 23 with the 2v4s and crashes and poses ended. I was like, how is this not going to be an overtime? But honestly, I think if we especially take a look at that first half, Joblife deserved the win here on Lotus.
Yeah, 100%. Let's chat about some of the moments that we saw from Fnatic, because obviously Desmond very self-aware about some of the things that were going wrong, but I feel like it all kind of kick-started from when they lost this one.
Yeah, so here we see Eco round, we see Joblife getting the 4v5 early, and then time is quite low and they're being quite proactive and just winning out. Like again, we see the time going extremely low. After that 4v5, it's a bit too slow from Fnatic and should be closing out an anti-eco even if you're in a 4v5. Here we saw again time running extremely low, and then a single nade is winning the round. That's like that's 3 rounds lost essentially because after the eco. Yeah, we got that one in there.
What
too.
about this one? We're speaking about Joblife not having the Viper and still having this beautiful round. Pace spots everyone, and everyone from Joblife starts eating the map. We see the push from B, the push from C, and it gets into this situation where Fnatic cannot assume that they've lost so much space. We were actually listening into this comms, and actually the comms poster were great. Like he was spotting how things were going, but honestly, Joblife was just a better team in controlling the map.
Yeah, honestly, so many different variations and mistakes from Fnatic here. Like, I kind of crashed out last week about Fnatic, I think, and I just don't have the energy to do it right now, honestly.
I mean,
that
what
game
if I
was
tell
crazy.
you? What if I tell you? Yeah. What if I tell you it's your last chance to crash out on Fnatic in history? Would you take it?
I'm just disappointed.
Oh no, don't hit them with the I'm not angry.
ให้แบบว่าไม่ดีกันมาก
Do
ว่ะ
you remember at the beginning of the day when you were telling me that I called you evil? Do you remember when I told you that the reason I called you evil is because if you were my coach and I saw the disappointed face on you, I would not be able to play. And now you're saying this.
I mean, it was just bad, wasn't it? Like, you can't be losing those, right? Like, we could talk theory, comps, we could do all that nonsense, but at the end of the day, fundamental mistakes, anti-ecos, losing on time, like, it's just crap.
Yeah. Okay, what about Breeze? You know?
We could be optimistic about Breeze, surely.
Yeah, we don't know what Fnatic are going to be playing there, but they decided to go into this map and is going to be the double duelist. You love this comp, Mini. You were literally telling me how much you liked it when we were in the
green room talking about this composition. Yeah. Obviously, we didn't expect Fnatic to run it. It's the 100 Thieves comp, we're calling it, because it requires Crashies to play that Cypher. It's been not too bad on it, but it's a very cerebral kind of comp. You have to understand that you don't have as many smokes. You got like the Neon Wall and the Phoenix Wall and the Cypher cages. You have to like make up for no Viper with those kind of things. So I'll be very curious to see if they're as good as Thieves running this competition, especially off comfort for Crashies here.
Or if they're as good as Navi, who struggled a lot on the defense, not being able to get a single round, and a Joblife that managed to do the same execute onto A every single time with no problem. of course, the pressure is on Fnatic right now to perform and show off with this composition. Also, for Kayak, I think that he's going to find a little bit more comfort and probably what we saw yesterday alongside Alpha.
Well, Fnatic's year could end right here, right now, unless they decide that they manage to push it to that third map. Will the Challengers teams continue to prevail? Let's hand it over to
Joblife แมปบิน 100%
Well, I mean, Larson said that they've
EMEA
got
เลือก
an
มา
amazing win rate on this map.
แล้วกันอย่างดี
I'm surprised that Fnatic have let it through because since Joblife debuted it in the play-in stage, we've not seen it since.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at both of these teams, to
น่า
be
เป็นห่วง
honest, the veto, at least at the start, leans towards Joblife. Of course,
เอา
split
ไหว
sat
ครับ
in the back is still
คง
a
ไม่
map
โดน
which they
2-0 หรอกมั้งแย่จัดเลย
quality
ถ้าโดน
on for
2-0
sure, and Fnatic, plenty of questions raised about their performance against Eternal Fire, of course, there. But the GX result just the other day, perhaps building some of that confidence back. And again, it's one step at a time, really. You can only beat the opponent in front of you, and that is the case for both of these teams. Joblife starting out on the defense, and a triple stack of players window is given the green light for kills. The double duelist of Fnatic instantly shut down.
ยังไงครับ
100% Crash. He's looking to find at least the low player of runner.
เริ่มมาก็หายไป2มือซ้ายมือขวาขาดเรียบร้อยเอาพอเยอะขาจักเหมือนรู้ว่า EMEA จะมาออก Windows 2
A little bit of proactivity. They're the next ones to instigate, and it might be clean all across the board in the end. Boast is the only one remaining.
2-0 ป่ะ
He's got a couple bits of utility to try and play off, but Kamek will finish it off post haste. There you go. In zone flawless to kick things off, and Joblife get themselves another pistol.
Yeah, I mean, something that was impressive the last time we saw this was Runner and how quick he was to work into space, his operating skills. Just Joblife's proactivity in general. Remember that attack side? It was what, something like 7-8 rounds on A?
Yeah, I mean, just exploiting a weakness that they saw more than anything else, and taking that to the nth degree. On the opposite side, just want to be thinking about this Fnatic double duelist again as they continue to lose out in the first blood department. Pay's the one getting active this time. Alpha back on the Neon, and the reprisal is no better. Crashy's gone, another in zone flawless. Back to what I was saying about this double duelist though, it's something that Fnatic have consistently been trying to play, but not having those results.
No, it doesn't feel like something that suits their historic style, Boaster's Collins style. I think that's something that he's had to adjust to. And,
absolutely. I think that's the thing, right? It's the conversation of Althea as well. This commitment to double duelist means that he's been wanting to play these aggressive roles for so long, whereas it's that conflict maybe between the team's needs at the same time that puts you in this awkward situation.
Line them up and stack them up for Runner. Same time, we're going to have a look at Fnatic's comms as they hit this A site.
โดนไดเอเลยครับได1โดนเทรด
He's running me, he's running me. Running into me, boys. I'm gonna grab my orb. There you go.
อุ้ยเหลืออีก1
In a smoke, I guess.
โอ้โหคามิก
Guys, I don't know about the operator. Can we just chill and let them hold?
Double there. Holding my stairs, boys.
I know where they are. I'm just holding double passive.
ยังไงดี
I don't think I come from
it. Coved breach, planting. Planting.
I'll call plant. I'll call.
ยังไงกับโบสเฮียโบสคิดมากไปหรือเปล่า
Don't play 1v1s. It's bonus.
I'll go mid.
I'm up planted. Group up with pace.
แค่ที่ต้องตัดรันเนอร์ให้ได้
And Toma, you clear close angles for him. You have Spectre.
แล้วปล่อยเสียงมา2อย่างนี้แล้วเจ็ตเล็งอยู่นานจัดน่าจะตายใจไม่เช็คซ้ายไม่ยิงโคตรนานจบแล้ว bonus round.
I'm walking slowly, bro.
5 seconds. Change the gun, runner, and start running.
That's maybe.
Running, bro.
You have to. Guys. Let's go! Nice.
เอาดีน้องเบส
Joblife winning another bonus round like they did in that second half, like they did on the first half technically after the pistol round loss. Joblife consistently finding ways to get that momentum on side.
Yeah, just keeping themselves competitive all the way through. This round entirely on Kamek. 2 kills from main. And in the Fnatic comms, not seeming like
Guys, come on, let's go.
they had an idea how to deal with him. When you're playing the Phoenix on this map, again, it's always going to be a case of ult priority. Doesn't feel like they've been able to play for those orbs so far. And again, it was a blind commitment straight from the barrier rip. And seeing here, looks like more of the same.
Trying to be
straight
direct.
into the Viper.
Yeah.
GG แล้ว
Fnatic stalled out by just the molly.
ทรงนี้
You're hoping that Alphea's
พูดไปใครจะเชื่อ
but Fnatic stalled out here.
ทีเคกับเอโรติกโดน
Joblife have an idea mostly about this map. Look at the positions of the defensive players.
I mean, Runner's just enabling this all of the while, and Doma Spam does catch Cloud on the way in. It was one of the last players forward,
เรา
so
นั่งดู
it's
ทีม
going
หล
to
อก
take
เด็
a
กมา
little
ทั้ง
extra
ปีเลย
time
นะ
for the spike to get picked up and planted. Problem with
เรา
that
อ
is
ด
the
หลับอ
high
ดนอนมา
tide
ทั้งปี
is
เพื่
soon
อ
to
มาดู
fall,
ทีม
and
หลอก
as
เด็ก
it
กัน
does, they're without a second
หนึ่งปี
smoker
เต็ม
to alleviate some of that pressure. Orb going up towards the CT side. Certainly going to help out but for just a moment, but Fnatic drifting into the danger zone here, and with Kayak finding one at the very least, he's got himself an upgrade to the rifle, but Runner there to checkmate him. Twice the numbers available for the defense into this retake effort now. While Crashies will catch the first cleanly, the follow-up's even better. Alpha brings it back on side, and now it's a 1v1 for Unfake. Time not in the best of positions, and Alpha trying to bait him in. But the
Alpha เยอะไม่ไหว
telegraphed,
ก็
and there's
เฟกอ่ะ
plenty of time to take this one home for 4.
Yeah, Joblife managing to get things over the line, and it's rounds like that. If they go against you, it can feel as if the world is against you for Fnatic. But they are proving that they are good for it when they get into these post plants, and those ideas, they're not static. It's unfortunate for Alpha, for Unfake once again proving his worth.
Who are you picking, bro?
Problem is, because Alfea started that slide so far back from the pillar, he doesn't actually get much distance on Unfake in the end, so it's a easy enough correction for the captain. And what, with this being Joblife's defender's side as well, Fnatic still with their own yet to come for all of its issues. It doesn't put you in the best of positions, and
หมดสภาพจริงว่ะ
is being, you know, a little kind, if we're being honest, into the gun round here already. Kayak lost to Hayes, who's still going in main. In the meantime, Kamek there to support on site.
เฮ้ยมันโหดจัดเลยว่ะตอนเนี้ย
Not doing
เข้าโซนทุกคนน่ะ
to this defense right now. Crashies makes the first decision, but that's the only kill they get.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically nearly 3 in-zone flawless rounds out of 5. And the biggest, I guess, the biggest chance we've seen from Fnatic was, in fact, the eco round in the last round. Things really falling apart right now. And I mean, Joblife right to ask these questions of Fnatic as we get their first timeout after 5 rounds.
คือไม่มีอะไรเลยคือแค่
I mean,
จ็อบไลน์แม่งกล้าเล่นกล้าทำแล้วแม่งแม่นกว่าตอนนี้
Doma against his former
ไม่
team.
ซัดหมดอ่ะคนเดียวคุมหน้าบอมเมื่อกี้เอาอยู่เอา
More
สอง
so
คนอ
through
ยู่
his utility so far in this one, on the Viper of course. And I think the biggest conversation to be had about him is the flexing that he's been doing. You look at the agent pool, yeah, another added to the list. It was the Cypher that we saw the other day coming in, and just from his comments in the post-match as well, sounded more than anything like, you know, he's happy to play whatever the team needs, and that's been getting pays in, of course, without having a sentiment previous.
อยู่ดีก็ออกไปยิงหนึ่งออกไปยิง
not
สอง
making it here, of course, and yeah, such a big
มัน
part
ไม่
to
ควรเกิด
play
ขึ้น
in
ครับ
this one.
คนมาบุกสองคนเจอคนเดียว
I think so.
เก็บอะ
I think filling in that role with obviously Pace's addition and things having to be shuffled around, Doma was the one to step up, the most flexible of them all. And is Pace?
Enterprise ดิ
Oh, okay. I thought for a minute he wasn't going to buy heavy shield or panic.
Okay, yeah.
He needs
money
it.
smart.
Yeah.
They all have money.
No, I know, but it was-
almost had a flawless round every single round
Yeah,
so
no, but
far.
it was the fact that Pace was just sitting for no
Yeah,
shield for
sure.
the longest time.
Well, he's not going to sit still for long.
สิ่งที่ไม่ควรเกิดขึ้นนะ
Straight
เมื่อกี้
into a main. And again, if you're Joblife, you put
รอ
high
อยู่สองคน
priority on
อี
this
กแพ้ได้
area of
ไง
the map
เมื่อกี้
because you
รั่ว
know
เลย
that orb should be filtering its way through Kayak's hands. Of course, on this round, he has
ไม่
them
มี
on
แล้ว
the
ไม่
back
มีเทียร์
already.
แล้วปีหน้ามันโล
In
หมด
fact,
แล้วน้องบาส
Fnatic closing in on multiple ults here for their gun round.
Oh, I like this proactivity
ปีหน้า
once
มัน
again.
จัดระบบ
This
ใหม่มัน
Joblife start to head down
ไม่มีแบบ
towards
มา
bomb mid
อยู่
Boaster.
ข้างบนรอ
Not
แล้ว
aware of this at all.
Yeah, I mean, finally identifies it and calls for support. Good paranoia to disengage.
Just pushing that perimeter back, but actually Kayak spotting the gap. Using his
Money
own
back
ult
up.
now to create a little bit more
เดินหลบ
space.
หมดฮะ
Gets in through
ดูดิ
towards double doors, but still
ดูดิ
Joblife holding the
ดู
line.
ดิ
Pays drawing it in the stand and
ดูดิ
standing
ดูความ
before
กล้า
it.
เล่นมันดิ
Yeah, the limit's so good. And Kayak. Looks like there's a stack here, and Pay's just being drawn to any attention. Goes for the peek and will get the information.
กล้าเล่นจัด
Oh, Pays taken out of play though. It's the only one there on 8. Had to pop out his chest and
หรือ
try
จะ
to
นับ
get
ครับ
something done against the Horde.
ผู้เล่น
Now
เยอะ
into
กว่า
the
ตัว
3
นี้
versus 4.
Yeah.
Not the highest
เช็คหรือ
of
เปล่าเหมือนเดิม
expectations here for Joblife, but Runner swapped out the weaponry and it's this close clear which he needs
รอบ
to
นี้
make it
คันที่ไม่
feasible.
เหม่อครับ
Not gonna happen.
ปิด
I like
คิว
this
ไว
from Fnatic, the way that they've changed up the pacing of the rounds. Creating pressure,
Solo
pockets,
นะครับ
waiting for the reaction.
ยางโพ
Joblife every time have reacted into open arms. Fnatic looking to get there first, unless Stoma gives us something. But in a 1 versus 3 now in time against him, you're not expecting it to be the case. And you're looking towards the Cypher of Crashes. He's nowhere to be seen. So a 1 versus 1 against Kayak. On towards the spike, doesn't consider the villain behind him. And it will be Fnatic's first.
Yeah, Kayak
โอ้โหมันเดา
playing that one
มันกว้างไป
intelligently,
ว่ะ
knows that
คนถาม
Crashes
เยอะ
wasn't
อยู่
in a
นะโน้ตเขี
position
ยว
to
ดึง
close
ไป
it
มันกว้าง
himself,
ไป
so just needed to play to the clock. And as you say, the adaptation here from Fnatic, more than anything, just feels like they were more willing to receive some of that initial pressure on the Joblife side, understanding what it is that the defense were doing. But so many 1v1s across the board. Sometimes you win them, sometimes you lose them.
Good job. What a shot he did on me. Come on!
We'll have to see if it's repeatable into the following round, because it looks like Fnatic are going to be much more straightforward with this one.
Oh, so Joblife as Pays tries to be the one
ใคร
to
ดีไทยมานะ
initiate things. So many bodies on the other
มัน
side,
ซ่า
and
จัด
Pays
อะตัว
now
เนี้ย
creates a question mark that Fnatic need to clear out. They do so, but at the same time, Joblife now start to investigate mid.
Drone doesn't put anyone on an active line though, so they have ultimately conceded this.
Ooh. And Joblife using this wall against him. Oh, Pays once again looking to be the protagonist. Alpha here at the same time has his own overdrive and is managing to get more kills. Does end up on a 3-on-3.
Joblife trying to bite back in this situation, and they have full control of the flank as well, but it's all from CT side.
Oh, and that's a big loss on Alpha here. A good ultimate
Oh.
but Runner manages to dodge it.
อุตส่าห์กด
And
อัน
Cloud
ตีไป
now left to try and clutch up. 1 versus
ไม่ช่วย
3
เลยเลย
gets
ครับ
the ball pretty clean to
ป่ะ
be honest, but Runner right clicks his way to
6-1
victory.
โดนรีเซ็ตอย่าง
Joblife's
งี้
defense
แต่ยังซื้อได้นะ
has managed to get 6.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, that feels like the bare minimum, Cairo, with the way that these rounds are going. Fnatic just not offering too much for us. Lovely this from Pays, and I don't think you could ask too much more from Alpha on this entry. I was a little bit disappointed he didn't do the sound effects though, because I was enjoying that one.
Oh, nah, that's not my thing.
It's not your thing?
Nah, I'm not a copycat. That's Uli's thing. Oh, apparently we're getting it anyway.
Shadow boxing. But Joblife still just showing full confidence in this situation. I
ต้อง
mean,
หา
more
คน
than
ยิงมาอีก
anything,
1 คน
the end of Lotus was
อาจจะ
them
ต้อง
panicking
2 เลย
a
ครับ
little
ผม
bit
ตอ
and
นนี้
Fnatic taking advantage, I think it's fair to say. Otherwise, there's not been too much for them here. Pays has adjusted already. Oh, Boaster's a very lucky boy. Crashies swinging in to support him, as the old
ข่าว
story
ก็ไม่
always
เกย์นะครับ
goes.
ผมมันก็
And
ดี
Bill's
อยู่นะ
now still a full sight to try and I say
ส
full
ภาพ
sight. At least
ส
2
ภาพเป็นอย่าง
players
งี้
here
มัน
to
มีจังหวะ
try
ให้เล่น
and
เลย
unlock.
Alpha leading the charge, waits to regroup with Kayak now, sliding forwards. High Tide gatekeeping Joblife back towards Orange for the time being. There's a huge 1v1 about to break out in middle. It's between Runners Op and Crashies, who's playing a disciplined game. Mechanic in the meantime has found an interruption. Alpha caught on the wide peak, and Runner has decided not to clear.
พอตั้งแต่เปลี่ยนโค้ด
Headshot
ยิง
taken
มา
to
นี่
the
คือแบบ
dome,
ส
but
ภาพแบบ
from range, Crashies can't quite find him
ย่ำแย่
through
อยู่
the wall. It's continuous chip damage from the Fnatic side though, as Cloud has claimed yet
Rom.
another, and Kayak's pistol has kept things going. So at what point do you try and make a retreat? It doesn't look like that's an option for them, as Doma's going to go down with the ship, and Fnatic do get the double up.
Yeah, since the timeout, they've managed to get
ไม้เอาไปเยอะจะโอ้ใจมันอยู่กับ Botter
doing a decent job at threatening Joblife. And I think a lot of the players just get caught between a decision to make, right? Fnatic moving bodies into position. I mean, Pays here just a little too aggressive. Miss Hunter's Fury brilliant on the last bolt.
I think the spacing certainly looking a lot better between Kayak and Alpha there. The former the one profiting from it in this instance.
เฮ้ยเดือนละ 2M เลยเหรอ
He's going to bring out the op for the first time here.
เหี้ย
Invited to a mid duel, which Runner is also playing the long game on.
Why should he move?
Yeah, but to carry on that conversation as well, it's a partnership that Fnatic hadn't fully committed to at points, but here we go. It's Alpha all on his lonesome here, and he does find the kill.
จะไม่เล็งอยู่แล้วเมื่อกี้
Punish. But it's about the next steps for Joblife. What do they do next? Pays looking to investigate.
พอได้แล้วกันแบบ
Fnatic
นี้
are starting to spin their web. Well, that web could just be a sight at this moment in time as they start to scale pretty effectively. And Joblife look towards middle.
Always feeling like a fundamentally sound team, and the reaction is to concede main in this instance for Joblife, looking towards mid for answers, but Crashies again has played this patient game, yet to be uncovered as the dart goes into the B window instead, so there are players getting ready to collapse on his position.
Start to take the time.
30 seconds left.
ทำไมมันต้องวอร์ดครับมันพร้อมกันด้วยวะ
I mean, look, he's bridged the gap from middle, so it's just a question of Joblife digging out this lurk, but Crashies has managed to navigate
ได้วางครับ
those
เยอะ
troubled
กว่ามี
waters.
ตัด
The
โรเท
B-main
ตด้วย
pressure has never fully come in, and now hearing the
หวาน
steps
ๆแบบนี้
making
หา
it
ไม่
across
เจอ
the
นะฮัน
middle.
เฟกหากัน
He
ที่ไม่เจอ
understands that there's a timing to be taken. Kayak looking to buy him some of that, and has done so successfully while the ult is
เราเอา
offline.
ชัวร์
Crashies
โยน
gets the
หมวก
kill
เล
he
ย
was looking for, and time is of the essence for Joblife. But right now, it just feels like they're sliding into the meat grinder.
เซฟเลยครับตัวมาก
Fnatic in position to wrap this one up and make it 3 from 4.
เอาแล้วเอาแล้ว
Crashies again, who is keeping them in these rounds.
I mean, he's been unbelievable. But I've noticed that the only time that he ever activates is truly when we actually see the side push come in, the retake start. An end zone flawless for Fnatic as they get within 3
เทียตกรอบไปแล้ว
As I look towards the other half on Lotus when it was the exact same circumstances. It was pretty much more of the same from what we're seeing so far, an effectiveness of timeouts.
Come on, boys. Come on, we got this.
Fnatic getting back into things. Crashies, the motivator at the moment for me. And part of a crucial role swap, which is the reason why the label of a Hail Mary has been attached to this Fnatic team as they're looking to try and make the impossible run happen. You look at the difference between groups and play-ins, from info to anchor. That is where he has found himself. And with that in mind, it's, you know, brought Cloud into play a lot more. We're seeing him start to be a little bit more effective. I think there's really a symbiotic relationship between all of these moving parts. And if Fnatic could get that under wraps, then that will be the key to unlocking their potential.
I think it's the foundation of a working system since they've had to implement a new 5th player.
Just looking for an answer more than anything else to the troubles that they've had so far.
And I think that's the problem, right? Fnatic have found this working system so late in the day, having been punished by old teammates, apologies, ex-players. Joblife look to do it once again and make this pain compound, salt to the wound. This time, this is a lot more stacked. And Fnatic once again, just slow to start. Happy to let Joblife be the ones to start the round.
แพ้ตกเลย
That is the key change-up coming out of those first 5 rounds for Fnatic. Joblife checking back in with their own coaching staff, and this is the position now where momentum has started to go against them. We saw how that looked towards the back end of Lotus, and already you're starting to see it a little bit here. Just pistols for the time being, so not all too much to catch your attention, but Joblife have been good for rounds like these. It's the explosive nature of these individuals, gate-kept from the top tier, that are looking for any opportunity to prove themselves, and with the pack grouped up 3 strong in main, Cloud's drone looks to be respected. Just the one shown right now.
Trying to put a wall on the A site to move the players forward, and as successful as Cloud is now massively under pressure. Pace managing to deliver a rifle, but in towards
เป็นเรื่องบอกเลย
towards Doma as well as the players send it their way in. Pistols once again starting to make an issue of this. Oh my! Rona just continuously hitting headshots as well as Doma. This is a brilliant round from Joblife, and a Moda thrifty once again, and Fnatic fall flat in their face.
And that is why you should have been worried coming into this one. All of the little moments, but they're manufactured moments by Joblife. Main control, the highest priority on both sides of the map. The fight set up for the ult, plenty of util thrown in. Ushered into the B play where you can see Doma take the main player out of action with the orb and the molly.
He's so dry, it's great.
And so just like that, advantage Joblife, but it could be short-lived. Fnatic are right back into this one.
Oh, but Runner has his operator, and we've seen what happens when he's on the line. No, that's time. The player's still trying to scale up here, and Runner's still missing out. Fnatic given an opportunity, and well, they'll capitalise this time.
Yeah.
That is a post-plant on B.
A much more surgical attempt of the B scale here from Fnatic. With the numbers, the extra util to get them over the line. Not out of the woods just yet, though. Into post-plant. Pace has been heard very early here.
No, he has. I mean, he's usually the one to try and open rounds. Can't quite get the second. And I think this one is all but done. The players do know about Alpha's position. He can change up, and Joblife given a chance at opening.
2v3.
Cover going out.
Kamika's a couple of smokes here to get into the site.
Yeah, done so successfully. Cloud managing to put an info dart into this, but they're onto the spike, and that's the worrying part. Fnatic, though, still able to make this one winnable, maybe not.
เชี่ย3K ในตำนาน
Clutchable spot. Oh, he just misses out on half and the kill. That's, what is that?
โอ้ถ้าเมื่อกี้แม่งฮาร์ปได้ลุกขึ้นมายิงนี่เป็นเรื่อง
Perfect storm for him there, but as you say, had to commit to the half with time so low, and couldn't find the kill. Cut incredibly fine though. And I mean, yeah, this one here from Pace just felt silly when he found it. But Kamik always giving you that hope. Extra motivation on the Joblife side, of course, but Fnatic still feeling the same way on this uphill struggle. And into the final round of the half, it's back to the A duel again.
นึกถึงสมัยก่อนเลยอ่ะ
Fnatic need to swing Pace.
Doesn't pull the trigger.
Yeah, looking to play a little bit more disciplined this time round, but there is a cam, and Kayak has managed to leave Crashes to death, and Pays maybe just a bit too aggressive. A Hunter's Fury off the back of this.
It's just sensational, the layers to this.
เทศคนเดียวอ่ะ
Ready to
หน้า A
invest
เอา
of
อยู่
that initial contact, and even the way that Pays dices up the fights.
มัน
He
บ้า
just
ปะ
waits, lets Kayak take that extra bit of space because he knows he can keep holding the one way for a second
แจกไป
longer.
ตอนจบแปซิฟิกเขาปิดแจกเรียบร้อยแล้วครับผม
I've seen something here. Doma only has a stinger, and he's left that B site to play the numbers. But that gives Fnatic an opening, a gap in which to work. It's not the round, but it's something.
It all comes down to how Doma takes this first contact. If he gets that info and keeps his life,
ไม่กล้าซัดหมดเลยเมื่อ
and
กี้
the
เพจ
rest of
อ่ะ
Joblife have an open invitation to this B retake. In fact, if he can start to pry away at some of that elbow space here, as the audio is now being given towards
จะ
the
เล่นแบบ
site,
มีระเบียบด้วย
it's almost set up for a
Doma
checkmate. Here we go.
เรียบร้อยครับ
Just can't wrangle the spray in time, so it's supposed to
เจอส
1v4.
ติงเกอร์ไป
Yeah, I was just saying, it looks as if Joblife starting to move in towards mid, and as you
Look,
say,
people
post a
walking down.
1v4.
พี่โบ๊ท09 ตัวนี้
Needs to give us something to believe in. Needs to show us the goods, and does show the first kill, but not the second. Runner, that different angle,
เทียบไปแล้วผม
and Joblife managing to close this one out. The half 8-4.
Yeah, I mean, look, from that timeout on the Joblife side of things, they have
Map book.
really taken the ball back by the horns after starting to
Book
drift
by
out of contention. Fnatic's own timeout bringing them into play, but this from Pays just showing why he should be feared at this level. This is a Joblife team, a scary
ถ้า
Joblife
เมื่อกี้
team,
โซว่าไม่
which
มา
now
เบรกไอ้เฟ
threaten
สนะ
elimination for Fnatic. They're only a few rounds
สไลด์
away
ไปหายหมด
into
แน่น
the
อน
second
ถ้า
half.
ไม่เบรกจังหวะแร
But
ก
before that, an interview with Alpha yet.
Thank you so much for joining me, Alpha. I wanted to speak to you about the Waylay. We've not seen it since, I think, stage 1. And I know that Desmo had mentioned that he wants to allow you to have a bit more freedom with things like the chamber as well. So how are you finding this? Is it something that you're enjoying?
Yeah, I'm really enjoying it right now because normally I will play only Sentinel and maybe some maps Duelist, but I always wanted to be like Duelist Merchant. So I'm happy that I can have it now. So I'm enjoying the game at least right now, so it's good.
Yeah, okay. I'm glad to hear that you're enjoying the game at least. Something that Boaster had mentioned with us the other day, though, I wanted to bring to you was he'd said that you had said that you don't want to play it game by game. You're a champs player.
Yeah, I mean...
Can you tell me a bit more about that?
Yeah, we had a mentality like whenever I say I want to qualify champs, and they were always telling me that, but you have to play this first and play this first. And I said, boys, shut up. Like, I'm not going to play one like game by game. I want to qualify, or I'm just going to do whatever it needs to be, you know? So.
Do you worry that that might be like taken across as this guy is too confident?
I mean, I am confident, so
yeah.
เทียร์ 2 มันมาด้วยพาชั่นครับ
Honestly, I love that energy, and I think it's a good thing, right? Having confidence going into these games. How do you really think that you're going to be able to make it this lower bracket run towards champs? Because of course, each day could be your last at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, we used to this pressure before, so like I think every year we are just coming from lower and stuff, except 2023. So we are experienced enough to feel this pressure now. But our enemies, like our opponents, doesn't feel them. I mean, they're probably feeling more pressure than all the time than us. So we're using them against is good.
Okay, well, best of luck today, and hopefully you can make the dream alive.
Thank you.
Trying to keep the dream alive. That's exactly what Fnatic have to do in this second half. Dreams of Barcelona. That's what they'll be thinking about. And Boaster, the one saying, we can be scary, and that they're really starting to believe in their own effectiveness, their own, I guess, their own abilities to win out series.
Okay, so let's see it in the server. This is the final half that Fnatic may play this year if it carries on this way, Cairo, because we have to be brutally honest about it. Barcelona is just a dream right now, a far-fetched one at that. Joblife have been good for the pistols, the conversions that follow them up after. Playing a very slow start on this attack side.
It's like a chess game. Just moving pawns, not wanting to move the big pieces just yet.
Fnatic have a trap of their own set up from middle. Boaster keeping himself cornered in this new box.
เนี่ยปีหน้ามันนัวกันหมดอะที่เราดูพวกที่มาจากไอ้ Challenger ปีนั้น
stuns, flashes, mollies, all kinds of things very quickly ready to
ได้เห็น
activate
แน่
on this B site once the cam takes contact from Crashies.
Well, looks to be the French opening on the B site.
แต่คิดว่าปีหน้ามันน่าจะมีการเปลี่ยนแปลงเยอะครับพวกทีมใหญ่ๆอะมีการแบบเปลี่ยนตัวผู้เล่นแบบครั้งใหญ่แน่นอน
but it's all utility used and nothing in terms of kills as Fnatic try to find space in which to walk Alpha seen, and Alpha's got killed. And it continues on this way as Joblife finally get an answer back. And it's all through unfake. As you can see, there's a player trying to escape through middle. That's Stoma. Keep an eye on it as he's going to strike. And strike hard. It's Joblife once again will win a pistol round. They've won all but one. And that was the start of the series. One round away from double digits.
And the team from Challengers continues to grow in stature in the face of an old king, a long way away from its throne.
แต่ไม่ยิงบัณฑิตกันโหด
Unfake
มากเลย
couple here to start things, and as I called back to the push wall, it was
ตั้
the
งแต่
high
ก่อนสลับ
time
ฝั่ง
to
อะ
try and flood
บัณฑิ
Fnatic
ตของ
back
จ็อบ
in
ไลน์แม่ง
control of the
โหด
site.
โหดจัดอะ
Just a disconnect in terms of how the jewels were taken. Alfia buys up the Guardian into what is otherwise feeling like a lost cause, and he's the first one to receive a bullet delivered straight to the dome from Runner.
Has been recollected though. Crash is the one to pick that one up. Joblife still waiting for the next
ไม่ได้
fight.
ครับน้องทักอะ
Honestly, you look at the parallels on the Joblife side, the changes that they've had to make to try and get this double duelist working. Runner back on a roll which you'd not seen from him for 2 years, but still looking efficient in the way it's working. A casualty taken in the mid duel as it continues to drip into this round.
Only the Marshal, though. A concession willing to be made by Joblife, but that spike,
oh, yeah, this feels a little rash. On Fakers walking the tightrope
แล้วบี
here
โล่ง
in every
โอ้
sense,
หวาน
but
เจี๊ยบ
Cloud just not in a position to take the timing, and Fnatic without the weapons, Boaster, the best shot, Guardian in his hands,
หวานเจี๊ยบเลยแบบนี้
still just allowing the B site to be
30
taken.
seconds left.
แคทชี่ก็มีข่าวกับอเมริกา
Joblife will clear every corner before they plant this one.
yeah, I mean, diligence,
น่าจะ
right?
เปลี่ยนเยอะไอ้มันติกอะ
As mid where you'll see Fnatic
รอบใหญ่
probably make their approach, and even Viper utility should they need it, but I don't think it's going to be in that position. It's a death match now, and Joblife hunting.
Yeah, more than anything else, it was Kamek here in the back halls. The Joker placed face down, and as he activates, that was the best chance that Fnatic had in Boaster removed. Guardian, grip loosened, and Cloud just with this. Marshall really is looking to not give any further orbs away in terms of ults to try and play towards. Most realistic here is
ใช่
probably
คราว
Unfake.
คราวอะมารอ
On
แทน
that
โบส
Hunter's
แน่ๆละ
Fury, if we're talking meaningful impact, of course, Kamek one closer with his From the Shadows. And in fairness, it has found itself to be pretty useful
แต่
in
พูด
his
ถึง
hands
มันติก
so
ก็น่าเห็นใจ
far.
ใช่
But this is Joblife
เปลี่ยน
now
ใคร
up
มา
to
ก็
double
ป่วย
digits, and if Fnatic are going to offer any resistance, to me, it has to come into the next round, really.
It does. That's the rifle round, the buy, and should you lose that, it's pots and pans to deny map and series point.
I mean, look, this is the most experienced of the challengers teams when you look at the heads that we count across the roster here on the Joblife side. They have that
ทีมที่
notability
ขึ้นมาดูสด
accrued
ดู
through
ยิงคือคนละ
time
เทียร์เลย
playing on rosters
โผล่กว่าเยอะแล้วก็
such
ไอ้มันติ
as
ดปัญหา
Fnatic,
จ
for
ริงๆคือ
example. And now in
ผู้
this
เล่นแม่งเปลี่
position
ยนต
with
ลอด
such a commanding lead yet again,
เปลี่ยนตลอด
it feels like it's
เกม
their map
5-5
to
แม่ง
lose once more.
เปลี่ยนหนึ่งคนแม่งก็คือการเริ่มใหม่แล้วอะ
And for as
เริ่ม
mature
แผน
as
เริ่ม
they've
อะไร
been in
ควา
those
มเข้า
comps
ใจ
in the
จังห
past,
วะ
we
โอ้
get a
โหแม่ง
chance
เริ่ม
to
ใหม่
listen
หมด
in on the most important round now.
เคบุ๊ก
As
ต้อง
we dive
ต้องมา
in to
เขียน
hear
กันใหม่
what Joblife are saying.
แต่ละคนแม่งคอมฟอร์ตเอเจนต์ไม่เหมือนกัน
I didn't keep. I broke one trap. Guys, I'm going for backside. Fight. Elbow.
Ui.
Disco.
Ah.
They were 4B. Yeah.
เร็วมากครับ
Alpha, yeah, with 4 on the site
ทุกอย่างเกิด
defense
ขึ้นไว
of
จับ
Fnatic. Leaving us a little speechless there. Not that we could say anything over the listening, but Joblife very much feeling the effects. I wish. Just tune into the vertical feed.
No,
if
do
you want to laugh.
not. I'm taking a sympathy.
Mid mouthful.
Yeah, taking a sympathy. That's it.
You thought you had a second there, but Alpha's like,
Yeah, he's gonna go and win a round. Okay. Cheers, mate.
พี่โล้น
Thank
ไหน
you.
พี่โล้น
I've just bumped myself. And Fnatic
โค้ดมันติดบัก
straight back
ตั้งแต่
into
เค
the mix.
ซี
So
แล้วออก
Joblife
ออก
have
เคซี
to
มาเคซี
do
โหดเลยตรง
the
นั้น
Joblife thing of just hit the A site. And very quickly on site here are Fnatic, ready to show some resistance.
Kamek looking trying to get in behind though. Flashing players revealed, lit up. But it's just the one that he
กูเซน
gets
นา
for
ทีวัน
now.
อาทิตย์
And
ฮะ
that chip damage continuing to pile on through. Alpha the next, Kamek still known of here. But Doma, it's the real surprise element, the X factor that's slowly making his way through. Needs to offer a little bit of reprieve and has done.
Oh.
Bought a little bit more space now for Joblife to correct themselves, and you can
Yeah,
actually
Java,
see
man.
they're looking for an escape route, a way back, but it's straight into the crosshairs of Crashies on the cross, catches him. Kamek has the ult, of course, to bail from this situation still with the From the Shadows, and will do so.
อ้าว
Oh, still gets the kill onto
จับ
Doma.
คนช้าหนึ่ง
Not
นาย
without Doma going down
แต่
though.
คามิกโลนะ
2 versus 1, but it's Kamek clutching, and we saw what he can do on
Hey.
Lotus, and takes a high line.
I mean,
เอาดี
this is an audacious position from Kamek.
วินเนเบิลมุมนี้ต้องมีหนึ่ง
Crashies even considered this kind of position right now.
มุมนี้ต้องมีหนึ่ง
Kamek right, boosted up on top of the bricks. And even with the cage there, a chance to maybe peer over the top. The reveal will surely scan him now, though. And Cloud, with that key piece of utility, keeps Fnatic going.
Yeah, keeps him in the mix up.
รีคอนไปข้างบนเฉย
And Fnatic starting to relax a little bit. Starting to eat into that daylight that Joblife had created from that first half.
The next timeout will be pivotal. We've seen how both coaches have been able to influence the game so far.
ภาพไม่ค่อยมีเท่าไหร่
Moments respite making all the difference for both.
Come on, we got this, boys.
ภาพโคตรยาก
Again, it just feels like on the Fnatic side, any one of those players trying to get the rest involved, trying to make them believe when maybe even themselves are second guessing their chances here. Back on side with a better purchase. Same can't be said with Joblife, but they bring numbers to the table, and with that, there's always the prospect. Trying to bait the engagement, does so. Good kills.
Yeah, and Kamek running for the hills with the spike because he knows he needs to try and get out of there. But once again, Joblife looking to play on the front foot.
They have to. Give a little bit more space back to their teammate. Kamek's got to go the long way round, and he's finally arriving from main. Alfia had half a chance there, but he's missed it.
He's not. He's got the kill, and crashes on the back line, and he gets one as well. 1 versus 3 for Kamek.
And he's already managed to dig the first of them out. It's Alfia dropped. Boaster and Crashies still yet to get past.
ไอ้เหี้ยได้เล่นนะน่ะ
Good here for the wraparound. In fact, he may have fully evaded Fnatic's consciousness at this point in time. Boaster only now the penny starts to drop, and with that, Kamek has already claimed the kill. It's Crashies on the other side that he's got to find, and the Guardian's been good for it so far. Crashies has the timing right though, and again counters Kamek in the clutch. A 7th to save Fnatic. Close up that gap yet again.
It's rounds like these, as I said in the first half, that if they go their way, you can feel as if the world's against you. And if you win rounds like that, you can start to feel that you can conquer the world. Fnatic, once again, back to showing us their best.
คือเมื่อกี้ถ้าคามิกแม่งบ่ายโดนแคทเทียนจะเป็นภาพ
Kamek, once again, he's been so good at trying to work rounds in his favor.
แม่งไอเดียดีแล้วเมื่อกี้
And when rounds are being
get operator.
And when rounds are being won by Fnatic, it feels like relief more than anything.
Absolutely. As long as they continue to trail. Doesn't feel like they've led this series at any point.
That's because they really haven't.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, in fact, I'd be willing to say the last time that they led on a map was round 2 of Lotus after the pistol.
Yeah.
So, as of right now, you're looking at a big ult cycle coming up here. Joblife have all of the tools, and they've shown in the past that the set pieces tend to stick. Fnatic on the other side have changed things up a little bit. Cypher set up towards A this time, and ready to receive this push, which has already made its way up to main.
เอามา1มาเยอะ
Alfia laid in front.
ไม่ได้รีเลเวลเบรก
doesn't even deal any damage from what I can see, and
โหละเต็มไปหมดตอนนี้
his way into a position
มองไม่เห็น
to get a kill, trying to be ever elusive.
อุ้ย
Pays the first
โอ้โห หมด
Pays once again. The entries starting
ไอ้
to
เพจมันบ้าจัดโหลดเหตุมาอย่างดังอ้าว
rotation of Kayak, but not get a kill from it. Boaster up close and personal, but not going to get the kill. Spike in. 2 on 3.
Yeah, Kamek walks into the shock as well, so now, look at the health.
Yeah, both players trying to play with each other. But you're not going to play against Pays, are you? It's an ace for the young Danish.
The young Danish
มันโหดจัด
duelist.
อ่ะ
Yes, it is. And it's no
อ๋อเว้ย
contest.
ปู่ที่มาฟีเคยอยู่ โอเคขอบคุณครับผม
Once again, when these advantages are created for Joblife, they really stack up in the round. You see the layers to it.
แม่งโหดมากอ่ะ
Hunters Fury through.
My first ace.
And so he announces himself.
Yeah.
แม่งมาปลดล็อกตอน VCT
As he always seems
ว่า
to
จัด
do. In these matches, I think he announced
มี
his
ออนเฉพาะ
entry
คน
to
ครับ
this
คนไหนโหด
stage
ก็โหดเลยมีออนตัวนี้
games prior.
คนไหนเล่นไม่ได้ก็ไม่คุ้ม
An opponent that we did not
ดึง
expect for
ศักย
him
ภาพ
to
ไปเต้นออก
control
มายาก
and demand attention.
Not as easily, that's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, an ace to
ไม่
push
ได้
your
ตาม
team
เลย
to
ครับพอเตอร์อยู่
11,
จริง
to put Fnatic on what is not the best of buys either. There is ultimates behind this, and that could change the direction of this round.
For sure. The biggest thing for me right now is just how standoffish the
I'll
starts of
forget
these
a lot
rounds
of
have
things
been. Fnatic, the adaptation that they make is Cypher back over towards the B site. Crashy's the one monitoring things, as you can see yet
มาติน
again.
เล่นดูเวลิทที่เป็นแบบมูเป็น
Joblife
ไม่เก่
scaling
ง
a
ครับ
full contact shift walking up through middle, but this is where Fnatic have a vice grip.
Oh, and this is where the overdrive will finally be used, but only for one, and it's Cloud who got the kill. Still, Fnatic trying to find a way in which to win this round, flinging everything but the kitchen sink at it. And Doma still trying to make his way out of double doors. Finally does, and gets Kayak on fake as well. 1 versus 2 now for the ex-Fnatic man. Can't quite find Cloud, even though he is one shot. And Cloud is looking for support. That spike so far away, and so does feel the round. Doma might have just played his last card in this one, as Fnatic put the lead back to within 3.
ตกแล้วครับโอกาสน้อยมาก
Joblife missed their
ตีว่าตกไปเลย
opportunity.
Yeah, Fnatic
น้องแฮกครับ
stifled but not silenced in this one just yet. As you see there, the sight hold effective even with not the best of weaponry. Pays. Okay, so he's just got his first ace, and then the replay team very quickly teach him the next lesson that you'll learn in EMEA. You don't get to whiff for free. Everybody sees it.
Yeah, it's a bit rough, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. I mean, the fact that Alpha was able to get the ult off in such close proximity himself, really a big difference maker there. And an early combo, just a stun and Sova ult blindly into A main, has bagged Fnatic a precious advantage.
That's the boss of entries so far for Joblife. A player who has consistently impressed in the early stages of rounds.
That's for sure.
Yeah, and Kayak now to hold on towards mid.
Feels like every round is another
เปลี่ยนเยอะแน่นอน
statement
กลัว
made
มาก
about Pays, but it's Runner that's got to fill in the shoes here, and in actual fact, he's
อีโค
done
ก็
it
จะ
with
โดน
absolutely no trouble.
คือรู้
This
ว่าจัด
a
เลยอะ
mixed
ไม่
bag
ควร
coming
เกิด
in
ขึ้
for
นเว้ย
Joblife, but it might just be the one which takes them to 12. Series point and a chance to eliminate the old guard.
อีโคก็รั่วโอ้โหเละเทะว่ะ
Picking up yet another one with the Vandal now in his hands. And while it won't be the most stylish of ends to this one, looks like Boaster is on borrowed time, as has been the feeling about this Fnatic side all stage long. He's going to walk away with 100 credits to his name and a Guardian
เมื่อไหร่เขาจะเอา
for
ส
a
ไลด์นีอ
rainy
อนออก
day.
เป็นคำถาม
But it's
ที่อยู่ใน
been
หัว
a
พี่
constant downpour
เหมือน
so
กันครับ
far.
อีก
And Fnatic not seeing that light just yet.
4 opportunities to close out the map. 4 opportunities to put Fnatic to bed. And we will not see them until 2027. In fact, this might be the last time that we see all 5 players together.
In fact, I'd almost be willing to bet that it is.
พอซื้อได้นิดหน่อย
Especially with all of the shake-ups this year. Absolutely no idea what the future holds for them. And for all of the times that you've seen them come back.
โอ้มันชนวาโลเดี๋ยวครับผมที่วาโล ให้วาโลเป็นหลักก่อน ถ้าไม่ชนวาโลจัดให้หมดตอนนั้น
For the first time in their history, it's finally starting to feel like champs will be won without Fnatic, and we can almost say that with certainty. 4 rounds now for them to try and turn this around. And even then the decider beyond it,
พาร์ทเนอร์น่า
a
จะเหลือ
timeout called.
8น่าจะเหลือ8ครับ
It's Fnatic who have called it, obviously. But of course, Larson, the one to give commands to his team as well, actively informing them of how close they are and to be relaxed about it. The approach so far has been one that has paid dividends. They have played 8 rounds, and out of that, they've won half of it. So when we look towards the rifle round, that's where.
แล้วคิดดูEMEAเทียร์ 1มาทั้งปี นี่ของคนโหดแม่งอยู่ Challenger หมดเลย
You have many chances to convert from there.
พาเซอร์ยาวไปในแบบนี้
Eng, the one leading the timeout there, where often it would have been Desmo. When he came into the team, of course, saying that he was just looking to supplement the ideas, not step on any toes. But right now, if there's any kind of answer or solution that can be provided for Fnatic, you are looking for it. Searching frantically, almost, as Joblife are gearing up for what might be the final round. Up against this storied team in the region.
Fnatic have to try and defend the B site. And they have plenty of utility to try and support. Pays has gone searching. He's gone alright. He's not found what he's looking for. His Joblife have invested this site. Finally, they get the 2 iron kills. Crashes now identified, and Pays has found him. Boaster and Kayak trying to get back to this one, but Pays there to try and kill. Kayak with just a sheriff, but he's going to try and deny this one. 1 versus 2 now, and it looks somewhat doable with Hill coming back on side.
And again, another one of those old kings, pistol in his
สายที่
hands,
ซิโต
but
แพ้วันนี้นะ
feeling
ครับ
like Odysseus
ถ้าได้
far
ติ
from
ด
the
ตามซิ
throne.
โตเล่นมาตลอดนะวันนี้ซิโต
Handle back now,
หลุดฟอร์มนะ
but
ครับ
time is against him.
ดูเล่นแบบ
Joblife
ตะ
play
กัก
keep
นะ
away.
ไม่ค่อย
They
ลื่น
don't
ไหล
want to give ones. Unfake just hit check and the spike and finally sees the Phoenix
GG ครับผม
and will kill him. It's another old guard gone. It's another score for the Challenger's throne. It's another team to drop out of play-ins. Joblife will win and march on.
Not only that,
GG.
it is the ghosts of the past coming back to bury Fnatic this time around. Joblife add the final nail to a coffin which was built over the last few weeks. We expected this moment. We thought about it, fantasized of it, but never truly believed that it would happen until it did. But Fnatic have breathed their last breath as a team in this era of partnerships. There will be no fairy tale this time around, as Joblife are the ones on the run.
The only Hail Mary said is the one in the last race of Fnatic's 2026 season. Not a line I thought I would say at this point in time. Not a line I thought I would say at stage 1 groups at 5-0. But Fnatic, whatever happens next year, thank you for the memories and GG's for 2026.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can't even really get started on scratching the
เปลี่ยน
surface of
ม้า
the
กลาง
issues
ศึก
that
ไม่
have
พอ
plagued
คนเลี้ย
this
งม้า
team.
ก็เปลี่ยน
Roster changes
ใช่เลย
outside of their control, of course, important to mention.
มันไม่
The
ได้
meta
สร้างกัน
this year,
ง่ายๆของ
probably the weakest that Boasters tried to call into without that support of the double initiator, which he so often loved to try and work around. And yeah, look, as you say, it's a deserved result for Joblife. They've come in here and made a statement and a half. We theorized the possibility of them doing this, but to see it happen in actual fact and with how convincing it was, a couple lucky rounds as described by
อิง
Runner
มาทีเดียว
aside,
ด้วยสิ
they
กลายเป็น
completely
KC
owned
แล้ว
the
ดู KC
series.
ตอนนี้ดิ
Yeah, they have. They've completely
Look, KC
owned
don't need
this
it.
play-ins. I mean, that internal fire game, of course, they'll be thinking back to 2 rounds away and they could have still been in that upper bracket. But at this point in time, Heiser, there's a chance we could end up with 3 challengers teams in towards playoffs.
Absolutely. I mean, look, the writing was on the wall for Fnatic at least with the stage 1 result, the lack of points, but with Heretics also dropping out of the play-in stage today, it is a big one for upsets. And to talk it through, we've got Unfake and Pays in the post-plan.
โอเคทุกคนเจอพรุ่งนี้นะครับเจอพรุ่งนี้
Unfake
นะ
and Pays, congratulations. You just mentioned
นะ
it yourself there, your first ace. Yeah, I mean, it's just been
เซต้า KRX DFM Sharper นะ เดือดอีกแล้วพรุ่งนี้ เราจะมองมาที่ KRX โหนี่ต้อง DFM จริงว่ะ DFM แม่งตอนนี้ต้านทานยากว่ะ อันนี้แม่งรีแมตช์ Enterprise กับไฟฟัก Enterprise เคยชนะไฟฟักมาแล้วรอบหนึ่งตอนชิง EMEA ต้องรอดูอีกรอบฟูเซนวันอาทิตย์น้องเบฟวันนี้ครับเป็นทุกคนนะครับเปปเปอร์เล็กช่วงนี้ซัมติงกับจริงมันสเต็ปอัพด้วยเลยฟอร์มดีสม่ำเสมอพี่ว่าเทียร์2ทีมไหนน่าทะลุไปแชมเปี้ยนได้เอ็นเตอร์ไพรส์ว่ะเอ็นเตอร์ไพรส์ดูมีทรงสุดแหละเอ็นเตอร์ไพรส์ไฟฟักเนี่ยเดี๋ยวดูพวกนี้ครับทีมที่มีทรงอ่ะเอ็นเตอร์ไพรส์ไฟฟักอ่ะเอ็นเตอร์ไพรส์แม่งคอซี่แม่งก็เดือดจัดเอ็กเจิลครับสวัสดีครับไปแล้วทุกคนพักผ่อนกันมาครับโมจิเจอพรุ่งนี้